Mary Angus Cowan. On May 14, 1985, someone saw an injured woman on the west side of Highway 91 in Newton, Georgia. When a bystander noticed her, they drove the unnamed woman to a hospital. The woman passed away on June 1, 1985, from her wounds. Although the Office of the Examiner was unable to ascertain the exact origin of her injuries, they recorded subdural hematoma as a result of blunt force trauma to the head. Her identity would remain a mystery for a while since they were also unable to identify her. In 2012, the Georgia Bureau of Investigation exhumed the woman's remains. A bone fragment was sent for analysis but produced no leads. In 2022, the Georgia Bureau of Investigation Sylvester Regional Investigative Office, in partnership with the Federal Bureau of Investigation, submitted a portion of the remains to the private DNA lab and, you guessed it, Othram. After completing the DNA extraction, a profile was generated and given to the FBI for genealogical comparisons. Agents then determined that the unknown woman is Mary Angus Cowan, after the DNA sample came up as a match with one of her children. The Georgia Bureau of Investigation had this to say in a statement. The research yielded a high probability that the unidentified woman was Mary Angus Cowan, aka Angie. Where agents obtained DNA from one of Cowan's children, and the comparison indicated a parent-slash-child relationship. The assistants of the Baker County Sheriff's Office, Othram, and the FBI Atlanta and Baltimore offices were instrumental in identifying these remains and providing closure for the family. Mary's daughter, Angelique Hall, also spoke at the press conference in February of 2023. I was 10 years old, and she was fun, and she was silly, and then one day she was gone. I knew she was gone, she added, and I never imagined that they would find her. This is a shock from Georgia finding out that not only was her body found, but that the town picked her up out of a ditch and took care of her last days. She was loved, and I hear that she was buried. Investigators are still trying to determine what events led to Mary being fatally injured in 1985. Before we continue, we want to remind you that only a small percentage of people who watch our videos are actually subscribed. So if you enjoy our content, consider subscribing. It's free and you can always change your mind later. Now, let's move on with the video. Moving on to the next case. Susan Osborne. Described as an independent woman and devoted mother, 43-year-old Susan Osborne believed she had found happiness in 2017. She was living in Holtville, Alabama, with her 14-year-old son, Evan Chartrand, her 2 dogs, and her husband of 3 years, Jerry Osborne. By all accounts, she seemed content with her life. However, everything changed when Susan and Evan went missing. As investigators delved into the lives of Susan and her family, it became clear that not everything was as it appeared. Originally from Michigan, Susan had moved to Alabama in 2005 after marrying the father of her first child, Evan. Even though they divorced shortly afterwards, the mother of one decided not to return to her home state despite being far away from her extended family. Eventually, Susan met another man and gave birth to a daughter. However, the relationship disintegrated around 2009. Another 5 years would pass before a new opportunity for love arose in the form of Jerry Osborne, an Air Force veteran and 911 dispatcher. Susan admired how good he was with her children, and she saw him as generous and gentle. On January 25, 2014, the pair tied the knot and the family moved to Holtville, where Jerry had purchased a home on Waterview Lane near Highway 111. At first, Jerry seemed like a cautious and protective man. He had an intricate and high-tech security system installed in the home and several CCTV cameras. But as friends and family would later notice, it seemed that Jerry's vigilant behavior began crossing into the territory of controlling. By 2015, Susan had started distancing herself from her loved ones. They would later discover that this was because her new husband was monitoring her calls and texts. Similarly, Susan's brother Brian reported that in January 2015, She and her family came to visit her ill father and plans to go ice fishing later on during the trip. Both Susan and 14-year-old Evan loved to fish. However, the family never showed up to their scheduled activity. Instead, Susan messaged Brian to tell him she, Jerry, and the children were on their way back to Alabama. Her family never got to say goodbye. Loved ones also added that at the time of Susan and Evan's disappearance in 2017, they'd met Jerry less than a handful of times. In 2016, Susan grew concerned when she discovered a photo of her husband on Craigslist advertising him himself as a male escort. She recognized him by his distinguishable tattoos. She believed that he was working as an escort behind her back and emailed a friend to admit to what she'd found. She stated that she was going to start preparing to leave Jerry, noting that she'd need to get a job so that her children would receive health insurance and secure somewhere to stay. Susan also asked her friends not to mention any of this by text, confessing that Jerry read all of her messages. The friend Susan contacted, Holly Morris, had reportedly been afraid for the safety of Susan and her children for some time and encouraged her to leave. Holly and Susan had met 9 years earlier when they lived in the same neighborhood and had remained best friends even after Susan moved to Holtville. Despite her concerns and plans, though, Susan never left Jerry. She emailed Holly sometime after her initial message and stated that she and Jerry had worked things out and that she still loved him and wanted to give things another go. Holly remained worried, but recognized there was only so much she could say to her friend to encourage her to go. For Mother's Day in May 2017, Susan's mother Linda traveled to Alabama to visit her and the children. Their time together was noted to have been completely normal. Similarly, on May 16th, Susan and Jerry helped Holly and her fiancé finish packing. The couple plans to move out to Florida as part of Holly's fiancé's job. 10 days later, on May 26th, Susan spent time with her daughter, who was not living with her at the time, though Susan had visitation rights. The next day, she spoke with Holly on the phone and noted that Evan was off school because he was sick. The two spoke again the following day and exchanged a few texts the day after that, on 29th. Then all communication with Susan and Evan ceased. Holly, for her part, thought that Susan was simply busy. Life sometimes got in the way of their communication, but never for that long. Susan's mother became alarmed when she was repeatedly unable to reach her daughter or her grandson as the weeks passed. While at first she brushed off their lack of communication as a phone bill that hadn't been paid, or maybe even a broken phone, the knot of worry in her stomach became more and more pronounced as time went by. Linda eventually decided to send her daughter an old-fashioned letter, but it came back as undelivered. 2 months had passed before Evan and Susan were officially reported missing on July 29, 2017. 2 days later, on July 31st, officers from the Elmore County Sheriff's Office visited the family's residence in Holtville to carry out a welfare check. Upon their arrival, they spotted Susan's car still in the driveway. Jerry was the one to answer the front door, explaining that he was in the middle of cleaning. A strong smell of incense and candles wafted out from inside the building, and there was a burned barrel alight in the back garden. When pressed about the whereabouts of his wife and stepchild, Jerry told investigators that he and Susan had fought on Memorial Day, May 27th, and that she and Evan had climbed into a truck with a man he didn't know and hadn't come home. He said he believed they were heading to Birmingham and noted that the driver never left the vehicle, although he was able to describe him as 6 foot tall with a beard and sunglasses. Jerry then claimed he'd gone to visit his parents and that, when he had returned, Evan and Susan's belongings were gone and they had vandalized the home, spray painting rude words on the floors and walls. This, he claimed, was the reason he'd repainted some of the walls and replaced some of the flooring with new carpet. After the officers left, Holly contacted them and told them all she knew, from Jerry's red flags to the incident with the escort advertisement to the couple's reconciliation. With this information in hand, investigators obtained a search warrant that same day and returned to the house. This time, though, they came armed with luminol, which showed that no matter how much cleaning had been done, evidence of a crime remained. numerous possible bloodstains, approximately 20 according to the Charlie Project, were located inside the home and were subsequently sent for DNA testing. Sheriff Bill Franklin told True Crime Daily that the amount of blood indicated great violence had taken place inside the home. Most of the stains appeared in the bedrooms and bathrooms, and Jerry had admitted to burning several items in the garden, including Evan's bed. Furthermore, authorities noticed that a new security system had been installed, and there was no footage available from the day that Susan and Evan supposedly left or from the day they allegedly came back to collect their belongings and vandalize the home. Investigators later confirmed that electronics had been seized from the residence, adding that the search history on the computer taken was not what they'd have expected from an average person. Unfortunately for investigators, the DNA testing on the bloodstains was inconclusive due to the cleaning chemicals used. Still, authorities continued to search for clues. They found out that on June 1st, Jerry had dropped Susan's dogs off at a shelter and changed his security system. 3 days later, he started picking up renovation supplies. Then, on July 1st, over a month after the disappearance, he filed for divorce. The divorce was granted on November 15th. It has been noted that there were some inconsistencies in Jerry's story with small details, including the color of the spray paint Susan used to deface the house and the type of vehicle she and her son left in. These details changed throughout his numerous interviews. Upon speaking with neighbors, law enforcement discovered that Jerry had begun burning things in the back garden on Memorial Day weekend. The remnants of Evan's bed, smashed up and charred, were discovered, with neighbors adding that there was a strong smell of plastic in the neighborhood as Jerry burned items. Wild scent dogs were brought in to help find any useful evidence, and the dogs led their handlers to the burn barrel. Nothing damning was discovered inside it. Since Susan's disappearance, there has been no activity on her phone, credit cards, or social media. Likewise, Evan's phone and social media have laid dormant since he went missing. He has also not been registered at other schools, and his prescriptions have not been refilled. Furthermore, he was due to undergo dental surgery shortly after he went missing and never made his appointment. Susan's friend Holly noted that despite Jerry's story, there was no other man in her life, and added that she had changed her mind about leaving her husband. So why would she just take off one day? Holly doesn't believe that Susan left of her own volition, telling the Wetumpka Herald in 2018. She would not just disappear. She wouldn't have left her 10-year-old daughter. She wouldn't go without talking to her and seeing her. She also has theorized that the email she had received from Susan, in which she claimed she had reconciled with her husband, may have been written and sent by Jerry. Susan's other loved ones have echoed similar sentiments, pointing out that the 43-year-old was a devoted pet parent and wouldn't simply abandon her 2 dogs either. Several areas around the family home were searched in the months following the disappearance, but no new clues have been found to help law enforcement bring the case to a close. No suspects have been named in the case, and Jerry Osborne remains the only person of interest, though he has maintained his innocence since 2017. Captain Troy Evans of the Elmore County Sheriff's Office told Al.com, "There were several pieces of evidence and several things that were odd and seemed to point in a certain direction. Obviously, nothing to the degree that we had probable cause." He also discussed law enforcement search efforts, stating, "We searched the immediate area around the house, the neighborhood, and the wooded areas there. Every theory and every option that has come available to us, or that has come to our attention, we have tried to rule those out and so far have alleviated all of those." Captain Evans also declined to call the case cold, noting, "To me, that insinuates it's just sitting somewhere and we're not doing anything on it. We are still monitoring news media sources. Anytime there's a body found around the area, we do try to reach out to the law enforcement agency and just make sure they're aware of what we've got. I mean, it's not something we're actively doing stuff on every day, but, as things come up, we're still trying to do as much as we can." Jerry has never been charged in connection with the case. He remained at the home on Waterview Lane until early 2020, having put the building up for sale on December 14, 2019. It sold 3 months later. As of 2021, He was living 30 minutes from Holtville with another woman and her children. The pair got engaged on January 25, 2020, the same day he had married Susan in 2014. 43-year-old Susan Lynn Osborne and her son, 14-year-old Evan Eric Chartrand, have been missing since May 29, 2017 from Holtville, Alabama. Susan is described as a white woman with brown hair, blue eyes, and pierced ears. She is 5'3" and weighed over 120 when she was last seen. Her son, Evan, is described as a white male with brown hair and blue eyes. At the time of his disappearance, he was 5'7" and weighed 160. Evan is known to have medical issues that require prescription medication and regular doctor visits, making his disappearance particularly concerning. Foul play is suspected in both cases. If you have any information regarding the disappearance of Susan Osborne or her son Evan Chartrand, you can contact the Elmore County Sheriff's Department at 300-34-567 TDV-5466. Alternatively, you can call Crime Stoppers at 334-251-7867. Moving on to the next case. The Vanishing Triangle. Just outside of Dublin lies an area known to locals as the Vanishing Triangle. Between 1993 and 1998, 8 women mysteriously vanished within this 80-mile stretch, never to be seen or heard from again. Despite extensive media coverage and large-scale searches by Irish police, none of the women were ever found. 3 months later, on a fateful day, 39-year-old Eva Brennan left her parents' house in Rathgar, Dublin, and walked down Temple Oak Road to return to her apartment in Rathgar. 2 days later, Eva's father, concerned after not hearing from her, went to her apartment, as they hadn't seen or heard from her since she left their house. Eva's family was worried due to the fact that Eva had been depressed prior. After ringing the doorbell and getting no answer, Eva's father went down to the pub the family owned, the Horse and Hound, and asked a barman to help him gain entry into Eva's apartment. They ended up smashing a window to enter her apartment, and they found nothing out of place. There was no sign of Eva, however. Her jacket that she was wearing the day she left her parents' house was in her room, so she left her parents' house was in her room, so she did make it home that evening. Her family did find that her bag and keys were missing, though. Where she went to after returning from her parents' house remains a mystery. Even though Eva was depressed, her family does not believe she would commit suicide, as she didn't leave a note or give any indication of feeling suicidal. Interestingly enough, the police did not take her disappearance seriously for the first 3 months. After they found out that Eva was missing, her parents went to the police immediately, but were told that because Eva was an adult and there was nothing out of place at her apartment, they couldn't do anything. The police listed her as a missing person but did nothing else for 3 months. After much protest from the family, police finally decided to gather evidence from her apartment and her parents' home, but unfortunately, all vital evidence at that point was lost. Garda have been criticized on their handling of Eva's disappearance, and she remains missing to this day. Josephine Dollard, known as JoJo Joe to her friends and family, was a 21-year-old beautician from Cuffs Grange County, Kilkenny. She was the youngest of 5 children and lost her parents at a very young age. Her father passed away before she was born, and her mother when she was just 12 years old. On November 9, 1995, JoJo was making her way home from Dublin to Cowling, Kilkenny. JoJo had traveled to Dublin to remove herself from the dole, Ireland's unemployed benefits scheme, as she had gotten a job at Granger's restaurant in her hometown. She had recently dropped out of a beauty therapy course as well after finding it very difficult to juggle work and college. She had missed her bus home to Callan and had to take a bus to Naas County, Kildare, instead. She then decided to hitchhike home from there. She was driven from there to Kilcullen and then from Kilcullen to Moon. She was last seen using a payphone from a telephone box in the village of Moon, and through telephone records, police found the call was made at 11:37 p.m. to JoJo's friend Mary Cullinan. She told her that she was having difficulty getting a lift, but while on that call, a car pulled up, and she hurriedly hung up saying a lift had arrived. This was the last time she was ever heard from. A short time later, a woman similar to JoJo's description was seen leaving the back door of a dark-colored Toyota Carina-type car. The driver or occupants of this Toyota have never come forward or been traced. There was also an unconfirmed sighting of her walking along the road in Castle Dermot County, Kildare. When she never reached her destination, JoJo's family became concerned and reported her missing to the police. Garda received reports from the first two drivers who gave JoJo a lift, one from outside the Garda station in Naas to Kilcullen, and the next from Kilcullen to Moon. The driver who left her in Moon says he left phone box, which was well lit up and where she intended to call her friend. But the driver or occupants from the drive from Moon to Castle Dermot have never come forward. It is believed that she was abducted between 11:50 p.m. and 12:05 a.m. Despite an extensive search of the area, there was no sign of JoJo, and there was no sign of a struggle along the road in Moon. Later, a taxi driver came forward and claimed that on the morning of 10th November 1995, at about 1:20 a.m., while he was driving, he saw a red car with English plates parked at the side of the main road in Kilmacow, 3 miles north of Waterford. He said that one man was urinating beside the car and suddenly a woman ran from the left-hand rear door out of the car towards the front. She was barefoot and seemed distressed. Then, a second man appeared from the back of the car and he followed the woman, grabbed her by her hair, got her in a bear hug, and then dragged her back to the car. They then took off in the direction of Waterford. Another witness told police that a girl matching JoJo's description was seen in apparent distress in Waterford around 2 or 2:30 a.m. that same night. However, none of these sightings have been confirmed, and JoJo remains missing to this day. Ciara Breen was an 18-year-old from Dundalk County, Louth. On 13th February 1997, Ciara and her mother, Bernadette, had gone out with her mother to a local cafe, after which they had gone home and watched TV until they went to bed at around 12:25 a.m. At 2 a.m., Bernadette had gotten up to use the bathroom and realized that Ciara was no longer in her bed. The bedroom window was left on the latch, leading to the belief that Ciara snuck out of the house through the front door for a pre-arranged meeting, leaving the window open so she could climb back in later. Ciara did not bring any money or clothes with her. Ciara Breen was never seen again. An extensive police investigation at the time failed to locate her. In 2014, 2 credible witnesses came forward with sightings of Ciara from the night she disappeared, and in 2015, a man in his 50s, Liam Molan, was arrested, but was later released without being charged. His arrest led to the search of an area called Balmer's Bog in August-September of 2015, but no traces of Ciara could be found. At the time of her disappearance, a number of witnesses claimed that Ciara had snuck out of her house to meet Molan, and Molan was arrested in 1999, but he maintained his innocence up until his death in 2017. The police believe Ciara was murdered on the night she vanished, but have never found her remains. Fiona Pinder was a 25-year-old hairdresser and part-time model. She was living with her boyfriend, John Thompson, in her apartment in Tullamore County, Offaly. At that time, she was 7 months pregnant and had spent the previous day shopping for baby clothes with her mother in Tullamore. She was in good form and was looking forward to the birth of her baby. On August 23, 1996, John left their apartment to go to work on the family farm between Killy and Mount Mallock. Later that day, one of Fiona's friends called out for Fiona at her flat, but she got no reply. The curtains were drawn and she presumed Fiona might be in bed. The next day, Fiona's family called John because they couldn't get a hold of her. John told them that he hadn't seen her since the previous morning when he left for work. Her family reported her missing to the police. In the following months, searches took place across the boglands, woods, and rivers. 4 miles of the Royal Canal was drained to no avail. Thompson became the prime suspect in the case, but he consistently denied having any involvement with the disappearance. In April of 1997, Thompson, his 3 sisters, and his father were arrested and held for 12 hours for questioning in relation to the disappearance, but were later released without charge. In a newspaper interview after his arrest, Thompson said he last saw Fiona in their flat, still asleep in bed when he left for work at 6 a.m. He also said she could not have disappeared from a busy town without being seen by someone. Thompson had been going out with Fiona for 3 years, and they had been living together for a year. It is believed she may have left later in a navy t-shirt, white leggings, blue and white trainers, and a pink jacket. In 2008, a small wooden cross bearing the name Fiona Pender was found on the Slieve Bloom Way at the border between Leos and Offaly, which led to the belief that Fiona was buried in the Slave Bloom Mountains. But searches by sniffer dogs of the surrounding area failed to locate any trace of the missing woman. The cross was inscribed with the words, Fiona Pender, buried here August 22, 1996, but police now believe it was placed there as a cruel prank. In the last few years, a woman living abroad has told police that while in a rage, her husband had threatened her and strongly implied that he had killed Fiona, and that she, his wife, would be next. The woman even pinpointed an exact location in Ireland where she believed the body was buried. However, the information came to nothing, and no conviction was brought against her husband. A year before Fiona's disappearance, her 22-year-old brother Mark died in a motorcycle accident. In 2000, her father, Sean, took his own life, a death her mother attributes to his heartbreak over the loss of his 2 children. Fiona's mother had campaigned tirelessly for information on her daughter following her disappearance. She passed away at the age of 68 without knowing what happened to her daughter. Deirdre Jacob was 18 years old from Newbridge County, Kildare, Ireland. A student in London, Deirdre had returned to her family home for the summer months in 1998. On July 28, 1998, at 12 p.m., Deirdre walked from the family home into Newbridge and visited her grandmother's shop. At roughly 12 to 10 p.m., she went to the AIB bank in Newbridge and then to the post office. She needed to get a bank draft from her second year of student accommodation in London. She then returned to her grandmother's shop before heading home again via the Barrettstown Road. The last sighting of Deirdre was between 3 and 3:30 p.m. Deirdre was sighted by 8 people, 6 of whom knew her. A man cycled past Deirdre and recognized her. Then 2 people speaking on a footpath said hello as Deirdre passed by. Next, a man walking on a roof recognized Deirdre walking by, and then at the bog cross, 2 people up a road saw Deirdre as she crossed the road facing oncoming traffic. She was now just a few minutes from home. Neighbors said that she actually had made it to within just 200 yards of her house, but bizarrely, she never managed to actually get there. When Deirdre did not arrive home by 7 p.m., her family reported her missing. An extensive search for her began that night, but no trace of Deirdre was found. There is extensive CCTV footage of Deirdre walking through the town of Newbridge on the day she went missing, July 28, 1998. When last seen, she was wearing a navy Nike jumper with a white collar and blue jeans and blue Nike running shoes. She was carrying a black bag with "Cat" written in yellow on the flap. The distinctive bag Deirdre carried that day was never located. It remains a crucial part of the investigation. There are a further 2 sightings of her at a cafe on Terrace Street, Dublin on the 31st July, but these sightings have never been confirmed, and she remains missing to this day. Annie was an American from Long Island, New York, an only child with a lifelong interest in her Irish heritage. In 1993, she immigrated to Dublin to do a diploma course so she could get a job teaching in Ireland. She landed in Ireland in January of 1993 and rented a flat in the Sandymount area of Dublin. She took a part-time job in a restaurant and shared the flat with 2 Irish women. On Friday 26th of March in 1993, the day before her 27th birthday, Annie went to a local AIB bank where she was seen on CCTV waiting in the queue. She then went to a nearby Kinsworth supermarket and picked up groceries for an arranged dinner party that she was having with friends the next day on her birthday. She then invited a friend to go with her to spend a day in the Wicklow Mountains, but her friend was unable to come, so McCarrick decided to go alone. She was sighted on the 44 bus from Ranelagh to Inniscarry at 3:40 p.m. This would be the last confirmed sighting of her. Sometime between 9 and 11 p.m., Annie was supposedly seen in Johnny Fox's pub, a popular tourist spot in the Dublin Mountains, approximately 4 miles from Inniscarry, with an unknown man who was in his 20s and wearing a waxed jacket. A doorman working in Johnny Fox's at the time claimed he saw Annie entering with a man who paid for her entrance fee as she hadn't realized there was a A2 cover charge. He also claimed that Annie was looking around after entering the pub as if looking for someone already there. Both the man and Annie were seen at the pub till the evening. However, no one saw Annie leave the pub, and the man, who was with her, has never been identified. Annie has never been seen since. On that same day, she was supposed to pick up her paycheck, but she never did. The following day, friends showed up at Annie's house to celebrate her birthday, but she wasn't there. Shortly after, they contacted her parents, John and Nancy McCarrick, in New York, and they reported her missing to the police. A large-scale search was immediately launched for Annie. Annie's parents arrived in Ireland shortly after Annie was reported missing. A composite sketch of the man seen with Annie was distributed around the city, but Annie was never found. Imelda Keenan, 22, was originally from Mount Malak County, Laos. Imelda attended the Central Technical Institute in Waterford, where she undertook a computer course for a short period. Imelda was living with her boyfriend, Mark Wall, in Waterford City. They both lived in an apartment in the town on William Street. On January 3, 1994, Imelda told Wall that she was going to the post office. She left the apartment at 1:30 p.m. and walked down William Street onto Lombard Street. She was last seen by a local doctor's secretary, who knew her well, while crossing the road near Tower Hotel. She was never seen again. On February 8, 1998, mother of one, Fiona Sinnott, was sitting with her friends in a local pub called Butler's in a small village of Broadway County, Wexford. Fiona's ex-boyfriend, Sean Carroll, was also at the pub. However, he was sitting at the bar alone, smoking and having a pint. Fiona left the pub with her ex-boyfriend and father to her 11-month-old daughter. This was the last time that Fiona was seen in public. She was not reported missing until February 18th because she frequently left for short periods of time. Every Friday, Fiona would get on a bus into Wexford town so she could meet up with her family for coffee. When she failed to show up for the second week in a row, her family reported her missing. During his conversation with investigators, Carroll told them that he had walked Fiona back to her house in Ballyhit, Wexford, and that he had spent the night sleeping on her couch. The next morning, Fiona, who had been complaining of pains in her upper body previously, said she intended on hitching a lift to her physician later that day to talk about the pains. Because Fiona said that she had no money, Carroll told police he had given her A, and left her house to go to his mother waiting outside in a car for him to take him home. Carroll and his mother then drove back to their family home, which was where Fiona's daughter, Emma, had been staying at the time. This was the last date that anyone would report seeing Fiona alive. Fiona never attended her physician's office that day, or any other doctor's in fact, and no witnesses came forward to prove that she had even attempted to hitch a lift. During a technical examination of Fiona's house, police noticed that it had been stripped bare of a number of her personal belongings. According to retired Detective Sergeant Alan Bailey, there was a quote, "complete absence of clothing and other personal items indicating that a teenage girl and her 11-month-old daughter were actually living there." Later, locals would report that they had seen a number of black garbage bags outside of the property. A few days later, a farmer came forward to police stating that he had found a number of black garbage bags containing personal items from Fiona, including documents with her name on them. but the farmer had destroyed the bags as he was under the impression that they were being illegally dumped. The police began to speculate that someone may have tried to stage the house as if Fiona had run away. Some speculated that Fiona had left the country with a Welsh trucker. 2 nights before Fiona disappeared, she had spent the night with a trucker in his cab. The police questioned the trucker, but his alibi checked out as he was able to prove to investigators that he had been driving in the country when Fiona went missing. He was ruled out as a suspect. According to her friends and family, Fiona was looking forward to celebrating her daughter's first birthday, as well as her sister's upcoming 21st birthday. She even had plans to go to Waterford so she could buy her sister a birthday present. Her family doesn't believe she would have just run away. Information was received after her disappearance suggesting that a male was finding it very difficult to live with the role he had taken in disposing of Fiona's body. The person whom he was confiding in suggested he tip the police off anonymously about the location of Fiona's body. The distressed male refused to do so, claiming that, including the murderer, only 2 other people knew the exact location of the teenager's body, and tipping the police off would be the same as signing his own death warrant. This male died of a suspected drug overdose in 2-1. In 2005, police arrested 3 men and women in connection with Fiona's disappearance but were later released without any charge. On 12 September 2008, a memorial plaque for Fiona was stolen from a cemetery in Our Lady's Island in County Wexford. The marble plaque, which had been cemented onto the wall, was removed the night before it was due to be unveiled. A second plaque has since been erected in the same spot, and this too has been stolen. Fiona remains missing to this day. As the number of missing young women began to accumulate, the public started to panic. In just 6 years, 8 young women vanished without a trace. In all of these cases, the victims shared some common characteristics. The women were all young, ranging from their late teens to up to 40 years of age, and were described as looking quite young for their ages. In each case, they seemed to vanish inexplicably and suddenly, and in all of the cases, no substantial clues or evidence of their fate. No shoes, no belts, no purses, no watches, nothing has ever been found despite large-scale searches and campaigns by the Irish police force. Another important characteristic is that all disappearances occurred in an area which became known in the media as the Vanishing Triangle. The triangle stretches from Wexford in the south to Louth in the north and to Offaly in the west. Due to similarities in the cases, some started to speculate that a serial killer or killers were responsible for all the disappearances. Along with private investigators, a special task force called Operation Trace was formed in 1998 to find the women. Operation Trace drafted in 2 FBI agents to assist in the operation, and together with the National Bureau of Criminal Investigations, NBCI, they examined the files on the missing women. The agents were specialized in profiling serial killers and rapists. They focused on the 6 main vanishings: Annie McCarrick, Jojo Dollard, Fiona Pender, Sierra Breen, Deirdre Jacob, and Fiona Sinnott, and came to the conclusion that the woman had likely been murdered. Despite an extensive investigation by the Irish police, Operation Trace, the public, and the families, these women and their abductors have never been identified, although there were some possibly promising leads. One of the most promising suspects was a convicted rapist, Larry Murphy. In 2000, Murphy abducted a woman he was stalking, threw her in his car's trunk, and raped her several times out in the Wicklow Mountains before trying to strangle her to death. He was surprised by 2 hunters who happened upon the scene and intervened, saving the woman. He was convicted and sentenced to 15 years in prison. While Murphy was in jail, the disappearances ceased. It was discovered that Murphy lived and worked in the same area where Jojo Dillard and Deirdre Jacob had vanished. He allegedly also matched the description given for the man last seen with Annie McCarrick, leading some to believe that he may have been involved in some or all of the mysterious disappearances. However, Murphy has maintained that he has nothing to do with the disappearances and has been questioned about the cases on numerous occasions by the police. Murphy, a carpenter, had also completed some work in a shop owned by Deirdre's grandmother. But Deirdre's mother doesn't believe that Larry Murphy was responsible for her daughter's disappearance. Despite all of these, police have never been able to charge Murphy for the disappearances. To date, there's no solid evidence connecting Murphy to the crimes. Another possible suspect was an IRA member who was found to have possibly been with Annie McCarrick on the night she disappeared and divulged secret information to her. Police received information that the man had told another IRA member that he had given Annie a ride from Johnny Fox's pub to a bus station in Bray before her disappearance. It was suspected that he had actually murdered her to keep her quiet and buried her body in the mountains. This man has a history of sexually assaulting children. Suspiciously, the IRA moved the man to France and then later to the U.S. shortly after McCarrick's disappearance. So far, Robert Howard has not been charged for any of the disappearances and remains a free man. Known as Wolfman by the media, Howard is considered a potential suspect in the case. A convicted sex offender, he was sentenced to life in prison in 2003 for the rape and murder of 14-year-old Hannah Williams in 2001. Howard's criminal history includes multiple convictions for rape, and he is believed to be connected to the murders of several women across England and Northern Ireland. His offenses include the sexual assault of a 6-year-old girl and a 58-year-old woman. Howard's criminal activity occurred around the same time that several women in the Vanishing triangle were disappearing, and he is suspected of being in Ireland when Annie McCarrick went missing. However, there has never been sufficient evidence to link him to these crimes. The disappearances have been featured in documentaries and books, but due to the lack of concrete evidence and the complexity of the cases, the mystery of Ireland's Vanishing Triangle remains unsolved. Moving on to the next case. Tony Jones. When faced with the choice of traveling across a country or earning money, a working holiday can offer the best of both worlds. This idea of working while exploring different cities and sites was what drew 20-year-old Anthony John Jones, known as Tony. A native of Perth, Western Australia, Tony planned to spend 6 months traveling on a working holiday and was scheduled to return home shortly after he mysteriously disappeared in 1982. Before vanishing, Tony had spent time in Adelaide, Melbourne, Canberra, and Sydney. While these trips were mostly brief, he did spend several months in Brisbane before he and his brother Tim decided it was time to start heading home. For 3 weeks, the 20-year-old hitchhiked while his brother traveled by bicycle, and they kept in contact by phoning relatives and leaving messages for one another. While on their way to Townsville, Queensland, the pair stopped at Mackay and Airlie Beach. When they reached Townsville, they spent a week together in a caravan with 2 other travelers. Once more deciding that it was time to move, Tim began the 559-mile trek to Mount Isa, while Tony opted to set off alone on October 28th for a trip to the Cairns. He arrived back in Townsville 6 days later on November 3rd, where he called his family and girlfriend back home. By this time, Tim had already reached Mount Isa, while their mother informed Tony that she had sent the pair $150 to split between them. This was the last time that Tony was heard from. After this point, his calls ceased. His bank account was left untouched, and he never reached Mount Isa where his brother was waiting. After waiting for a few days, Tim realized something must be wrong. Back in Perth, the rest of the family grew concerned as they hadn't heard from the 20-year-olds, and neither had his girlfriend. Despite their growing alarm, the family waited 8 days after their last phone call with him to report him missing. They hoped that he was simply having trouble finding someone to give him a lift to Mount Isa, but it soon became apparent that this wasn't the issue. It is believed that Tony went missing on the Flinders Highway, which is about 487 miles long and runs from Townsville to Cloncurry. The remote road which connects the outback to Queensland is said to have a disturbing reputation. 11 individuals disappeared from or were murdered along the highway between 1970 and 2018. Isolated and barren, former Queensland detective Jim Slade stated that the area was a place of opportunity for someone wishing to cause harm to another. Further fueling the eerie notoriety of Flanders Highway is Dr. Susanna Fay, a University of Queensland expert in place-based crime who stated, quote, "The 70s-80s is the highest point of Australian violent crime, and I do think that we continue to come back to this kind of crime of opportunity. You do have these tight-knit communities, so it's very possible that people will see things. But because outsiders coming through is somewhat normal, they may not even realize what they've seen." Much of the investigation into Tony's disappearance is messy, and the case has gained a reputation as one of Australia's most high-profile missing persons cases, due to the fact it was horrendously mishandled by the Queensland Police. Reportedly, many of the police force's recruits were later charged with or tried for corruption. According to news.com.au, it is emblematic of the Queensland police culture during the 1980s, which the Fitzgerald Inquiry found to be debilitated by misconduct, inefficiency, incompetence, and deficient leadership. The Fitzgerald Inquiry involved an investigation into police corruption and misconduct in Queensland. The biggest lead in the case appeared in January of 1983. Just months after Tony was last heard from, when investigators received an anonymous letter in which the writer claimed to know the whereabouts of the 20-year-old's remains. The envelope bore a Cairns postmark, a location Tony had visited in the days before he vanished, and simply read, "I believe body of A.J. Jones, buried in or near Fullerton Riverbed within 100 yards south side Flinders Highway." Lochiel, the chilling letter prompted detectives to order a search of the area described with this exploration, taking 2 whole days. But in the end, they found nobody and dismissed the note as an unpleasant hoax. Inquest documents would later reveal that in the weeks leading up to the search, the dry riverbed was filled with about 20 feet of water, which meant there was not much hope of finding any trace of Tony or his possessions. Tony's family, for their part, did not believe the letter was deceptive and began urging the police to pull DNA from it, which could help identify the killer or at least a strong witness. However, the police repeatedly declined to do so. It wasn't until 2007 that the authorities revealed the letter had been misplaced in the years following its arrival at the police station. Another horrendously botched piece of evidence came from a witness who told the police that he had joined Tony along with an older man at the Rising Sun Hotel in Townsville. The older man had reportedly picked the 20-year-old up earlier in the day and suggested they head to the pub for a meal before visiting Charters Towers. The witness engaged in light conversation with the two, who revealed their plans. As far as we know, providing this witness was correct in identifying Tony, this was the last time the young man was seen alive. The witness described the older man to a police sketch artist and was able to provide details about the man's vehicle, along with identifying scars on his arms. But it wasn't until 1992, an entire decade after Tony's disappearance, that the sketch of this man was made public. It is believed that the police delayed revealing the image to the public because the older man described bore a striking resemblance to one of the police's own retired officers. After the image was published on November 2, 1992, law enforcement was flooded with calls that claimed the image matched that of a former policeman named Mervyn Henry Stevenson. The arm scars described were a good match to those Stevenson had, and his vehicle was very similar to the one described in the Identicut. At the time of Tony's disappearance, Stevenson had recently retired from the force. He was seen to be a clean and decorated officer who had started in Coon, a coastal town that as of 2016 has a population of just 364 people, and eventually he worked his way through the ranks to become a superintendent in charge of the Townsville Police District. However, a few years after he retired, his reputation was reduced to rubble when corruption charges were laid against him. A police report alleged Stevenson of being involved in cattle stealing, failing to investigate a slew of drug-related offenses and also declining to examine the dubious suicide of another officer. However, Stevenson was never investigated for any of these charges because Police Commissioner Terry Lewis refused to approve the inquisition. Notably, Lewis was later charged with 23 counts of perjury, corruption, and forgery. He was stripped of his previously bestowed knighthood and given 14 years behind bars. Stevenson, meanwhile, died in 2001. 30 years after Tony's disappearance in early 2002, the results of a long-delayed coroner's inquest were revealed. It was found that despite nobody being recovered, the 20-year-old was a victim of homicide. His death certificate was eventually issued in 2006. In 2007, Tony's family reviewed the inquest documents and discovered that numerous major leads were ignored by investigators back in the 1980s. Numerous witnesses who came forward in 1982 were never interviewed until 2001, while much of the case's statements and evidence were either dismissed or missing altogether. Furthermore, the investigation didn't even start until 3 days after the 20-year-old was reported missing. It was also revealed that somehow Tony's dental records were lost, and the police declined to collect a report from the hospital about the treatment the young man had received shortly before he vanished. Officers also failed to assist the family in searching the area around the phone booth where Tony had last called from. The family took it upon themselves to go door to door to conduct inquiries. Obviously distressed by all this information, Tony's family petitioned the Queensland Attorney General to reopen the investigation, but their requests were continuously disregarded until 2010. During this year, Tony and Tim's other brother Brian sent the Attorney General a pair of the 20-year-old's shoes with a note that asked him to walk a day in the shoes of a victim of Queensland crime. After a campaign with the theme of "Walk a Day in My Shoes" was launched, the inquest was reopened the following day. In 2011, it was discovered that even more evidence had been neglected by the authorities. The family were told by a grazier that in 1982 he had handed over evidence to investigators when he came across a campsite in Cloncurry. Along with a friend who was a retired police officer, the grazier found what was left of some camping gear, and among it, a letter addressed to Tony signed by the 20-year-old's mother. Despite the fact this evidence was incredibly important, it seemed to simply languish in the hold of the police until it was eventually lost or destroyed. After the family were told about this evidence, they insisted that a thorough investigation of the area where it was found was carried out. The search occurred, but only after 9 more months had passed. It took place on October 11th and involved 8 police officers and 4 state emergency service workers, all of whom spent 6 hours combing through the area. Unsurprisingly, given the passage of time, there was nothing left of Tony's belongings. A few days following the search, a former inmate came forward and revealed that his old cellmate, Michael Laundress, had admitted to the slaying of a young man 18 years after Tony's disappearance. The former inmates didn't make the connection to Tony right away, given that almost 2 decades had passed since the crime. It wasn't until the inquest was reopened that he realized Tony's disappearance may have been the one his cellmate was talking about. Laundress reportedly stated, "I did a bloke in out near Mount Isa. He was hitchhiking at the time and I buried him out there. Frustratingly, due to repeated delays, stalls in the inquest and the replacement of the coroner during the middle of it all, Laundress died in October of 2015, having never made a statement." At some point during the inquest, a tip-off was received by the police that a person of interest in the case had given away a rifle, which appeared to be the same as the dismantled one Tony had been carrying at the time of his disappearance. However, investigators delayed interviewing the witness for many months. Reportedly, when they finally did speak with this witness, authorities showed him an image of the wrong gun and dismissed the line of inquiry when the individual couldn't identify it. The weapon is described as a .22 caliber rifle with a dark red stained stock and serial number 257435. In December of 1982, the town of Hughenden became a place of interest when around 5 individuals alleged that between 12th and 14th November, they interacted with and spoke with a young male hitchhiker who resembled Tony. Following this reveal, investigators spoke with locals and collected statements where they discovered differing accounts from witnesses. One described the young man as being of Aboriginal descent, while another called him an Italian tourist. The other remaining statements referred to a man with a full beard. One witness in particular recalled speaking with Tony at around 8 p.m. on November 12th and noted he had what she called an Abraham Lincoln-style beard. This lead subsequently fell through as Tony had recently shaved off his beard in the days before his disappearance. Additionally, he had not used his bank accounts or called his girlfriend or family. This indicated that something untoward had happened to him on or around November 3rd. In a separate news report, further witnesses later emerged who claimed that they all knew of one individual, though some reports say it was two men who had confessed to the murder of a hitchhiker in Huyen Den. The timeline for this alleged slaying lines up as Tony would have been passing through the town at the time. There are allegations that Tony's body was disposed of in a slaughter yard following his death. In July of 2017, the coroner ruled that there was insufficient evidence for a search of the slaughterhouse to be carried out using ground-penetrating radar, much to the family's disappointment. In February of 2016, during the lead-up to the new inquest, it was confirmed that Mervyn Stevenson, the retired police officer believed to have been seen with Tony during his last days, would be named a suspect. A secondary artist sketch was created by Townsville-Bolson artist Chris Brunton in the 1990s, which attracted several more leads. These leads had not been investigated by the time of the 2002 inquest, and the coroner encouraged the authorities to look into them, particularly in relation to two individuals who were named persons of interest. The individuals went by Pickering and Douglas. However, it took 7 years before the police acted on these instructions. By this time, both men were dead. Another suspect arose several years after the first few did in 1999, when an internal police memo obtained by the family noted, quote, "I have also received a letter from a retired grazier who was named a suspect by the name of blank. And I note that his history indicates that he is most probably a blank, and I consider that he should be interviewed. I have attached a copy of the letter." However, neither the grazier's letter nor any further details pertaining to this line of inquiry were revealed or discussed at the 2002 inquest, nor were they made available to the family. Evan Millett, an Australian serial killer known for the backpacker murders in which he killed 2 men and 5 women between 1989 and 1992, was initially considered a person of interest, but was ruled out of the investigation in 2016. In the years since, the family has continued to be stonewalled and face infuriating hurdles that bring the case to a standstill time and time again. Many witnesses with information have started to bypass the police altogether and directly contact the family. Another of Tony's brothers, Mark told news.com.au, Detective Sergeant Brendan Stevenson, has become so hostile towards the family that he has sought legal advice about possible action against the family for criticisms made during the inquest, as well as to find legal reasons not to keep the family updated as to any progress with the investigations. At the time of the recording of this video, the most recent update in Tony's case comes from 9 Now, which appears to be the only news outlet reporting on allegations that the 20-year-old was killed in a pub brawl. 3 women have come forward with the story, but the men who are reportedly involved have denied any involvement in Tony's disappearance. Tony's mysterious disappearance in 1982 is considered the catalyst for the creation of Australia's National Missing Persons Week in 1988. The week aims to raise awareness about the tragedy and the lasting impact on the families of missing individuals. In 2008, Tony's photograph and details were featured on a pack of cold case playing cards, which were distributed to inmates in several Queensland prisons. Unfortunately, the cards did not lead to any breakthroughs, and Tony's case remains unsolved. He was last seen and heard from in Townsville, Queensland, on November 3, 1982. Tony is described as a white male with green eyes and brown hair. At the time of his disappearance, he was about 5 foot 7 inches tall with a slim build. Moving on to the next case. Charlie Ross. In 1874, America's first kidnapping victim for ransom was Charles Brewster Ross. or Charlie as he was commonly known. Even though Charlie Ross's case is almost a century and a half old, it has not been resolved, and his fate is still unknown. Christian K. Ross and his wife Sarah Ann welcomed Charlie into the world on May 4, 1870, in Philadelphia, Pennsylvania. He had 3 sisters and 2 brothers. The couple resided in a big estate in Germantown, a wealthy neighborhood of Philadelphia, and were for a while comparatively well off. On July 1, 1874, Charlie and his 6-year-old brother Walter were playing in the family's front garden. Sarah Ann was away in Atlantic City recovering from an illness while Christian spent most of the day working at his store. The children were watched over by the home's servants. When Christian returned home from work, he was not immediately alarmed to find that Walter and Charlie were not in the front garden, as one of the maids claimed they had seen the boys playing out on the street with friends. However, Christian was soon alerted by a neighbor who'd witnessed the boys being taken away in a horse-drawn carriage. It was later uncovered that, over a period of several days, 2 men had supplied the children with sweets. And on July 1st, they'd approached and offered Charlie and Walter not only sweets, but fireworks too. They promised the children they'd get both of these things if they agreed to ride with the strangers. The boys agreed, but shortly after pulling away from their home, 4-year-old Charlie began to cry. Walter was dropped off at a local store and given money to buy fireworks. But when he returns, the kidnappers and his brother were gone. Before we continue, we want to remind you that only a small percentage of people who watch our videos are actually subscribed. So if you enjoy our content, consider subscribing. It's free and you can always change your mind later. Now, let's move on with the video. Walter was soon reunited with his family by a local citizen, but Charlie remained missing. On July 3rd, Christian placed an ad in the local paper offering $300 for his son's safe return. Soon after this, he began to receive ransom letters from the apparent kidnappers. The letters came in the form of notes mailed from post offices in Philadelphia and beyond, and they were written poorly. The handwriting was described as odd, while the writing itself barely literate with extremely poor spelling and grammar. The ransom letters demanded $20,000 for the safe return of Charlie, which is the equivalent of around $450,000 today. The kidnappers cautioned the family against contacting law enforcement and threatened to hurt Charlie if Christian did not cooperate. However, by this point in time, the Ross family had lost a considerable amount of their wealth. Although they continued to live in a large house in an affluent area, Christian's store was beginning to buckle due to the stock market crash of '73, and the family was heavily in debt. As a result, they simply could not afford the ransom demands. The family saw no way out, and so they contacted their local police departments. Several provident Philadelphians enlisted the help of the famous Pinkerton Detective Agency, the same agency which we've covered on a previous episode of Cold Case Detective discussing Dorothy Arnold. The agency printed thousands of flyers and posters featuring Charlie's likeness. And while the police officers conducted one of the 19th century's biggest manhunts, they could not locate the missing 4-year-old. While several attempts were made to deliver the ransom money to the kidnappers, each time the perpetrators failed to appear. After 23 notes, Charlie's abductors ceased communicating with his family. The case took a twist 5 months later when, on the night of December 13th, the house of a judge living in Brooklyn was burgled. The judge's brother, who lived next door, gathered members of his household, and they each armed themselves with weapons and set out to catch the intruders. The men gunned down both burglars, career criminals named Bill Mosher and Joe Douglas, who were recently released from jail. While Mosher was killed instantly, Douglas lived 2 more hours and was able to briefly communicate with the men who had shot him. It seems to be rather unclear exactly what Joe Douglas said that night, but the general consensus appears to be that he admitted that he and Moshe had abducted Charlie Ross. But he also said that his now dead partner knew the current location of the 4-year-old. After this, however, his statements became unclear again. There is some confusion over whether he admitted that Charlie was dead or whether he stated that the boy would be returned to his family in a few days. It seemed to be agreed upon that Douglas would have no reason to lie because he knew he was dying when he confessed. If Charlie was still alive at the time the two men passed away, he was never returned to his family. Soon after this, Walter Ross was taken to New York to see if he could identify Moshe and Douglas as the men who'd taken Charlie that day in July. Walter immediately recognized them, especially Moshe, who had a distinctly malformed nose, as the cartilage had been destroyed by cancer. It was soon discovered that a disgraced policeman named William Westervelt was an associate of Bill Mosher and also his brother-in-law. Westervelt was arrested and held in connection with the case, and in 1875 he was tried for Charlie's kidnapping. While awaiting trial, Westervelt apparently told Christian that Charlie was alive at the time of Mosher's death. However, the former police officer could not be tied to the crime, and Walter insisted that he was not one of the kidnappers. Subsequently, Westervelt was found not guilty of kidnapping, but was convicted of a lesser conspiracy charge and ultimately served 6 years in prison, though he continued to maintain his innocence throughout his sentence. In the first year alone, following Charlie's kidnapping, 600 sightings flooded in from all across the country, but sadly, none of them panned out. 2 years after he went missing, Christian's father wrote a book about the case and had it published. He used the money he made from his best-selling novel to continue his search for his son's whereabouts. By 1878, the media frenzy surrounding the case began to piece around. To renew interest, Christian had the book reprinted and began giving lectures in Boston. Both he and Charlie's mother, Sarah Ann, continued to search for their son until the day they passed away. Christian in 1897 and Sarah Ann in 1912. The couple followed copious amounts of leads, interviewed over 570 people, and spent approximately $60,000 searching for Charlie, hoping that one day they could bring him home. In 1924, to coincide with the 50th anniversary of when Charlie vanished, the local papers began reporting on the case again. By that time, Walter Ross was an adult and working as a stockbroker. He reported that he and his siblings continued to receive letters from men claiming to be their missing brother. And during their lifetime, it was found that the siblings investigated around 1,000 impersonators. The most notable of these came from a man named Gustav Blair, who was a 69-year-old carpenter living in Phoenix, Arizona in 1934, when he came forward. He petitioned for the courts to recognize him as the real Charlie Ross, claiming that he'd been abducted as a child and lived in a cave for a time before being adopted by a man who later told him in 198 that he was the missing 4-year-old from Philadelphia and that he had kept him for the kidnappers. The Ross siblings were not happy about this, with Walter exhausted from the years of con men attempting to get a slice of the family inheritance, labeling Blair a crank and saying that he found Blair's story to be unconvincing. He added later that he believed the idea of Charlie still being alive was absurd, stating, "We've long ago given up hope that Charlie would ever be found alive." Despite their unhappiness, the Ross family did not spend time contesting Blair's claims, and so the court ruled that he was Charles Brewster Ross. Even with this, Blair was never acknowledged by the family as their missing brother, and they did not leave him any money or property from their parents' estates. For a short while, Blair moved to LA and attempted to sell his life story to a movie studio, but this endeavor failed. He eventually moved to Germantown, then back to Phoenix with his wife. Blair died in December of 1943, age 73, still claiming to be Charlie Ross. However, his descendants later took a DNA test which conclusively proved he was not the missing child, but really a man named Nelson Miller. The fates of Westervelt, Mosher, and Douglas served as a deterrent to anyone who wished to kidnap for ransom. The next high-profile ransom case did not occur until 1900, when 16-year-old Edward Coude Jr. was abducted while running errands. The case of Charlie Ross was what prompted the famous "don't take candy from strangers" notion, and the missing persons database. The Charlie Project was named after him. Not only this, but as a result of the case, Pennsylvania later became the first state to pass a law changing kidnapping from a misdemeanor to a felony. The Ross family home was torn down in 1926, and Walter passed away in 1943. With him died perhaps the final chance of ever recovering Charlie. It's an odd case because Charlie's location has never been found, but the name of the kidnappers is known, and officials and his family are still unsure of his fate nearly a century and a half later. Moving on to the next case. Dardine family murder. 3 members of the Dardine family were brutally killed in their Ena, Illinois, home on November 18, 1987. Keith Dardine, their father, husband, and leader of the household, was missing and thought to have murdered his family. But the next day, Keith would also be discovered dead. The case would go unresolved even after a serial killer confessed to the murders 10 years later. The year was 1986. Ena was a small rural town of about 490 occupants. The town had a store, bank, gas station, firehouse, and a post office, but nothing else. In 1986, Russell Keith Dardine, who preferred to go by his middle name, completed his training for his job as a treatment plant operator. Keith was a native of Mount Carmel, and after completing his training, he bought a trailer and moved to Ena to be closer to his job. His wife, Ruby Elaine Dardine, who was from Albion, would move to Ena with the couple's 2-year-old son, Peter, shortly after. They rented a land close to Keith's job at a water treatment facility in the woodlands beside Route 37 from a nearby farming couple. Keith's wife, Ruby Elaine Dardine, who too preferred to go by her middle name, worked at an office supply store in Mount Vernon. Keith and Elaine were avid churchgoers, and when they were not working, they played in a musical ensemble in a local Baptist church. Keith was the lead singer while Elaine played the piano. In 1987, Elaine became pregnant with her second child. They were going to name their new child either Ian or Casey, depending upon the gender of the child. As they were welcoming their new child, Keith put up his trailer for sale and decided on moving from the area to a safer place. The area they had been living in had been becoming increasingly violent, and the family did not feel safe living in the area. There had been 15 homicides in Jefferson County during the span of just 2 years. With the increase in violence, Keith became so protective of his family that on one occasion, he refused entry to his home to a young woman who had asked to use their phone. Keith's mother said that Keith wanted to move back to Mount Carmel even if he were unable to find a job, and that he regretted ever moving to Ina. On November 18, 1987, Keith did not show up for work and did not inform anyone that he was not coming to work that day. He was an extremely reliable worker, and his supervisor thought this was out of character for him. He became concerned when calls to his house went unanswered. He then called Keith's parents, who said they hadn't seen him either. Keith's parents became worried when they called and no one answered the phone. Keith's father, Don Dardine, called the sheriff's office and agreed to drive down to Ina with the spare house key and meet deputies at Keith's house. After reaching the trailer, they knocked on the door, and when no one answered, they used the spare key to enter the trailer. Once inside, they were met with a crime scene so violent and gruesome that it would haunt them for the rest of their lives. Inside, in the same bed, were the bodies of Elaine, her 3-year-old son, Peter, and a newly born baby girl. Both Peter and Elaine had been bound and gagged with a duct tape and beaten to death with a baseball bat found at the crime scene. The baseball bat had been a birthday present to Peter from Keith earlier that year. Elaine had been beaten so grievously that she had gone into labor and given birth to the girl 2 months before her due date. The killer, or killers, took no mercy and beaten the newborn to death as well. Elaine had suffered a blow on the right top of her head that had fractured her skull, and Peter has suffered numerous abrasions and contusions, and his skull was also fractured. At first, Keith was suspected of the crime as he was nowhere to be found. Keith's car, a red 1981 Plymouth, was missing, and police believed Keith murdered his family in a fit of rage and was on the run. However, friends and family did not believe Keith would harm his family. A team was quickly assigned to search for him, but the search quickly ended when a group of hunters found his body in a wheat field approximately a mile away. Keith had been shot 3 times, once in the front skull, once in the right side of the face, and one on the left cheek. His penis was also cut off. His car was parked outside the police station in the town of Benton, 11 miles from his home. His blood was found splattered in the car, and police concluded that he was likely murdered in his car. An autopsy concluded he was likely killed within 1 or 2 hours from the rest of the family. News of the killings caused an unrest among the people living in the area. Many residents bought guns and carried them everywhere to protect themselves. Before the murders, locals used to leave their doors unlocked, but now they checked twice to make sure they were locked. A coroner in a nearby Franklin County said that the locals were so scared to let strangers into their homes that if someone was to run out of gas on a country road, instead of knocking on the doors, they would have a better luck walking the highway or hitching a ride. A total of 30 detectives were assigned to the case, working day-night. More than 100 people were interviewed, but the police were stumped to find a motivation for the killings. No one had anything bad to say about the family. The trailer home was in order with no sign of forced entry. The back door of the trailer had been left open. A VCR, a portable camera, cash, and jewelry were lying in plain sight, but none of it was stolen. The killer or killers had also made an attempt to clean up the crime scene, suggesting they were not in a hurry to leave. Elaine had not been sexually assaulted, and police found no evidence to suggest that Elaine or Keith had any extramarital affairs that could have led to the murders. Police did find small amounts of marijuana in the trailer, but it wasn't enough to suggest that they were involved in drug dealings. In fact, police started to believe that marijuana may have belonged to the killers. The family wasn't known to be in debts or known anyone who held grudges against them. A stack of papers with sports scores were found in the house, and police wondered if Keith had been in gambling debts. However, it was quickly ruled out. The murders were so brutal that the locals started to believe that Satanist cults were responsible. But a police expert ruled them out, as cults often mutilated bodies extensively and leave symbols and lit candles at the crime scene. Police did not believe they were randomly chosen, but that it was very personal. Keith's mother, Joanne, said, "I think someone wanted Keith to sell drugs, and he refused. There's also a possibility that someone liked Elaine and she would not accept his advances, and he took out his rage on both of them. We just don't know." With little leads to follow, the case started to go cold. Joanne worked hard to keep the public interest in the case. She would call the detectives throughout 1990s, offering possible leads she had gathered or asking for any information on the case. She was able to collect more than 3,000 signatures from residents asking the Oprah Winfrey Show to air the case. But the producers of the show turned her down, stating that the crime was too brutal to be featured on daytime television. America's Most Wanted also turned down airing the show at first, but eventually ran a segment in 1998. However, the feature failed to generate any leads. In 1999, Tommy Lynn Sells was arrested for cutting the throats of 2 girls near Del Rio, Texas. One of the girls survived and was able to identify Sells as the killer. He was convicted and sentenced to death for that murder, and another one he committed earlier in 1999. While in prison, he started confessing to a number of other murders that he claimed to have committed while hitchhiking and hopping trains to get around the country. Among these murders, he claimed to have murdered the Dardine family. In 2010, Sells claimed that in November of 1987, while traveling through Jefferson County, he met Keith at a truck stop or maybe a pool hall, and Keith invited him to his home for dinner. After the meal, Sells said Keith suggested to engage in a threesome with him and Elaine. He claimed that this alleged sexual offer had set him off, and in an uncontrollable rage, he murdered the whole family. However, friends and family and the police do not believe this, given how protective Keith was of his family to even consider letting strangers into his home. Sells was interviewed numerous times, and during these questionings, his story changed several times. Sells gave details that were consistent with the general facts that were already reported publicly. When questioned about the information that was kept secret from the public, he was less trustworthy. In 2000, when Sells first confessed, Joanne thought he was the murderer. But as the years passed, she became increasingly certain that he was not at fault. Police were only able to connect Sells to 22 murders, none of which involved the Dardine family, despite his confession to more than 70 homicides. 2014 saw his execution. Moving on to the next case. Jeremy Stoner. On July 16, 1980, Jeremy Stoner was born in California. He had 3 siblings: Justin, his younger brother, and Jason and Joshua, his 2 elder brothers. They resided in the charming and picturesque city of Vallejo, California. Jason was a cheerful and energetic youngster. He cherished his friends and family. He enjoyed going to school and learning new things. He liked to ride his bike, play with his toys, and watch cartoons. He had a bright smile and a big heart. On Saturday morning, February 21, 1987, 6-year-old Jeremy was playing outside with his 2 older brothers aged 9 and 11 near their house. Jeremy and his brothers were being watched by a relative while their parents were at work. Their relative had to leave suddenly to take her sick daughter to the emergency room. The boys were told to stay home until their parents returned. Instead, they headed over to a neighbor's house. While there, a neighbor scolded Jeremy for spilling ketchup, and they left. The boy's mother returned home at 4 p.m. to find the house empty, and she assumed the boys were playing at a neighbor's as they often did. But when the 2 older boys returned without Jeremy 2 hours later, the family launched a search effort. With Jeremy nowhere to be seen, they called the police. Vallejo police quickly determined Jeremy had been kidnapped. The last sighting of him was believed to be at a Dairy Queen on Springs Road, about a 5-minute walk from the family home. A worker there told investigators they saw Jeremy with an adult man around 7:30 that evening. 4 days later, on February 25, 1987, Jeremy's body was found on Sherman Island in Sacramento County. 4 people driving down Sherman Island Road in the Delta found themselves stuck in the mud. The driver got out to look for something to wedge under the tires. Instead, she discovered the body of a little boy. He had been assaulted, stabbed, and strangled. They called the police and told them about the discovery they made. Investigators arrived at the crime scene soon after. They collected all the evidence they could and stored it for future use. The news of Jeremy's demise spread quickly in Vallejo. The people were outraged and heartbroken by what happened to him. They felt sorry for his family and wanted to support them in any way they could. They gave them flowers, cards, and hugs. They searched for Jeremy when he was missing. They held a candlelight vigil for him. They also prayed for him and his family. The mayor of Vallejo at that time was Terry Curtola. He said that the people of Vallejo became part of the Stoner family for 4 days. He reiterated that they searched, cried, and prayed for him. It was not long until a suspect walked right into the Vallejo Police Department. About a week after Jeremy lost his life, an unemployed security guard named Sean Quincy Melton told police he may have information about the case. By his own admission, Melton said he wanted to impress detectives with his amateur investigation. He wanted, in his own words, to be a big shot. Video of his interrogation, though, showed the slow transformation of Melton from a swaggering sleuth to a bewildered crime suspect. He had a troubled past and a disturbing mindset, as evidenced by his authorship of a book titled The Wolf's Den, which depicted child exploitation. Although he claimed it was a work of fiction, some doubted that it was entirely detached from his own experiences. Sean Melton voluntarily visited the police station to provide information related to the case. He indicated that he had heard rumors and witnessed certain things that might aid in locating the perpetrator. However, the police held suspicions about his involvement in the crime. Their skepticism regarding Sean Melton was based on a legitimate reason. Before his visit, his psychologist had alerted the authorities and revealed that Sean Melton had confessed to having disturbing fantasies involving young boys. The psychologist expressed concerns that Sean Melton might pose a danger and could potentially be linked to Jeremy Stoner's case. The police subjected Sean Melton to an extensive 30-hour interrogation, during which they posed numerous questions and administered a polygraph test. They also created a sketch of him and compared it to a witness's description of the abductor. Their objective was to obtain information and potentially ascertain his involvement in the case. Sean Melton vehemently denied any involvement in the crime, asserting his innocence and claiming no knowledge of the case. He successfully passed the polygraph test, and the sketch of him did not match the witness's description. He maintained that his sole intention was to assist the police in solving the case. However, the police persisted in their pursuit of Sean Melton and put forward a new hypothesis. They alleged that Sean Melton suffered from multiple personality disorders and suggested that one of his alter egos named John Wolfe could have been the perpetrator. They contended that Sean Melton had no recollection of these actions. In response, the authorities arrested Sean Melton, charging him with kidnapping as well as taking Jeremy's life. Nevertheless, they lacked sufficient evidence to secure a conviction. 2 trials were conducted, but on both occasions the juries could not reach a unanimous verdict. Consequently, the judge was compelled to dismiss the case. Sean Melton passed away in 2000 without ever admitting to any involvement in Jeremy Stoner's tragic fate. The case of Jeremy Stoner remained unsolved for many years, classified as a cold case due to the lack of progress and the absence of fresh leads or evidence. However, in 2023, a significant development occurred in Jeremy Stoner's case. The police received a new lead thanks to an advanced technology known as DNA testing. DNA, a unique genetic code present in every individual's body, can be instrumental in identifying a person or their familial connections. The police harness DNA testing to compare samples obtained from Jeremy's remains with those in a criminal database. This breakthrough held the promise of shedding new light on the long-standing mystery surrounding Jeremy's tragic fate. The police found a match. They finally found the perpetrator. The perpetrator's name is Fred Marion Kane III. 69-year-old Kane was arrested at his home in Central Point, Oregon. District Attorney Krishna Abrams said, "I am so thankful to have such dedicated cold case investigators that no matter how much time goes by, they remain steadfast in their commitment to solving these horrific cases." Media reports from 1984 show Kane, then 30, was suspected of assaulting a 17-year-old in San Bernardino County. Kane and his roommate were arrested on suspicion of assaulting the teen at knife point. Kane was charged with forcible assault and use of a weapon with enhancements for 4 previous prison terms, but was found not guilty by a jury later that year. The Solano County District Attorney's Office said it is not releasing further information due to the ongoing nature of the investigation, but Kane's arrest has likely drawn the attention of police and Martinez. Since the beginning, Jeremy's case was often mentioned in the same breath as that of Eric Coy. In late January 1987, just a month before Jeremy's disappearance, 9-year-old Eric went for a bike ride between his Martinez home and that of a relative's. Eric knew the route well and rode it often. He left home around 11 a.m. with the expectation he would call, as he always did, once he reached his relative's home a few blocks away. When he did not call home, a search was undertaken. His body was found close to Martinez Junior High School. He had been stabbed nearly a dozen times and succumbed to his injuries. To this day, Eric's case remains unsolved. Anyone with information regarding the case is asked to call the District Attorney's Cold Case Unit at 707-784-8477. Kane made his first appearance in court in Solano County on September 28, 2023. The family of Jeremy Stoner was in the courtroom as Kane was brought in. Jeremy's mother, Karen Tabler, said, "I do not know if it is relief. Not feeling good, that is for sure." She added that it was hard to be in the same room as Kane. Paul Sekira, the Chief Deputy District Attorney for Solano County, said, "Well, I do not think you ever get closure. I've been here for a while. Although I've never witnessed families find real closure, I think that someone being held accountable will bring some solace. Moving on to the next case. The Doodler. There was a man sitting in the dark with a pencil, either hidden amid the flamboyantly and elegantly dressed people of Polk Street's lively nightlife, or under the watchful gaze of the fluorescent lights of the bars of the Castro and Tenderloin district. He would be modest and humble in his approach, according to survivors. According to the account, he would sit by himself, probably holding a pen in one hand and a drink in the other, and show guys sketches that he had previously made. One witness remembers seeing sketches of animals in a sketchbook. According to sealed police files, some of the attacks might have started with a drawing on a cocktail napkin. The subject of the makeshift artwork was the unintentional victim of a serial murderer who was furious, as shown by the horrific trail of victims he left behind. The Doodler is a nickname which seems almost light-hearted upon first glance, but to those who lived during his reign of terror, the name represents a very dark period in San Francisco's history, one of fear and uncertainty. He is San Francisco's other serial killer, still at large. Overshadowed by the Zodiac and the Zebra killings, the Doodler quietly preyed on those most vulnerable to violence at the time, the LGBTQ population. To date, 5 men between the ages of 20–766 have been ruled as victims of this artistically inclined assassin. But while the Doodler has only been publicly linked to cases in San Francisco, there is a chance that he may have continued to kill in other locations throughout the U.S. as well. The Doodler is known to frequent bars located in Macastro, Tenderloin, and Polk Street. Those areas were the main hangouts for people who wished to be free of society's scrutinizing eye. Only in those neighborhoods was it safe for 2 people of the same gender to walk hand in hand, as engaging in such brazen acts of homosexuality, while in the more mainstream neighborhoods could result in arrests for some and grievous bodily harm for others. The downtown neighborhood of the Tenderloin, in a similar fashion to how it is today, was home to a swath of affordable housing projects. As it was one of the very few places affordable enough for people who were single and estranged from family to live in San Francisco, the neighborhood became what many called the heart of the gay community from the late 60s until the early 70s. Despite the robust gay nightlife, San Francisco was not perfect by any means, as crimes against the LGBTQ population were rampant. When reflecting on San Francisco through the lens of the hippie movement and the Grateful Dead, it is easy to forget that the city was not always the mecca for the LGBTQ community that the media liked to portray it as. In fact, the now very liberal and inclusive city, hailed as the, quote, gay capital of America, according to a 1964 issue of Life magazine, and home to the free love movement, was not actually as free as it was made out to be, especially for those most vulnerable to society's wrath. Because homosexuality was not decriminalized locally until 1 month before the killings ceased. In the 2 years that the Doodler roamed the streets of the city, gay men had not only to fear the crimes that may be committed against them, but also the very people tasked with protecting them, the police. 2 men found kissing or even simply holding hands in public could yield an arrest, which could then lead to the names, addresses, and workplaces of those arrested, alongside their crimes of culture being publicized. Gay men could lose their jobs, their living spaces, their families, and essentially their lives as they knew it if outed by police. Because of this division, those who were on the receiving end of violence, be it at the hands of the Doodler or other miscreants, had to think twice before going to the police for help, as they were liable to be charged themselves simply for being themselves. While it was not uncommon for members of the LGBTQ community to experience a barrage of hate, especially after dark, a serial killer amidst their ranks was a new threat. The passing of the Consenting Adult Sex Bill in the spring of 1975 paved the way to decriminalizing homosexuality for the most part between consenting adults, yet the divisions and mistrust between the gay community and police still remained, a rocky relationship of which the Doodler took full advantage. The first victim of this artistic yet gruesome serial killer was found on the beach at 48th and Ulloa on January 24, 1974. Locals recall that back then, the dark and quiet sand dunes and cliffs of the area of Ocean Beach was a known location for casual gay hookups after dark. The fog enveloped San Francisco's shoreline like clockwork each morning, and the crime scene would have almost looked peaceful. But upon further inspection, first responders would have been treated to a bloody scene. The victim was Gerald Earl Kavanaugh, a Canadian man who had come to America for work and a better life. 49 years old at the time of his murder, he was known to frequent neighborhoods like the Tenderloin and Polk Street. Stabbed 17 times in the chest, back, and stomach, he was found parallel to the Great Highway. His body was partially submerged in the water. He had a short and stocky build and was balding. He was found with a bloody flashlight next to him. Found on his back face up, Kavanaugh had to be pulled in by first responders so that the ocean could not wash him or any more evidence away into obscurity. A Timex wristwatch and a few dollars were all that the victim had on him besides his bloodied clothes. Autopsy reports show that Kavanaugh was alive and conscious at the time of his stabbing. Evidence for this statement is apparent in the numerous defensive wounds on his hands and arms. He initially remained unidentified, being temporarily known as John Doe 7, as he was the seventh murderer of the year. He was a single man, and therefore detectives had very few details about his personal life from which to develop leads. After the killing, the police asked the media for help, and the San Francisco Chronicle published a piece asking for people to call in with much-needed new information. But the small and short article was buried on page 42, and many may have missed it. Police gave the newspaper a phone number to publish in hopes of acquiring new leads, but no viable witnesses came forward. Kavanaugh is believed to be the Doodler's first victim, and while logically all serial killers have to start somewhere, the likelihood that this was the killer's first foray into the world of violence is quite low, and there may be other victims we do not know about. The Doodler was not the only serial killer on San Francisco streets during that time period, however. In April of 1974, a second wave of random shootings committed by the so-called zebra killers overshadowed the then unrecognized pattern of gay men being violently assaulted and killed. One day in early 1975, 5 people were randomly shot on the streets of San Francisco, and over the next couple of days, people would be randomly shot at left and right. 2 innocent teenagers were gunned down getting a late-night snack. The randomness of the victims terrified both government officials and civilians alike. Parents didn't let their children play on the sidewalk or in parks. No one felt safe, and for a brief moment in time, the streets of San Francisco, normally with jostling crowds full of tourists and locals alike, were ghost towns with only the occasional scurrying citizen making their way from a central place to place while looking over their shoulders constantly. Due to the seriousness of the random killings, the cops would only communicate about the case on the Z or Z channel, thus leading to the killers being dubbed the Zebra Killers. The Zebra Killers had been indiscriminately shooting people walking the city streets in broad daylight, whereas the Doodler, who came out only at night, targeted a specific marginalized minority population, which had already been vilified by police and society as a whole. So it wasn't surprising that one case got more attention than the other from both investigators and the media alike. On top of it all, the infamous Zodiac Killer had been terrorizing the Bay Area and using up valuable police resources since 1968. So it was not only the zebra killings but also the Zodiac killings that further overshadowed a murderer who only targeted the gay population. On January 24th, the Doodler's first victim was found. On January 29th, the zebra killings restarted, and on January 30th and 31st, the Zodiac Killer re-emerged, mailing his first letter in 3 years, mocking police and threatening the public yet again. Perhaps he felt left out. Needless to say, the last few days of the first month of 1974 was turning out to be a somewhat busy week for the 16-man homicide squad of San Francisco, as well as for the media. 5 months later, nearly to the day, a second victim was found on 34th and Fulton by the lake on a path under a big tree. Jay Stevens was discovered on June 25, 1974, by a woman walking along Spreckles Lake in San Francisco. He was found with blood in his mouth and empty pockets. At 6'2", his physique was not only formidable, but he was also street smart. He kept his wits about him by abstaining from alcohol. He was found with 5 stab wounds. The victim was a well-known and deeply cherished local drag performer who went by the stage name Jay. Stevens was a Bay Area native who lived in the East Bay in Concord. Jay's drag queen performances were accompanied by comedy that those who were blessed enough to see him perform recall as being witty and avant-garde. Friends recall he would lip-sync Julie Andrews. He was the star of the bar scene and even had his own show at the PS Lounge called The Jay Stevens Show. He was well known all about town in some of the main gay hangouts such as the Cockpit, Bojangles, and the Gilded Cage. We know most about Stevens' life due to his local pseudo-celebrity status. A star drag queen, his sister recalls that even as a 6-year-old, Stevens would dress as a girl and would go by the name of Caroline. She remembers that when a draft letter came in the 1960s that he finally came out to the military recruiter, and he was of course denied a spot. This brought much shame to his family from their perspective. In 1973, Stevens received an award for his drag work at the Kabuki Theater in San Francisco, and his father, in what was for him a progressive act of acceptance and understanding, attended the award ceremony and bought his son, who was dressed as a woman, a corsage to honor his work and pronounce the acceptance of his true self. In some ways, this was the best last interaction they could have had. Stevens was only 27 years old when he was killed, and the medical examiner later determined that he had died only a few hours prior to his body being found. Witnesses state they saw him at a club the previous day. Based on defensive wounds, the medical detectives wondered, due to the remoteness of the area in relation to the clubs or restaurants, if possibly the killer lured and actually transported his victims himself in order to further isolate them. The third victim, Klaus Christmann, was discovered by a woman walking her dog on July 7, 1974. The woman, all these years later, remembers the moment she found the body vividly. The person who first found and notified the police of the existence of a body on the beach was Taube Weiss, who is now 95. She recalls stumbling upon the corpse of a German man at 6 a.m. while walking her German Shepherd, Moondance. Klaus was found at the base of Vicente Avenue on the beach. His death was visually even more brutal, if that was possible, than that of the previous victim's injuries, as he had considerably more stab wounds than Stevens and had been slashed in the throat several times. While the other victims had been single, Klaus was in a heterosexual marriage with 2 children. Originally from Germany, Klaus had come to America to, quote, achieve something better for himself and his family, as Klaus's daughter phrases it. She went on to say that, quote, many people thought that in America pretty much anything is possible, and you can achieve much more. The 31-year-old had been the owner of a bar which catered to both gay and straight customers alike, and while not publicly out, his daughter recalls believing that there was something he was hiding about his sexuality. In April of 1974, Klaus flew out to visit an American friend that he had met while the American was stationed overseas. From April of 1974 up until his death, Klaus enjoyed the bar scene immensely and was last seen on Saturday night partying at Bojangles, an open and inclusive dance club in the Tenderloin. The Tenderloin was a heavily policed area, but that doesn't mean it was safe. This would be the last time he was seen alive by any known witnesses. Fully clothed, carrying makeup, police report that the deceased's pants were unzipped and open. The stab wounds indicated that the killer used such force and rage in the neck area that the body was nearly decapitated. On May 12, 1975, the fourth victim was found on the Pacific Coast Highway, 1 block from where Kavanaugh's body was found. He was found by a local named Christopher Griffin, a 22-year-old who was out on a walk when he noticed a body near the sand dunes. At first, he thought the form was of a sunbather as it was a beautiful morning, but upon further inspection, the blood was evident. The victim was found stabbed 16 times. This victim was able to be identified quickly as Frederick Kappen, a nurse who had worked locally and was a decorated war veteran. Kappen's death may have started with the killer urging him to use the nearby sand dunes as a sort of private environment for a late-night soiree. The coroner notes, quote, "There was dried blood smeared on the soles of both shoes, on the hands, about the face and upper torso, anterior, lateral, and posterior." Kappen was wearing a corduroy jacket and a striped Picasso shirt when he died. While living, Kappen was a hero, credited officially with saving the lives of 4 Marines in Vietnam. He fought off the enemy and pulled 4 men to safety. He later became a nurse in San Francisco. When his family asked to visit him in the city in 1973, Kappen said no to them because he felt like it was too dangerous due to the Zodiac killings happening as well as the general crime of the city in the 70s. Kappen was an artist himself. His family recalls that he actually had artwork on display at a bar in Seattle. His sister recalls feeling unsettled upon learning about the artistry connection. She wonders if Kappen was perhaps targeted for his passion for art. The next victim, the Doodler's 5th officially, was Harold Goldberg, who was found at the 16th hole of the Lincoln Park Golf Course, a public course by Ocean Beach. He was found in the bushes with the coroner telling a reporter from the Chronicle that his body was hidden in an igloo-like cove of brush near the 16th hole of the golf course. Based on the state of decomposition, police believed Goldberg had been dead for around 2 weeks before being found. A Swedish-American immigrant, Goldberg was born on September 11th, 198, and had been naturalized to America 20 years before his death. He was the eldest of the known Doodler victims at the age of 66. He had no children nor family, so for some time he remained unidentified. He was found at 9:30 the Sunday morning, just 10 feet off a service road by a hiker. The victim seems to have been attacked with what they thought was a rock and tree branch. These details are consistent with a rage killing like the others, but Goldberg was notably not stabbed. Detectives on the case theorized that due to the incline of the area, the killer could have dropped the knife and had to improvise. The coroner wrote that, quote, "Deceased had no underpants and his blue pants were unzipped." There was also a handkerchief found at the scene that police speculated could have been dropped by the killer. Now the count was 5 men, all had been found dead within 4 miles of each other, all within the last 18 months. The killings would stop in June of 75, but the attacks would not. In July of 1975, police got what was their biggest break yet in the form of 3 failed Doodler killings. The first person the Doodler failed with after successfully killing 5 men was a man known by the media as only the Diplomat. While police are aware and have spoken with this surviving victim, his identity is unknown to the public. He is believed to be from a country in Northern Europe and is, according to police, still residing in the Bay Area and living as a gay man. While reporters have made attempts to track down the surviving witness, narrowing down the country of origin is difficult, as consulates in San Francisco were numerous back then as they are today. Rumors around the SFPD were that it may have been a Swedish diplomat known to frequent the Nubel, an inclusive piano bar. While the diplomat currently refuses to cooperate anymore in the investigation, his original statement held many important pieces of information. According to the police, the diplomat recalls that he first encountered the Doodler at 2 a.m. in July of 1975. He recalls that the gay bar, the Rear End, had just closed for the night, and its patrons were making their way to the next open and welcoming establishment for a carb-fueled after-party at the popular Market Street diner called the Truck Stop. It was there in the diner that the unnamed diplomat recalls meeting the artist. He remembers the artist reveling in the attention that he was receiving from drawing images of animals on napkins. According to police, the diplomat then invited the artist, who did not give his name nor was he asked for it, to his nearby high-rise residence at Fox Plaza at 1390 Market Street. His exact address was not disclosed for privacy reasons, but the police state that upon hearing the exact location, the Doodler said, "You must have a pretty good view there." The diplomat recalls that the artist then went to the restroom, locked the door, and did not come out for a bit. Miffed but intrigued, the diplomat was not on guard and had his back turned when the Doodler finally came out. He was then stabbed repeatedly with a steak knife. As he was being stabbed in the back, the killer was making attempts to turn him around to stab his chest area as well. The diplomat recalls the killer saying, quote, "You guys are all alike." In what was a stroke of luck for the victim, and perhaps bad planning on the part of the killer, the steak knife broke. No information on the origin of the steak knife is given in the media, as this is still an open case and some facts need to be withheld to preserve the integrity of the case in hopes of a conviction. But it could be reasoned that the killer found an impromptu weapon either at the diner or at the victim's home, and that is why the attack ultimately failed. It is unknown the exact weapon used in past cases, but the injuries of the Doodler's past victims indicate that something much sharper and more durable would have been needed to make such fatal and numerous injuries. In what some would say was a very foolish decision, less than 2 weeks after the attack on the diplomat, the Doodler returned to Fox Plaza, going up to the very same floor the diplomat lived on. In what may have been a case of mistaken identity or some sort of misappropriated need to finish the job no matter who the man was, the killer talked his way into an apartment just a few doors down from the diplomat. He got inside under the guise of needing to use the phone and was able to bind the man's hands and feet before the man screaming and pounding on the wall attracted the attention of neighbors who thankfully alerted the building's security. But the Doodler was able to slip out, unnoticed in the ensuing commotion. The second, failed victim, who has since passed according to Kevin Fagan, an investigative journalist who has published several pieces on the case and to whom the resurgence of media attention to the case can be attributed, also stated that the killer kept repeating the phrase, quote, "You guys are all alike." Unsatisfied and undeterred, the killer tried unsuccessfully for a third time, this time targeting not a diplomat but an actor that police state was well known enough in America to be fearful of being outed. The actor stated that after inviting the artist back to his residence and into his bed, the killer slipped up and allowed a concealed knife to fall from his long-sleeved jacket. Some wonder, especially due to obscure statements made about the unnamed actor, if he may have been Rock Hudson or Cary Grant. Both were said to frequent San Francisco's gay bars in the 70s, and both were outed in the latter years of their life. They both passed in the 80s, and their families have no comment. Fagan, a reporter for the SF Chronicle, does not disclose the identity of any of the victims due to their right to privacy. In all three aforementioned cases, the surviving victims did eventually file police reports, but they refused to testify in court due to the societal implications of their sexual orientation being revealed. While all three were not comfortable testifying, they all had interacted closely with the Doodler and could provide police a thorough physical description, something investigators desperately needed in order to drum up new leads. The diplomat had the best recollection of his attacker. He stated that the killer was African American, young, perhaps between the ages of 19 and 23, tall and lanky. He was described as having a narrow face with high-set cheekbones. The eyes were described as wide-set, and the diplomat reportedly said that they had a calm look to them. It should be noted that psychopaths are often observed as having an eerily calm affect, and their eyes can be described as dead or devoid of emotion, which some may perceive as calmness. With the diplomat's physical description in hand, in October of 1975, a sketch was made of the killer with the statement "serial killer" on the loose written underneath. It was shared with the public via the Centennial, a queer newspaper at the time which had been dutifully covering what mainstream media had neglected to report. A week later, the San Francisco Chronicle chose to publish it as well. By now, there had been 5 murders and 3 attempted murders related to the artist that police knew of, and time was of the essence to stop another attack. If the public knew anything, they needed to share it with police. and then a potential break. That month, a secretary of a psychiatrist from Highland Hospital called police claiming her boss was actually seeing the Doodler as a patient. But as the public was in a frenzy as the sketch of the suspect had just been released, her tip was buried under numerous others. When patient was still free 10 days later, the secretary at Highland Hospital called police again, agitated at the inaction and this time providing a license plate number for further identification purposes. 3 days later, the actual psychiatrist came forward and informed the police that, yes, one of his patients had confessed during a session that he was in fact the Doodler, and that he had committed the murders on Ocean Beach due to his hatred of being gay. The psychiatrist said that, in addition to the confession, his patient looked an awful lot like the sketch artist image that was circulating. The therapist stated that in addition to the murder confession, the patient had also admitted that he was having difficulty with his sexuality, but that talking to the psychiatrist helped. This fit with the self-hating theory, as many who have studied the case postulate that the killer was likely a gay man himself and harbored feelings of self-hatred and rage due to a lack of personal and societal acceptance. While the patient was most likely under the impression that confidentiality laws bound their conversations to secrecy, mandated reporting laws were updated in 1975 to include therapists, and the imminent threat that his patient faced to the public allowed the medical professional to discuss his session notes with police. With the name in hand, the police followed up with the patient, and while he told them he did used to struggle with his sexuality, he said that he had a girlfriend now and was doing well. With no concrete evidence linking him to the crime, as DNA technology was not sufficient enough to tie him to the crime scene or the bodies, the police could only watch him from afar, which they did, dedicating many man-hours to suspect surveillance. And while the police couldn't declare victory without a suspect in jail, the public began to breathe easier when, after that initial interview, the attacks stopped, at least locally. After the suspect was interviewed, and of course denied involvement, he took a strange roundabout trip through the United States. He went from the Bay Area to the South, then up the East Coast, and then to the Midwest. A trip with unknown purposes, although detectives allude to similar cases happening in subsequent areas but have refused to give further information due to the cases still being open. Police point to some suspiciously similar cases in Louisiana, however, but decline to give further details. Many coincidences tie this unknown patient to the murders, but not enough to convict. It was not until January of 1976 that this gruesome serial killer was finally referred to officially as the Doodler by mainstream media, so chosen, of course, due to his habit of luring victims with his impromptu art. In the wake of 5 unsolved and brutal stabbings and at least 3 attacks, the SF Chronicle made the Doodler front-page news. However, the delay, clearly political in nature due to the legality and perception of homosexuality prior to 1976, clearly impacted the direction of the case, with fresh witnesses and leads all but dried up in the ensuing years. Some wonder why the 3 survivors were so intent on keeping quiet. Did the killer somehow threaten their careers? Was their fear of being outed stronger than their thirst for justice or their desire to rid the streets of a serial killer? The justification behind such silence is unknown. While it has been over 40 years since the attacks and the age of the remaining victims would probably indicate they might be off of social media, their respective job titles at the time of the attack would indicate that they may still be in the public eye and may be willing to come forward now, knowing that the stigma surrounding same-sex interactions has been somewhat lessened, and that any outcries would be treated in the strictest of confidences, and any new information gleaned from these interviews would be private according to police procedure. In hopes of drumming up new leads, police released an age progression depicting what the Doodler may look like in 2018 at the estimated age of 63-69. In 2018, they also talked to the patient himself, who reiterated his innocence but also unknowingly allowed detectives to get a DNA sample from him, which could be used against him in the future. 2019 brought a new life to the cold case. After police released an updated sketch, the lead inspector, Inspector Cunningham of the SFPD, officially reopened the case, asking the public for tips and offering new rewards. Inspector Cunningham tried to find out who the psychiatrist turned tipster was, but the psychiatrist's name was not recorded in the surviving 50-year-old paper police files, and the only mention of his name is written as Doctor. Priest Psych equals C. Highland Hospital. This had the doctor's name spelled like one would spell that of a Catholic priest, but a podcast by Kevin Bacon in the San Francisco Chronicle published in April of 2021 claims that they might have actually found the psychiatrist who canceled the alleged Doodler. His name sounds like priest, but is actually spelled Preece, Preece, doctor. Howard Preece was a psychiatrist who lived and practiced in the Bay Area in the 1970s. It is believed his name was misspelled in the records. It was confirmed that Preece was working at Highland Hospital around the time of the killings. He had spent years counseling U.S. Army troops in Germany and had also counseled inmates at Salinas Valley State Prison. Dr. Preece, however, died in 2005, so there is no way to confirm if he was the psychiatrist or not, and currently Kevin Fagan, the creator of the podcast, is looking for any relatives who may recall more information. The police revealed that the suspect identified simply as the patient in 1970s was most likely believed to be the Doodler, but he could never be charged. The police updated the sketch of the killer and offered a $100,000 reward for information leading to his arrest. They also released the original recording of the 911 call placed by the unknown male when the first victim was found. However, 45 years have elapsed since then, and many believe that most of the surviving victims and witnesses are either dead, untraceable, or do not want to be found. In 2020, the police submitted DNA taken from the bloody clothes of the victims recovered from the crime scenes, but so far there has been no match. It is difficult to separate two unique patterns of DNA, especially from so old a case. The blood on the clothes was primarily the victim, but the suspect may have cut himself in the process. Based on police reports containing similar victim profiles and modus operandi, there may be a total of 16 brutal murders attributed to the Doodler, as well as countless attacks. Investigators believe he is still at large today, with certain evidence that he is currently living as an openly gay guy in the San Francisco East Bay, aged and not yet held accountable. Murder has no statute of limitations, and the case is still open. Investigators involved in the case emphasize that the killer will remain free to strike again unless someone comes forward with fresh information, or until DNA technology advances enough to compare the collected DNA with artifacts from previous crime scenes, most notably a handkerchief they believe may have been used by the perpetrators. Daniel Cunningham, a homicide cold case investigator, can be reached at 415-553-9515 by anyone with information on this crime or potential leads. You can text a tip to 847-411 or phone the SFPD tip line at 415-8575-4444 if you would like to stay anonymous. Moving on to the next case. Connie Margotto. On July 31, 1976, Connie Margotto was born in Rockville, Connecticut, to Cindy and Kenneth. With a brother named Keith and two sisters, Marlise and Leslie, Connie was one of 4 siblings. The Margottas were raised in Ellington and Vernon. Connie completed her education at Ellington High School in 1995. Connie then enrolled at the University of Connecticut. She attained her undergraduate degree in 1999 and began working as a pharmaceutical sales representative for Reckitt Benckiser. Everyone who knew Connie described her as a warm-hearted, generous person who would do anything for those she loved. Connie had many friends and was popular among everyone she met. In the early 2000s, Connie told her close friends about a man she had met. His name was Richard Dabate, and Connie was smitten. He was a handsome man who treated Connie like a queen. When Connie was introduced to Richard's family, they immediately knew that she was the one for him. Richard, or Rick as he was known, was born on July 29, 1976 to parents Richard Sr. and Julie Dabate. He grew up in Manchester, Connecticut, and graduated from Manchester High School in 1995. After finishing high school, Rick attended technical school before beginning his career in computer network administration. Ricky and Connie married on July 4, 2003, and had 2 sons, RJ and Connor. Connie was a devoted mother to her boys, and Rick seemed like the perfect husband and family man. The Dabates lived in a beautiful home in Ellington on Birchview Drive. 2 of Connie's closest friends, Peggy and Darlene, lived in the same neighborhood. Their families spent plenty of time together, with Peggy and Darlene often joking about what a doting husband Rick was to Connie. From any outside perspective, life for the Dabates looked picture perfect. They seemed to have it all. In reality, cracks had started to show. December 23, 2015 started like any other day. It was a Wednesday, and everyone in Ellington felt the festive cheer with Christmas just 2 days away. At 8:10 a.m., Rick dropped Connor and RJ off at the nearby bus stop. While he was out, Connie dressed and headed to a spin class at the local YMCA. What happened next is unclear, as Rick has given many differing versions of events. This is what he first told investigators after the incident. Rick dropped off the boys and then returned home to change into his work clothes. Once he was ready, Rick got back into his car at 8:30 a.m. and set off on the 40-minute drive to work. He wasn't on the road for long until he realized his laptop was still at home. Rick couldn't work without it, so he went onto his cell phone and emailed his supervisor that he would be late. As Rick looked at his phone, he happened to see a security alert about a silent alarm that had been triggered at his home. He mentioned this in the email as well. Rick headed back home and cautiously went inside. Rick heard a noise coming from upstairs, and upon further investigation, it sounded like someone was in their main bedroom. The door was partially opened, and when Rick looked inside, he was confronted by a masked intruder. It was a large framed man standing roughly 6 foot 2 inches tall, wearing a dark green camouflage outfit and mask. The intruder pulled out a knife and told Rick something along the lines of, "Give me your money, your wallet, and your pins, and if you don't, I'm going to wait here for your wife and kids." The man had a deep voice, which Rick compared to sounding like Vin Diesel. Rick had been with the intruder for less than a minute when he heard the sound of their garage door opening. It was Connie. Her class had been canceled and she was back early. Rick screamed out to her desperately, trying to alert his wife to the danger in their house. The intruder then apparently turned his attention to Connie, and he and Rick were in a race to reach her first. In the struggle, Rick was pushed down the stairs and was briefly disoriented. The intruder managed to get past him and pursue Connie into the basement. Rick was able to pick himself up off the floor and rush to Connie's rescue, but it was too late. As he sped down the stairs, a gunshot rang out. It was so loud that his hearing was affected for several minutes afterward. The intruder turned his focus back on Rick, where he overpowered him by using a certain pressure point that caused him to collapse. The next thing Rick knew, he had been partially tied to a metal folding chair with zip ties. The intruder had grabbed a box cutter from Rick's toolbox and inflicted superficial wounds on Rick's body with it. The intruder next grabbed a blowtorch, which he used to burn random items. He then tried to use the blowtorch on Rick, but Rick was able to use his free hand and grab the blowtorch from the intruder. He aimed it at the man's face and burnt him, despite Rick previously saying the man had a mask on. The entire ordeal lasted 5 minutes before Rick scared the man off after the blowtorch incident. Looking at the original timeline, this meant that it would now be no later than 9:05 a.m. Rick only calls the police at 10:21 a.m. State troopers were already on their way, as a call had been automatically placed to them at 10:16 a.m. from the security company regarding an alarm triggered at home. This alert gets sent to authorities immediately. So why did it not get sent after the alert that Rick allegedly saw shortly past 8:30 a.m.? The first to arrive at 7 Birchview Drive was a member of the Ellington Fire Department. He noticed the front door was open, but the storm door was still closed. He knocked with no answer and proceeded inside. he first noticed a light layer of smoke that hung in the air. The basement door was open, and droplets of blood led from the basement toward the kitchen. The man followed the trail where he found Rick. Rick was still attached to the folding chair lying face down on the kitchen floor. Rick told the man that he is still in the house, referring to the intruder. The man quickly called for backup, reporting the crime as a home invasion, and soon a flood of officers were on the scene. They focused on locating the gunman as soon as possible. The investigators started taking note of everything in the house. They took multiple images of Rick on the floor, showing how he had been tied to the metal chair. Curiously, it was only Rick's left hand and left ankle that was zip-tied. Connie was found in the basement's boiler room. She had been shot twice, once in the stomach and in the back of the head. She was pronounced deceased at the scene. This was no longer just a home invasion. K-9 units were soon on the scene, hoping they would show investigators which direction the gunman had gone in. But the dogs seemed only to be focused on one person, Rick Dabate. One of the dogs found Rick's wallet on the lawn outside, presumably where the intruder had dropped it while fleeing. Still, the dogs could not follow a scent leading away from the property. Instead, they led their handlers to the ambulance where Rick was being treated for his superficial wounds. From the get-go, investigators saw holes in Rick's story. Rick was taken to Hartford Hospital. This is where he was first questioned about the events that day. He described the intruder to the investigators and told them he had seen the man shoot Connie in the basement. After he said his version of events, the investigators had some follow-up questions for Rick. This was when they noticed Rick's story changing slightly, which is always a red flag. There was confusion about the alarm system when Rick saw the alarm alert, and whether he had been the one who set it off. Initially, Rick said he left before Connie dropped the boys off. This changed to him saying he couldn't remember who left first. The next thing that changed was his explanation of the sound upstairs. Now, Rick hadn't heard a sound when he first entered. Instead, he went upstairs and noticed the bedroom light was on. He then came across the intruder rifling through their closet. The next story change involved the staircase. Remember that Rick first said he was pushed down the stairs. Now he was saying he tripped down them. Most important to investigators was the gun story. The gun used to shoot Connie was a .357 Magnum. It was one of Rick's guns that he kept in the house. He first told investigators that he was unsure how the intruder got the gun from Connie. Now he said he saw Connie and the man wrestling for the gun. The man pulled it from Connie, and he then shot her. Oh, and the basement was also dark during all of this, apparently. Rick told investigators how he dragged himself up the stairs still attached to the metal chair after he regained consciousness. He found his cell phone and called for help, all while calling out to Connie, hoping she would call back. Rick's injuries were conveniently located. The wounds to his chest were only found on his left side, and the wounds to his legs were all within reach of his right hand. This piqued the investigators' interest. He also had no injuries that would suggest he had been pushed or fallen down the stairs. The dried blood from the box cutter marks hadn't dripped down the edges of his legs like you would expect if the wounds had been inflicted while he was sitting on the metal chair. The other inconsistency that stood out to investigators was the lack of blood leading up the stairs. If Rick had dragged himself from the basement to the kitchen, you would expect to see evidence of that. Instead, only droplets were found on that path, and the only drag marks were found in the kitchen. Rick seemed to have walked upstairs before collapsing in the kitchen. Investigators were also curious why Rick hadn't tried to check on Connie. The evidence shows he hadn't been near the body after she was shot, as the pool of blood near her body was undisturbed. Investigators wanted to find out exactly how an intruder was able to get into the home. They theorized they had entered through an open basement window, as the rest of the house showed no sign of forced entry. But even this didn't make sense. The locks on the basement window were removed from the inside and just left on the windowsill. An intruder wouldn't have been able to access these locks from outside without leaving significant damage. So why would Rick or Connie have removed these locks without immediately replacing them? It is customary for investigators to question those closest to a victim to get an idea of their life in general and any possible problems they were experiencing. After running through that morning's events, the investigators asked Rick about his relationship with Connie. He started off by saying things had been pretty good, but added that Connie was going through some things lately. She was battling with depression and had been noticeably easy to anger, something very unusual for the usually cheerful mom of two. Rick did say that Connie seemed to be slowly returning back to her old self, though. The investigators then bluntly asked Rick whether their investigation would reveal any problems in their relationship, to which Rick replied yes and no. Rick revealed he had been having an affair, but he had an explanation for this. He claimed that both he and Connie were wanting to add another child to their family, but health problems were standing in the way of that. Connie was unable to conceive, and after several attempts, they decided to explore a different route. Rick told the investigators about Sarah, an old friend from high school who was newly divorced. Sarah also happened to want to have a child. Rick explained that the three of them, meaning Rick, Connie, and Sarah, got together and came up with a plan that Rick would get Sarah pregnant. Since the entire artificial insemination was so costly, the group agreed that Rick would sleep with Sarah and get her pregnant that way. He insisted that Connie agreed to the whole thing, even adding that was actually mainly her idea. So how would the parenting work? Apparently, all three of them would co-parent the child together. The investigators couldn't make sense of such a bizarre story and felt skeptical that Connie would agree to something like that. They asked Rick more questions about the situation, and yet again, his story started to shift. He told them that their baby was due in February 2016, but when asked whether Connie knew about the pregnancy, he wouldn't give the investigators a straight answer. If this had all been Connie's idea, surely she would have found out the good news as soon as Rick had. Rick then added that Connie and Sarah hadn't actually ever spoken. Yet again, this punched major holes in his story about Connie's involvement in the plan and their eventual co-parenting. By the end of the conversation, the real story came out. Rick had been unfaithful to Connie for years leading up to her passing. Sarah's pregnancy was also unplanned. The investigators didn't try to hide their disbelief. They told Rick that his entire story didn't make sense and added that the evidence at their home didn't match what he said happened that morning. He insisted he wasn't responsible for what happened to Connie. After hearing about Rick's affair, the investigators focused on tracking down Sarah. She was able to give them a statement later that same day. Sarah admitted to knowing that Connie and Rick were married, but said Rick had told her he was getting a divorce. Rick told Sarah that he and Connie had been unhappy for years and that the divorce was a mutual decision. Sarah found out she was pregnant on June 18, 2015, and waited until August to break the news to Rick. But when Rick found out, he told Sarah he had recently hired a divorce attorney. Like many other things had been, this was a lie. Sarah and Rick were still in an active relationship shortly before Connie lost her life, even traveling to Vermont in mid-December 2015. During this trip, the pair discussed how they would break the news to Connie. Rick wanted to wait until after the holidays to tell her. During subsequent conversations with Connie's closest friends, investigators discovered that Connie would never have accepted Rick having a child with another woman. Connie shared everything with her close friends, who said she never mentioned Sarah or the child's situation. She would have undoubtedly told them if she found out Rick was unfaithful. While Connie's friends were none the wiser to Rick's affair, Rick's friends, on the other hand, did know about Sarah and the pregnancy. He told a friend how much he loved Sarah and that he was afraid Connie would leave him. The entire investigation team was in a precarious position. From the get-go, though, they felt that Rick was involved in his wife's slaying. This was something they kept private from the public. To everyone outside of law enforcement, they believed that an intruder had broken in and taken Connie's life, leaving Rick injured. Those close to Rick hadn't even considered the possibility that he had something to do with Connie's passing, and they grieved alongside him. While they clearly had a main suspect, the investigators didn't want to lose focus on exploring all possibilities. The Dabates did have someone who would potentially want to hurt them. They had been involved in a long-standing legal battle with a contractor who worked on the house. Connie and Rick sued the man in small claims court after multiple problems with the contractor's work, and Connie had even expressed concern about her safety. The man was difficult to deal with, and Connie's car had even been vandalized twice in 2015. She believed the contractor was behind it. After these incidents, the Dabates installed their security system and purchased guns. The contractor even came up multiple times when friends of Connie and Rick were questioned after her passing. But this lead fell flat after the contractor was found to have an airtight alibi on the day of the crime, and he didn't at all match Rick's description of the intruder. While no one other than law enforcement suspected Rick was involved in Connie's demise, many people noted odd behavior from him. He didn't seem to be grieving how you would expect. Not long after the incident, Rick placed a message on the neighborhood group asking everyone where they liked to get takeout food. This seemed off for a man who had recently lost his wife in such traumatic circumstances. As investigators peeled back the layers of the Dabates' lives, they uncovered some glaring financial issues. Money was going out faster than was coming in, and Connie felt like all the responsibilities were resting on her shoulders. She told her close friend she was thinking about separating from Rick and even had a file on her notes app titled, "Why I Want a Divorce." The reasons ranged from Rick's lying to his poor treatment of her and not being a good father to the boys and focusing only on himself. Money is often a motive in cases like these, and in mid-January 2016, investigators found out about 2 life insurance policies for Connie and Rick. Each policy was for the hefty sum of $475,000. It turned out that only Connie's life insurance was still valid as Rick's had lapsed due to non-payment. Rick waited just 5 days to claim Connie's insurance money. He also received $75,000 from her employer a month after her passing. Over the next year, investigators slowly built their case against Rick Dabate. They executed multiple search warrants looking into both Rick and Connie's phone records, financial statements, communications with outside parties, security system data, and most importantly, Connie's Fitbit. Connie's Fitbit showed she had first been active at 7:52 a.m. on the morning of December 23rd. This was followed by an extended period of inactivity, consistent with Connie driving to the YMCA, the search warrant stated. We know Connie arrived at the YMCA as she was spotted on surveillance cameras. Then her Fitbit again registered another 10 minutes of inactivity when Connie was driving back home. She was back at the house at around 9:20 a.m. From 9:37 a.m. to 9:43 a.m., she was stationary. Investigators believe Connie was just resting during this time. The next 20 minutes saw Connie moving around like normal. During this time, Connie posted videos from her phone to Facebook with an IP address linked to her house. The last time Connie's Fitbit picked up any movement from her was at 10:05 a.m. So why was this so significant? This information provided concrete evidence that Connie's life was not taken at the time that Rick stated it had been. Connie was alive and moving until 10:05 a.m., an hour after Rick said he had witnessed the intruder take her life. Once they felt like they had enough evidence to convict Rick Dabate, authorities arrested him on April 14, 2017. He was charged with taking Connie's life, evidence tampering, and giving false statements to investigators. Rick pleaded not guilty to the charges. The police had a 50-page affidavit that included the Fitbit information, Rick's contradictions, and his affair with Sarah. The news of Rick's arrest rocked the close-knit community of Ellington. No one had given a thought to him being responsible. Even Connie's close friends, who she had spoken with about her marriage issues, thought many people go through difficulties without it ending like this. His bail was set at $1,000, which he posted immediately. Despite the mountain of evidence, it was a while before the case was actually taken to trial. It had been postponed twice before it kicked off on April 5, 2022. From his arrest to his trial, Connie's case received a lot of media attention. It became known as a case that was solved by a Fitbit, which Connie's family didn't approve of. They felt that it took the focus off of Connie to get a catchy headline. While it seemed like the prosecution had a clear-cut case, the defense was able to bring forward some damning information. Unidentified DNA had been found in the home in 6 separate places. This DNA coincides with Rick's story about the intruder starting off in their closet, moving down the stairs, and ending in the basement. The other evidence that the defense used was the gunshot residue found on Rick. The amount found on him was insignificant. You would expect there to be much more had he been the one to pull the trigger. The prosecution was able to counter this by explaining that the test had been administered hours after the trigger was pulled, meaning his hands could have easily been wiped or washed during that time. The prosecution stated a clear motive from the get-go. Rick's life was falling apart around him, with Sarah's pregnancy and Connie thinking about leaving him. Attorney Matthew C. Gdansky told juries, "Time is moving on. The pressure is mounting. The baby is coming, and the defendant's worst fears are going to be realized." Following the 5-week trial on May 10, 2022, the jury deliberated for 3 hours before reaching a verdict. Richard Dabate was guilty of all charges. Connie and her family finally got justice after 6.5 long years. Judge Corinne Klatt handed down a sentence of 65 years in prison. She called the crime a brutal, calculating, and incomprehensible act. She was only 1 year away from receiving the harshest punishment possible. Even though his attorney hinted that they would be appealing, it is likely that Richard will serve out the rest of his time in prison. Judge Klatt came to know Connie, who was a beautiful woman, during the trial. She was a devoted mother, a diligent worker, and many people's best friend. Without Connie, the world is genuinely a smaller place, as Judge Klatt so eloquently stated. Moving on to the next case. Felicia Maguire. Felicia Maguire devastated her family and friends when she disappeared on October 7, 2007, at the age of 32. She was last seen alive by witnesses in the Dorchester district of Boston. The police conducted extensive investigations and large-scale searches. She was never found, however. She disappeared under unclear circumstances, and the police were notified of suspicious activities by a person of interest. But soon, the investigation was closed, providing no closure for Felicia's loved ones. The Boston, Massachusetts neighborhood of Dorchester is situated in the city's southern region. It is Boston's largest neighborhood with a total land area of almost 6 square miles. Over 90,000 people from various ethnic backgrounds live in Dorchester, including Irish Americans, African Americans, Caribbean Americans, and Vietnamese Americans. Dorchester is now a rapidly developing neighborhood in Boston as a result of recent residential and commercial construction. This case we are looking at today takes place in this area. Felicia Maguire was born in 1975 in the lovely city of Dorchester. Although her father's identity is unknown, she was raised by her mother, Sharon Maguire. Felicia spent her formative years in a joyful household filled with love and laughter. She gave birth to her only son in 1997 and named him Nicholas Fahey. After the birth of her son, Nicholas became the core of her entire universe. It wasn't clear who Nicholas's father was and what had happened to him, however, remained a mystery. Felicia never left Dorchester. She continued to reside there with her cherished son and her mother, building a home that was warm and loving, regardless of the obstacles and difficulties life hurled at her. Over the years, Felicia got into a relationship with a man by the name of David Pena. She also shared a home with him. Despite the difficulties of being a single parent, Felicia never wavered in her commitment to her child's welfare. She put forth endless effort to make sure her child had the finest life possible. She went above and beyond to provide her child the attention and assistance he needed. Felicia Maguire was a great example of a selfless and devoted mother who prioritized the needs of her child before her own. She never let life's challenges break her spirit. Unfortunately, all her efforts to see her child excel and become a great person in the society came to a stop when on October 7, 2007, Felicia Maguire disappeared without a trace. The 32-year-old devoted mother was last seen in Boston, Massachusetts Dorchester area, where she lived. Nobody is aware of what happened to her after being seen going about her business on Rixton Street. Sharon, Felicia's mother, was devastated by the disappearance of her daughter, and the confusion surrounding Felicia's whereabouts only made matters worse. She looked through every telephone directory and potential contact she could think of, but her effort yielded no result. Felicia's failure to get in touch with her friends and family as the days passed by caused them to worry more and more. After 10 days, on October 18, 2007, Sharon Maguire finally reported her daughter missing. The Boston Police Department immediately got to work and opened an investigation into her disappearance. They soon found out that Felicia's behavior was not normal and that she had ceased speaking with her beloved son and other family members. This raised concerns that she may have been the victim of a terrible incident. Since it was not in her character to vanish without informing anyone, Felicia's family was very concerned for her safety and well-being. They wondered where she could be and what had happened to her. Her son and family had to deal with the lingering doubts about her fate. As the investigation progressed, law enforcement personnel put in a lot of effort to find any information that would help them solve the mystery. In an effort to piece together a timeline of Felicia's final known movements, detectives questioned members of her family, acquaintances, and neighbors. A thorough search of the neighborhood, including neighboring woodlands and bodies of water, was also carried out in an effort to find the missing woman. Felicia's family got more worried as the days turned into weeks and the weeks into months. They never stopped wondering where their cherished mother and daughter was. The Boston Police Department was concerned about her disappearance as well. Because of the lack of information, they posted pictures of Felicia Maguire on social media in November 2013 in an effort to get any information that would help bring her home safely. They gave a thorough description of her in the social media posts. The police voiced great concern for her safety and well-being and listed her physical characteristics, including her height, weight, hair, and eye color. Felicia was a stunning woman with chestnut brown hair and piercing, life-filled eyes. She was a slim 5 feet 2 inches tall, weighed around 140 pounds, and had a medium frame. Felicia had been missing for more than 6 hard years, and as each day went by, the mystery surrounding her absence grew complex. Despite investing a significant amount of time and resources in the search for leads, her body had never been located. However, following the Facebook post in 2013, several witnesses' report of Felicia's disappearance remained suspicious. An unnamed witness who reportedly lived below Felicia Maguire and David Pina's flat in 2007 told the police that he remembers Pina, Felicia's live-in boyfriend, showing up at his door in the early hours of October 7, 2007, asking for a ride to his mother's house in Devon Street. The neighbor noticed blood on his clothes, but at the time, Pina had claimed that Felicia had stabbed him with scissors. However, the blood on Pina's shirt suggested something much more heinous had happened. The witness claimed that Pina informed him that during their fight had pushed Felicia against the wall with force, striking her head on the bed or dresser as a result. Pina then said he didn't know if she was still alive and seemed unconcerned about her fate. The witness continued to make observations of Pina. He claimed Pina's right hand was also swollen. When questioned why, Pina stated that Felicia had hit him with a baseball bat. Days later, 2 additional witnesses asserted that they had seen Pina return to the apartment on the same evening. According to them, around 3 or 4 in the morning that day, Payne returned home with another man and went upstairs. After some time had passed, they returned, dragging a blanket that may have contained Felicia Maguire's body down the stairs. The 2 witnesses attempted to assist but were turned away and told to mind their own business. To add to the mystery, another witness claimed that in 2007, after lending Pina his 2005 Chevy Impala in exchange for narcotics, he received it back with a shattered and freshly cleaned back seat. As the investigation went on, these troubling details led the police to suspect David Pina and raise doubts about what actually happened to Felicia Maguire. Without delay, investigators questioned David Pina about the case. They also discovered that he had a violent past with Felicia. Pina told investigators he was Felicia Maguire's live-in boyfriend at the time of her disappearance, and their relationship was anything but easy. Since Pina had previously told the first witness who had called the police that he and Felicia had engaged in a violent altercation at their apartment, the police questioned him about it. He then admitted that Felicia attacked him with a pair of scissors, stabbing him in the shoulder. Pina reacted by leaving the apartment and seeking safety at his mother's house, but when he came back a few days later, he made an unexpected discovery. Felicia had left, and her belongings had been taken. After the interview, investigators were forced to release Pina because there was no evidence against him, and he made no incriminating statements. Following this, the investigation into Felicia's death was a torturous journey full of detours that eventually led to every possible dead end. Although every lead was pursued and every piece of evidence was examined, the case grew colder with each passing day. Felicia's family and friends were in excruciating pain and desperately wanted explanations for her disappearance. For years, rumors and conjecture have been circulating regarding the whereabouts of Felicia Maguire, the adored mother who disappeared in 2007 without a trace. In 2017, when the FBI conducted a search in a heavily forested area of West Roxbury, fresh hope was generated. Days of investigation were conducted in secrecy with no information provided to the press, leaving the public to speculate as to what had brought the authorities to that location. The truth came out in the end. The investigation into Felicia's disappearance was in fact related to the search, and it was an essential step in the drawn-out process of learning the truth. The search turned up a witness who told the detectives the shocking information that David Pina had requested his assistance in removing items from his apartment in 2007, including a heavy rolled-up carpet. He added that Pina and his accomplice had placed Felicia's body in the trunk of a car before speeding off. The witness who saw this claimed that he instantly had the suspicion that a body was wrapped in the carpet and blanket. Sadly, he was right in his assumptions. Finally, with the aid of the witness, Pina was able to carry Felicia's body into a wooded area with a parking lot where they dumped Felicia's body. The investigators were almost close to solving the case, but they needed to find the location where Felicia's body was dumped. However, the solution to this seemed to be a mystery that would never be solved despite numerous leads and witnesses. Before learning what happened to her remains, the witness left the scene. It was even made worse by the fact that the witness had no knowledge of Boston and was unable to offer any suggestions as to where the body might have been dumped. The prosecutor was unable to offer closure to Maguire's family and loved ones because they had been given a frustratingly incomplete picture of the crime. A few years later, on January 14, 2023, David Pina was successfully arrested by the Boston Police Department's fugitive unit at the Florida's Baker County Detention Center. Pina was wanted for a murder charge related to Felicia's case from Dorchester District Court, and he also had an outstanding warrant from Suffolk Superior Court for trafficking cocaine. Felicia left her young son behind when she disappeared from Roxton Street in Dorchester more than 15 years ago. Her family and friends who have been looking for her for so long may finally get some answers thanks to Pina's arrest. On February 15, 2023, Pina showed up in court for his arraignment on the charges leveled against him. After more than 15 years of uncertainty and heartache, the case has attracted national attention, and this most recent development has revived hopes of discovering Felicia's remains. The family of Felicia Maguire now has some sliver of hope. Despite the fact that her body was never discovered, police have reason to believe that her remains are still somewhere in the Boston region. An investigation that had remained cold for a while has now received some resolution following the news of an arrest. Even though it was unable to bring their beloved Felicia back, Felicia's family and friends may finally rest easy, knowing that someone will be held responsible for her terrible abduction. Eventually, we hope, justice will be served. Pina is due to appear in court and is probably going to stand trial shortly. During this difficult time, Felicia's family and friends are in our prayers and thoughts. We can only hope that they may find some peace and comfort as they continue to heal from this unfathomable loss. What are your thoughts on this case? Kindly use the comment box below to share your thoughts. Moving on to the next case. Sophia McKenna. Sophia McKenna, 21, and her two siblings were raised in North Stonington, Connecticut. She lived with her mother, Michelle McKenna, when her parents were divorced. Her mental health suffered as a result of her parents' divorce, and in high school, she received a bipolar depression diagnosis. Austin Pero Cordova was her lover. Her mother claimed that the relationship was abusive. Both used to argue a lot, which sometimes turned physical. Austin apparently was seeing someone else, which of course made Sophia mad. One day, Sophia was to meet Austin, but told her mother that she was going out with some other guy and not with Austin. When Austin found out about it, he apparently became incredibly angry and went to Sophia's apartment. When Sophia wouldn't open the apartment door to let him in, he tried to kick her apartment door down and threatened to kill her. According to the police report, his exact words were, "I'll slit your throat." Meanwhile, Sophia began increasing the time she spent with Warren Spencer Mugford, 20, who grew up in Florida and had attended school at the University of Connecticut's Avery Point campus located in Groton, Connecticut. Spencer and Sophia were close friends and hung out together many times. They became friends while working at the Red Door Salon and Spa, an upscale day spa located in Mystique Marriott Hotel in Groton, Connecticut. They would eventually start dating but would break it off and decide to simply remain friends. Spencer had recently begun working at a local fishing charter where he took small groups of people out on the water for half-day fishing trips. Spencer grew up on the water and was a strong swimmer. On May 27, 2018, in the early morning hours around 1 a.m., Sophia and Spencer decided to go on a night trip to New London Ledge Lighthouse off the coast of Groton, Connecticut. Sophia had apparently received permission from Austin to go out with Spencer on the trip. Sophia and Spencer parked her car at the University of Connecticut, Avery Point campus. They then used one of the university's sailboats, a white 14-foot sunfish without a mast, and paddled their way to the lighthouse. The lighthouse is rumored to be haunted, and this may have encouraged their decision to visit it at night. The story goes that in the 1920s or 1930s, the keeper of the lighthouse, a man named John Randolph, was so distraught that his wife had run off with a local ferry captain that he jumped from the roof to his death. No records have been discovered to confirm or deny this, yet it's believed that his spirit still haunts the lighthouse. Since then, many have reported strange phenomenon at the lighthouse like doors opening and closing by themselves, unexplained knockings, bed sheets flying off of beds, cups moving around, boats unmooring themselves, TVs and radios turning on and off, the foghorn spontaneously sounding on its own, and other unexplained happenings. On that night, the temperature was below 60 degrees Fahrenheit. While out on the water, Sophia used Spencer's phone to post the video to his Snapchat. The video was of Sophia and Spencer out in the ocean. Spencer can be seen sitting on the bow of a small mastless sailboat paddling. Sophia pans the camera around to show the lights on the coastline behind them. A few minutes later, at 2 a.m., a photo was posted on Spencer's account. The photo that was uploaded was a picture of Sophia at the lighthouse. She was happy and had her tongue out with a big smile. From the picture, it appears she is standing on the stairs that go from a 2-foot wide lower ledge to the much wider upper platform right in front of a no trespassing sign in the lighthouse. This means that they made it out to the lighthouse. But what happened to them after that is a mystery. The next day, Spencer had a very important event to attend that he would not have missed. When he did not show up for the event and his family and friends couldn't reach him, he was reported missing. Meanwhile, Austin reached out to Sophia's mother and told her he was worried about Sophia as he hadn't been able to get in touch with her. Michelle had let her younger daughter play with her phone that morning. When Michelle got her phone from her to call the police, she noticed there were 7 missed calls from an unknown number. The calls came back to back. The first missed call was from 2:05 a.m., and then 2:06 a.m., and then 2:07 a.m. Then there were 3 missed calls at 2:08 a.m., and the last missed call came in at 2:09. None of the missed calls resulted in a voicemail. Sophia's mom later stated that she was sleeping and missed the calls. She tried calling the number back, but it went to voicemail. The voicemail said, "You've reached Spencer's cell phone. Please leave a message." As Spencer didn't know her number, she knew it had to be Sophia trying to reach her. Realizing something had gone horribly wrong, she immediately contacted police and reported her missing. The U.S. Coast Guard began their search for the young adults at approximately 6 p.m. that evening. Michelle desperately tried to get anyone she could involved in the search, but the Coast Guard advised against that due to harsh weather conditions. Sophia's car would be found parked on the campus with her cell phone still inside. This would explain why she was using Spencer's phone to Snapchat and to call her mother. At approximately 6:30 p.m. on May 27th, the shirt Spencer had been wearing in the Snapchat photo was found tied to a cleat at the New London Ledge Lighthouse. It's believed that Spencer used his shirt to dock the boat at the lighthouse. The following day, on May 28th, Austin and his father decided to go on their own to search for Sophia and Spencer. While flying in a private plane, they spotted a sailboat similar to the one Sophia and Spencer had piloted. It was a small, 14-foot sunfish sailboat that was laying upside down on the Truman Beach in New York, approximately 8 miles east of the lighthouse. Police believed it was the boat used by Sophia and Spencer. However, this has never been confirmed as 100% accurate because they reported the pair was on a paddleboard. They claimed that the broken paddle was inside the upside-down boat. The boat was described to have growth in the hull and partially was buried in the dirt and rock with a light layer of dust and dirt, which would have been impossible unless the boat had been there for many days and not for the only 24 hours it was supposed to have been. Also, pictures that were taken of the boat as evidence showed unidentified fingerprints on the boat, but no fingerprints were taken to be analyzed. The Coast Guard would suspend their search on the night of May 28th due to rough seas. They told the family that they searched everywhere they could and cannot resume the search unless something is found to steer searchers in a different direction. On June 8, 2018, 11 days after the disappearance, the body of Spencer Mugford was found by a commercial fisherman floating shoeless in the ocean, nearly 2.5 miles from Ledge Lighthouse in the opposite direction from where the boat was found. The boat went one way and Spencer went the other way. His cause of death was determined to be drowning. Although Spencer was now found, they did not resume the search for Sophia. In addition to Spencer and Sophia going missing, 2 other men had gone missing that same day, although it is not specified at what time they went missing. Their bodies would eventually be found as well, but Sophia's never would be. Although there was no body and no indication that she drowned, police believe she is not missing but already dead. The family does not know if Sophia called anyone else that night to ask for help. Spencer's cell phone has not been found and his cell phone records have not been released. So far, no witnesses have stepped forward. It is unknown if the 2 were followed or had someone else with them that night. The security cameras at the college and the lighthouse were reported to be merely decoy cameras. There is no video evidence available at this time. On July 22, 2018, Finding Sophia McKenna, What Happened to Sophia Facebook group, was formed to find answers to some of the questions that people have been wondering, such as why was the search ended so quickly when other searches go on for many days? Where is Spencer's phone, and why have they not checked all of the phone records of Spencer knowing that his was the last phone to be in Sophia's possession? And most of all, why were the fingerprints from the boat never analyzed? These are just a few questions that still linger in people's minds. Now, after reading all the facts about this case, we came up with this likely possibility, and it seems we're not the only ones. Many other Redditors have picked up on it as well. So here's what we believe might have happened that night. On that night, after leaving their car at the campus, Sophia and Spencer took the boat and paddled their way to the lighthouse. After using his shirt to moor the boat to the lighthouse, Both went into the lighthouse and took the Snapchat photo of Sophia. Shortly after, the boat came loose and started drifting away from the lighthouse. Since the boat was their only way off the lighthouse, Spencer, who was a strong swimmer, gave his phone to Sophia and jumped into the water to get the boat back to the lighthouse. At that time of night, the water must have been really cold, and since Spencer had already paddled their way to the lighthouse, he must have been extremely tired and exhausted. He probably started struggling in the water and drowned. After a few minutes, Sophia becomes worried and starts calling out to him. When she doesn't hear anything, she begins to panic. Now, since they had stolen a boat and were already trespassing, she might have thought against calling 911. It is also worth noting that Spencer had been charged with a DUI 5 days prior, and Sophia had been arrested in February for breach of peace and assault along with Austin. So she wouldn't want to get in trouble with the police again. So she instead decides to call her mother for help, but all her calls go unanswered. Now frantic, Sophia starts calling out for Spencer again, kneeling near the edge of the water. At some point, it's possible she may have slipped and fallen into the water. The current may have been too strong for her, and she too would have drowned. Sophia was not a strong swimmer, so it's within reason to think that she wouldn't have jumped after Spencer willingly. Moreover, if she did decide to jump after Spencer, she would have wanted to leave Spencer's phone behind in the lighthouse to make sure the phone doesn't get water damage, and so she could call someone after. But the phone was never found in the lighthouse. Naturally, this is only a theory, and there is a chance that foul play is at play. It was the start of Memorial Day weekend, and many boaters celebrate at this time, so a lot of people were out on the river. Normally, the black of night at 2 a.m. is not a popular time on the water. Could they have been discovered? Or did someone find Sophia and take her while she was yelling for Spencer? Sophia's relatives remained hopeful that she was still alive and possibly being detained against her choice. Moving on to the next case. Tanya van Ceylenborg. The adventurous and free-spirited Tanya van Ceylenborg was born in Sonic, British Columbia, Canada, on March 7, 1969. Her bold decision to attend her high school prom wearing a man's tuxedo was a sign of her rebellious spirit as a child and an early indication of her independence and unorthodoxy. Tanya's decision to travel throughout Europe with her best friend, May Robeson, just before meeting her future lover, Jay Cook, demonstrated her love of travel and her curiosity about the world. She was deeply impacted by this experience, which influenced her desire to travel more and stay away from obligations that would restrict her. Tanya had obligations, even though she preferred to live a nomadic existence. To fund her adventures, she worked part-time as both a dog walker and a waitress at Pickwick's, a British-themed restaurant in Vancouver City. Her decision to skip college and work towards her goal of traveling reflected her determination to chart her own path. Born on December 16, 1966, J. Roland Cook hailed from Saanich, British Columbia. By the time 1987 rolled around, Jay, at 20 years old, was grappling with a sense of directionlessness. Uncertain about his future, he faced the pressures of adulthood without a clear vision of his goals. Raised in a family with a strong work ethic instilled by his father, Gordon Jay, along with his 2 sisters, contributed to the family business, Cook and Talbot Limited Heating Specialists, a small family-run company specializing in furnace installations. Although Jay was contemplating a shift toward marine biology, he engaged in the family business to occupy his time. Jay's reputation as a responsible and reliable individual stretched back to his high school days. At social gatherings, he demonstrated his caring nature by intervening when a friend faced potential harm due to excessive drinking. He once abandoned his job at a pizza parlor to cycle through rain for 3 hours to join friends, showcasing his spontaneous and lively side. Jay's life took a significant turn when he met Tanya through a mutual friend in July of the same year. Tanya was drawn to Jay's caring and responsible demeanor, and their relationship quickly blossomed. Despite uncertainties about his own future, Jay's willingness to take on challenges and his dynamic personality endeared him to those around him. Tanya and Jay's relationship, though relatively short-lived, was marked by a sense of adventure. Tanya's initial hesitance toward settling down was juxtaposed with Jay's eagerness to carve out a future together. Their decision to embark on a work-related trip to Seattle reflected not only their commitment to each other, but also their shared enthusiasm for new experiences. Unfortunately, this trip would take a dark turn that would cost both Tanya and Jay their lives. The plan involved a scenic route starting with a ferry from Victoria to Port Angeles, Washington, followed by a drive through various highways to eventually reach Seattle. Initially, Tanya tried to invite her best friend May to join them on the trip, but May had to decline due to illness. Reflecting later, May could not shake off the guilt, wondering if her presence might have altered the tragic events that unfolded. The young couple embarked on their journey on November 18, 1987, in Jay's father's 1977 Ford Club van. The purpose of the trip was for Jay to pick up the furnace from a supplier in Seattle. Despite a minor detour and a missed turnoff, the first leg of their journey seemed uneventful. However, the last confirmed sighting of Jay and Tanya was at a ferry terminal in Bremerton at 10:16 p.m., where they purchased a ticket to Seattle. The following morning, when the supplier waited in vain for them to collect the furnace, concerns set in. The Van Keelenbergs and Cooks, both families linked by the missing couple, reported them missing on November 20th. Despite mounting worry, law enforcement hesitated to open a full-scale investigation, citing the lack of evidence of foul play. As the families anxiously waited, Bill Van Keulenborg, a lawyer, took matters into his own hands. Frustrated by the lack of progress, he organized a helicopter search, but the vastness of Washington state thwarted his efforts. On November 24th, a devastating discovery was made when Tanya's half-naked body was found in a ditch near Parson Creek Road in Skagit County. She had been assaulted and bound with plastic ties and an execution-style shot in the head. Tanya's father, Bill Van Keulenberg, was called in to identify his daughter. Following the gruesome discovery of Tanya Van Keelenberg's lifeless body near Parson Creek Road, investigators uncovered several crucial pieces of evidence that further deepened the mystery and horror surrounding the case. A bartender at Essie's Tavern in Bellingham reported finding Tanya's wallet and a set of keys behind the bar. Initially considered lost property, the bartender's realization prompted by news of Tanya's case led to him contacting the police. The wallet's contents were identified as belonging to Tanya, sparking a closer examination of the area. As investigators delved into the surroundings, additional clues began to surface. Zip ties similar to the ones used to bind Tanya were discovered, linking the crime scene to the one at Essie's Tavern. This detail suggested a potential connection between the location where her belongings were found and her slaying. The investigation took a pivotal turn when the team located a van matching the description given by Bill Van Keelenborg. Jay Cook had been driving this van, and it was found in proximity to Tanya's body. Upon inspection, the inside of the van revealed a grim reality. It was covered in blood belonging to both Tanya and Jay. The state of the van, coupled with the blood evidence, raised immediate concerns about Jay's well-being. Initially considered a potential suspect due to his unknown whereabouts, Jay Cook was now viewed as another victim. The evidence strongly suggested that he too had met a tragic end, dispelling earlier suspicions that he was involved and perhaps responsible for what had happened to Tanya. On November 26th, a man named Scott Walker stumbled upon Jay Cook's lifeless body during a hunting trip in Snohomish County, just 50 miles from where Tanya had been found. If Tanya's crime scene had been gruesome, Jay's discovery was arguably even more chilling. The scene was grim with dog collars and twine tightly wound around Jay's neck. Disturbingly, tissues and a pack of cigarettes had been shoved down his throat, causing asphyxiation. Severe head wounds and bloodstains on his clothes suggested he had been subjected to brutal violence, possibly even torture. The timeline of events surrounding Jay's end became a critical aspect of the investigation. Given that the couple's van was found closer to Tanya's body than to Jay's, it was reasoned that Jay's life might have been taken first. The disturbing implication was that the perpetrator might have eliminated Jay to facilitate the assault on Tanya without any hindrance. The grisly details of Jay's demise painted a horrifying picture, leaving investigators grappling with the enormity of the crimes committed against the young couple. As law enforcement worked tirelessly to piece together the sequence of events, the haunting question of who was responsible for such brutal acts loomed large. While Jay's discovery provided some closure to his family, it intensified the urgency of solving the case. With both victims now confirmed to not be alive anymore, the focus shifted to unraveling the identity of the perpetrator responsible. In the aftermath of the brutal slayings of Tanya Van Cuylenburg and Jay Cook, their families faced a new wave of torment in December 1987. An anonymous letter writer claiming to be the man responsible sent threatening letters to both families. As investigators delved into the letters, the anonymous writer was eventually eliminated as a suspect, leaving the families with more questions than answers. Detective Jim Scharf, deeply affected by the heinous nature of the unsolved case, played a pivotal role in seeking justice. In 1995, he helped form a cold case team, and the case of Tanya and Jay became one of their earliest assignments. The quest for answers took a significant turn in May 2003, when investigators examined the van belonging to the victims. Among the critical pieces of evidence found were Tanya's black pants, on which male DNA was discovered. The DNA did not match Jay Cook. This unidentified DNA labeled individual A became a crucial focus for investigators. Despite uploading the profile to CODIS, the FBI's National Offender Database in 2003, there were no hits, leaving the case in a frustrating standstill. Over the years, Detective Scharf faced numerous theories and false leads with over 200 names crossing his desk. In 2015, a woman named Chelsea Rustard, who was unrelated to the victims, uploaded her DNA to a public database to explore her family tree. Little did she know that her DNA would become a crucial piece in unlocking the mystery of what had happened to Tanya and Jay. The breakthrough finally came on April 25, 2018. Inspired by the Golden State offender's arrest, Detective Scharf, eager to leverage the same technology, collaborated with Parabon Nanolabs and genetic genealogist C. Moore. Individual A's DNA was uploaded to GEDmatch, and within hours, Moore identified second cousins, enabling her to construct a detailed family tree. The name that came up was William Earl Talbot II. To confirm the match, investigators trailed Tabith, a trucker, until they were able to retrieve a discarded paper coffee cup. Forensic scientist Lisa Collins subsequently confirmed the match between the DNA on Talbot's cup and individual A. On May 17, 2018, after over 3 decades of searching for answers, William Earl Talbot II was arrested. The families of Tanya Van Cuylenburg and Jay Cook, who had endured years of uncertainty, were notified of this significant development. For Detective Scharf, it was a momentous occasion, bringing a sense of closure and justice to one of the most perplexing unsolved cases he had encountered. In June 2019, William Earl Talbot II was convicted and sentenced to life imprisonment without parole for taking the lives of Tanya Van Cuylenburg and Jay Cook. However, on December 7, 2021, an appellate court overturned the conviction due to juror bias. This decision led to the possibility of a second trial. The appellate court dismissed the idea of a retrial on December 22, 2022. On the same day, however, the Washington State Supreme Court intervened and upheld the guilty conviction. The defense's decision to not dismiss the disputed juror through peremptory challenges was highlighted by the court. On December 22, 2022, Talbot is still being held. Moving on to the next case. Destiny Renee Pitman. On January 9, 1992, Destiny Renee Pitman was born in Kokomo, Indiana, to Melvin Douglas and Carla Pitman McCombs. Destiny has 2 brothers and 2 sisters, making 5 total. At the age of 21, Destiny stayed at 815 James Drive, Kokomo, with her 3 pets, 2 little children, her boyfriend, and a female roommate in 2013. Destiny's home was broken into by 2 armed attackers on the evening of February 7, 2013. Reaching out into the hallway from her bedroom, Destiny confronted the intruders. She was then fatally shot by one of the attackers. The bullet went through her chest and struck a wall at the end of the hall. Renee's boyfriend, roommate, children, and dogs were at home at the time, but hid away out of fear and were unharmed. At approximately 9:33 p.m., officers from the Kokomo Police Department were dispatched to 815 James Drive when they were notified about shots being fired at the residence. When officers arrived at the crime scene, Destiny was already gone and there was nothing they could do to revive her. A single .40 caliber shell casing was recovered. Neither her boyfriend, whose name was never disclosed, or roommate saw the intruders and could thus not give investigators any description. It was suspected that the perpetrators may have been looking to rob Destiny and her boyfriend of marijuana and cash they had from selling weed. Destiny's boyfriend reportedly admitted to police that he sold marijuana and had taken a bag containing weed and over $2,000 in cash to another house just days prior to the home invasion. Both the boyfriend and the roommate also admitted to police that Destiny too was involved in selling, but had not as much since she inherited money. Before we continue, we want to remind you that only a small percentage of people who watch our videos are actually subscribed. So if you enjoy our content, consider subscribing. It's free and you can always change your mind later. Now, let's move on with the video. Unfortunately, investigators were unable to identify the attackers and the case went cold. For more than 10 years, Destiny's case remained unsolved without a single suspect ever being identified. Destiny's demise left her surviving family and friends devastated. Even years after, her mom stayed depressed and cried a lot. "I hope and pray to God someone will have something to say," she said. "My life has turned absolutely upside down. They took my child for no reason. Whoever it was, I hope they are satisfied. They did not get anything out of it. She was just getting ready to start modeling and have a life for herself." Her mother said not knowing who did this to her daughter or why eats at her each and every day. On March 2, 2023, 2 men were finally identified as suspects in Destiny Pitman's case. Investigators announced the arrest of 32-year-old Joey McCartney and 36-year-old Jesse McCartney. Joey McCartney was taken into custody by U.S. Marshals at the crack of dawn at a residence in Graham, Kentucky. Jesse McCartney was arrested by U.S. Marshals and local police roughly 2 hours later at a residence in Kokomo. Graham and Kokomo are more than a 4-hour drive apart. As a result of the continued investigation since 2013, along with citizens continuing to provide leads, investigators with the Criminal Investigation Section were able to determine that these 2 individuals were responsible for what happened to Destiny. On December 5, 2022, a woman called in and claimed to have information about Destiny's case. She told police she could not keep this information to herself anymore after repeatedly seeing press releases on the case over the years. According to the court documents, this informant claimed to have been with Jesse McCartney on the night Destiny's life was ended and had been sitting in his white Jeep Cherokee outside Destiny's home. According to the informant, Jesse and Joey said they were running an errand, which the individual reportedly believed meant a deal that involved illegal substances. Jesse reportedly told the informant to stay inside the vehicle while he proceeded to put on black leather gloves and grabbed his handgun. Joey McCartney met Jesse at Destiny's front door before the pair entered the residence. The 2 of them then started searching the home, which police believe it was for substances that Destiny and her boyfriend were selling. The informant heard a gunshot and saw both men come running out of the house. Jesse was sweating heavily and had a large bag of marijuana and cash in his hand, according to the informant. She alleges that she and Jesse drove back to his apartment and Joey joined them. She said Jesse then made her drive back by the home the next day. When they drove past, there was police tape surrounding the house. The informant also told police about Jesse McCartney changing his phone number and said he still lived in Kokomo on Monroe Street. She said he sold his gun and Jeep 6 months later after the crime was committed. The woman told investigators she did not come forward sooner because she was scared, and still is. She had an alleged history with Jesse. Police showed Destiny's boyfriend photographs of Joey and Jesse McCartney after the new revelations. The boyfriend stated that Joey looked familiar and might have visited before with a common friend, but it was still unclear to investigators whether Destiny knew the McCartneys. The two men are accused of both burglary and killing Destiny. Jesse McCartney was also charged with possessing illicit narcotics and robbery. Due to their purported involvement in the case, the brothers were detained without release, and their hearing is scheduled for March 2023. On August 11, 2023, Jesse McCartney went on trial. It was found that he was not the person who shot Destiny, so he was cleared of part of the charges. The trial for Joey McCartney has not yet begun. Moving on to the next case. Madeleine Beth McCann. The disappearance of Madeleine Beth McCann has garnered the greatest media attention of any missing person case in contemporary history. Over the nearly 16 years after her disappearance, numerous explanations have been proposed. Many think it's the fault of her parents, Kate and Jerry McCann, or their pals. Some others were certain Robert Moret was complicit. He resided in Praia de Luz, Portugal, around 150 yards from apartment 5A, where Madeleine was last seen in 2007. Other than conflicting statements made by him, there was nothing linking him to the disappearance. A series of burglaries that took place near apartment 5A in the days before Madeleine went missing was then focused on. A group of men pretending to collect donations for an orphanage as a ploy to gain access to homes in the area, nothing concrete was found that any of these men took Madeleine. In June of 2020, it seemed like the mystery was finally solved. Police in Germany ordered an inquiry regarding the possible involvement of then 43-year-old Christian Bruckner. He was in the same area at the time, and he gave investigators false statements. German authorities claim that they have concrete evidence that Christian Bruckner took Madeleine's life, but they have not made all the information public, and it appears that the investigation is still ongoing. These, of course, are not all of the theories, but it does bring us to the most recent one, Julia Wendell. In February of 2023, a Polish woman, Julia Wendell, came forward stating that she believed she might be Madeleine. There have been quite a few women that have claimed they are Madeleine, so it wasn't big news at first. Now, let's go over everything we know about Julia and why she believes that she is, in fact, Madeleine. Julia grew up in Ratclove, Poland. Here is a picture of her taken during her childhood, next to a picture of Madeleine. She claims that she does not remember large parts of her childhood, and that she was never treated as part of the family by her parents or siblings. Other quote-unquote evidence she has put forward includes a speck in her eye, like Madeleine, and her allegedly overhearing her mom admit to taking her. Where it gets really interesting is she also said she was abused by a German man who resembled a one-time suspect in Madeleine's disappearance. She supposedly found a family photo of that man in an older relative's house. I couldn't find any information if she's referring to Christian Bruckner or not. A private detective working on the case in Poland said that they could find no hospital records for Julia relating to the first 5 years of her life. Julia's family in Poland have denied her claims. Her mom and dad have also blocked Julia's number and are refusing to take DNA tests of their own. Julia received many death threats after she went viral on Instagram, sharing that she believed she is Madeleine. Julia then went to California for her own safety. Julia is staying with a private detective and self-professed medium doctor, Fia Johansson, at a safe house in California. Dr. Johansson said Julia has sent off 3 DNA samples for forensic analysis, as well as a genetic test to establish her ancestry. If the results come back that she's British or from that area, then we are going to continue our investigation into Madeleine McCann and communicate with the detectives in Portugal, Dr. Johansson said. We have a lot of evidence right now that shows Julia was definitely trafficked to Poland. We are still conducting an investigation, but Julia is definitely not the biological daughter of her parents in Poland. Dr. Johansson also said it was so strange because everything in Julia's health book, everything, started at the age of 5. So everything between the ages of 0 months to 5 years, everything is missing, and there is no signature by a doctor showing that they had removed any of the records from her file. She just doesn't exist during that time frame. Online users have also conjectured that Wendell might be the 6-year-old twin of Olivia Schlepp, a Swiss child who vanished in 2011 together with her twin. I intend to create a new video when the DNA test results are released because this is still an ongoing project. In the meantime, kindly share your opinions with me in the comments area. Is Madeleine actually Julia? Maybe Julia Wendell, or just another lost woman? Moving on to the next case. Natalie Cochran. Originally from West Virginia, a state renowned for its close-knit towns and breathtaking natural beauty, Natalie Cochran is a registered pharmacist. There, she established herself and had what appeared to be a typical life with her husband, Michael Cochran. It appeared as though Natalie and Michael were leading a serene life, but that tranquility was dramatically upended when Michael inexplicably and suddenly died on February 11th, 2019. The collapse of a Ponzi scheme and growing accusations that suggested Natalie's role in her husband's death may have been more complex and evil than first thought catapulted her into the public eye later that year. Federal prosecutors accused Natalie Cochran and her late husband, Michael, of running a financial hoax in a civil case they filed against her in July 2019. The Cochrans were the owners of 2 companies, Tactical Solutions Group and Technological Management Studios. They purportedly led investors to believe that Tactical held government contracts to supply semi-automatic weapons to various defense agencies, including the U.S. Department of Defense. These allegations mark the start of a complex legal saga. According to the civil lawsuit, the Cochrans deceived investors by making them believe in the legitimacy of their government contracts. In total, both companies raised at least $25,800,000 from 11 investors. Investors were promised significant returns on their investments, but the truth was vastly different. U.S. Attorney Mike Stewart revealed that Tactical did not possess any government contracts for semi-automatic weapons. Instead, the Cochrans allegedly spent investors' money on lavish living, expensive dining, and other personal expenses. Tactical made donations to various local organizations, including Shady Spring Middle School's football department and the Shady Spring Youth Baseball League. They also donated semi-automatic weapons as bingo prizes at a fundraiser held at Shady Spring High School. This fundraiser raised over $32,000, with half of the proceeds going to Shady Spring High Volleyball and the other half to the Shady Spring Youth Baseball League, for which Natalie served as treasurer. Despite the significant donations, questions began to emerge about the legitimacy of the funds. The league board member, James Quessenberry, revealed that Tactical's check for $16,780 bounced, and numerous unauthorized withdrawals were made from the league account. An internal audit was conducted to investigate financial records. As the legal scrutiny intensified, Natalie filed for Chapter 7 bankruptcy in July. Her bankruptcy filings revealed that she had minimal income and assets. She claimed to have less than $600 in bank accounts and a staggering $1,400,000 in liabilities. The allegations against the Cochrans prompted federal and state investigations into their business dealings. It was reported that investors received letters on a U.S. Department of Defense letterhead assuring them that their returns on investment would be available at a later date. Natalie maintained that much of the information related to the investments was classified and could not be discussed. Natalie claimed in a creditors' meeting that federal agents and West Virginia State Police had frozen her bank accounts, rendering her unable to pay her creditors. On February 11, 2019, Natalie's husband and business partner Michael Cochran passed away at Bowers Hospice House 5 days after supposedly hitting his head during a seizure. The circumstances surrounding Michael's end prompted authorities to investigate further. Reports emerged that Michael had been hospitalized multiple times in the months preceding due to an unspecified illness. A government official in Raleigh County disclosed that West Virginia State Police were looking into the case. In a startling development, a judicial order was executed in early September, leading to the exhumation of Michael Cochran's body from Sunset Memorial Gardens. The copy of the judicial order was reportedly sealed, pending the close of both federal and state investigations into the circumstances surrounding his tragic fate. Natalie maintained that her husband's passing was a result of an accidental fall that caused him to hit his head during a seizure. She asserted that Michael was transported to the hospital 20 minutes after his fall and denied any involvement in what had happened to him. However, there were conflicting reports regarding the timeline of events and the presence of other adults in the house during the critical hours preceding Michael's hospitalization. In November 2021, Natalie found herself facing a first-degree charge for taking the life of her husband. By then, Natalie was already serving an 11-year federal prison sentence related to the Ponzi scheme, which further fueled speculation about her involvement in Michael's end. The proceedings took an unexpected turn during a hearing in a Raleigh County courtroom. Natalie appeared in the courtroom wearing a brown skirt, khaki-colored pants, and shackles on her hands. Members of her family, including her 2 teenage children, were present. In a surprising move, the prosecution decided to drop the charge against Natalie. The reason cited was the need for more time to gather evidence. The prosecution's decision was a strategic one aimed at allowing for a re-examination of Michael's body. Raleigh County prosecuting attorney Ben Hatfield made the motion to dismiss the charge, stating how vital the re-examining of the body would be to the case. Hatfield further clarified that he had consulted Michael's family before formally requesting the exhumation. The decision to re-examine the body was not taken lightly, as Hatfield sought an expert's opinion to ensure that the examination would yield viable scientific evidence. Hatfield's request was rooted in the need for a specialized test that could detect insulin levels in tissue samples. This test had not been conducted during the initial autopsy, which took place when Michael's body was first exhumed in September 2019. The absence of this specific test left room for uncertainty. According to Hatfield, it was extremely likely that he would re-indict Natalie for the slaying of her husband once the examination was complete. Natalie's defense attorneys did not object to the prosecution's motions, which raised curiosity about their strategy. Matthew Victor, one of Cochran's attorneys, revealed that this move would provide them with an opportunity to gather more evidence from the federal investigation. Their aim was to prove that Michael was aware of the Ponzi scheme, a revelation that, if true, could significantly impact the state's case. Despite the charge being dropped, Natalie still had several more years to serve in her federal sentence. This fact weighed into the decision to dismiss the charge. The goal was to conduct the necessary tests and gather more evidence while she served her federal sentence. Following the hearing, as she was escorted out of the courtroom by police, Natalie had a brief moment to speak with her family. In a poignant exchange, she expressed her love and bid farewell to her children. The parents of Michael Cochran were also present during the hearing. The latest development in the case of Natalie Cochran happened on October 24, 2023, when Raleigh County prosecuting attorney Ben Hatfield announced that a special grand jury had re-indicted Natalie and charged her with taking Michael's life. Following the exhumation of the body, a well-known forensic pathologist from Texas verified that Michael had been murdered and attributed it to the presence of unapproved exogenous insulin in his body. It is anticipated that Natalie Cochran will go to trial in 2024 and be found guilty of all the counts against her because the special grand jury session is so late in its term. Moving on to the next case. Natasha Alex Carter. On December 22, 1989, Susan Gail Carter gave birth to Natasha Alex Carter. Her life was characterized by complicated family history that would be cruelly changed on August 8, 2000, when she and her 41-year-old mother, Susan, unexpectedly disappeared. Her loved ones knew her by her middle name, Alex. Natasha was born into a world of looming chaos and uncertainty, and her early years were marred by the turbulent custody dispute between her parents, Susan Gale Carter and Ricky Lafferty. Discord plagued the couple's relationship, which was made worse by Susan's refusal to take medicine for her bipolar disorder. But when Susan was discovered with other men, the relationship broke down, and she eventually developed a romantic involvement with the couple's landlord, Larry Del Webb. In 1998, Susan and Larry decided to get married, and thanks to Larry's influential connections, Susan managed to secure custody of Natasha despite her ongoing mental health challenges. What followed was a contentious and heated legal dispute between Susan and Ricky over the custody of their daughter, Natasha. The custody battle took a darker turn when, during a mediation meeting, Susan allegedly made ominous threats to Ricky Lafferty, promising that he would never see Natasha again. Susan failed to appear for the next hearing, and custody was granted to Ricky. On August 8, 2000, the course of Susan and Natasha's lives took an inexplicable turn when they vanished without leaving a trace. Natasha, who was a mere 10 years old at the time, had not been in contact with her father Ricky for several months leading up to her disappearance. When Ricky grew increasingly concerned and decided to reach out to Larry, Susan's new husband, to inquire about his daughter's whereabouts, he was met with a perplexing response. Larry, in his initial response, claimed that Susan and Natasha had left in the company of a man named Jose with the assurance that they would return shortly. However, just a few days later, Ricky made another anxious call to Larry only to be told a different story. This time, Larry stated that Susan and Natasha had left with a man named Manuel. The ever-changing names of the individuals added another layer of confusion to the mystery. Given Susan's remarks about making sure Ricky never sees his daughter again, investigators suspected that Susan had kidnapped Natasha herself. This suspicion was validated by Natasha's grandmother, who believed that she was afraid of her mother and did not want to live with her. In the wake of their disappearance, a felony warrant was issued for Susan Gale Carter on November 13, 2000, charging her with the kidnapping. The initial narrative categorized Natasha as the victim of a family abduction, speculating that she might be in the company of her mother and an adult male. There were also concerns that they might have crossed state lines, compounding the challenge of locating them. Over the years, the case has remained shrouded in mystery with no concrete leads or significant breakthroughs. Natasha's father, Ricky Lafferty, continued to hold on to hope that he would one day be reunited with his daughter. Despite the passage of 2 decades, the case was far from being forgotten or deemed unsolvable. Though the case received very little media attention, authorities remained committed to finding answers and ensuring justice for Natasha and her family. In 2021, the FBI elevated the reward offered for vital information that could potentially unveil the whereabouts of either Natasha or her mother Susan. That same year, law enforcement authorities revealed that Susan might also be operating under the alias Susan Gale Carter Webb. But with no progress in the case, investigators began to look at the possibility that what they once believed was a family abduction could have been a case of foul play. Susan Gale Carter, who was the prime suspect in Natasha's disappearance, was no longer the focus of the investigation. West Virginia State Police uncovered new evidence that indicated both Susan and Natasha mysteriously disappeared simultaneously. In a statement, West Virginia State Police said, this case was originally reported as Susan Carter kidnapping Natasha Carter. But over the course of this investigation, it has been determined that both Susan Carter and Natasha Carter are and have been missing since August 8, 2000. This revelation reshaped the entire narrative surrounding their disappearance. There was an unexpected twist in the case when West Virginia police zeroed in on Larry Del Webb's residence, 100 block of Kyle Lane, where Susan and Natasha were living during the time of their disappearances. In August 2023, the FBI initiated a thorough search of the property with the aim of uncovering evidence related to Natasha and Susan's disappearances. Webb, who is now in his 80s, claimed to suffer from dementia and memory loss. During a press conference held at the time of the FBI's inquiry, Webb appeared bewildered by the sudden intrusion into his home. He claimed to have no understanding as to why the authorities were combing through his property. However, when the name Natasha was mentioned, he did acknowledge some degree of familiarity. And when Susan was brought up, he expressed that he believed they were married. In a rather fragmented recollection, he also mentioned that he was away on a trip when the mother and daughter mysteriously disappeared. The FBI search yielded an unexpected discovery as reported by Webb's live-in caretaker, Terry Lilly. It was stated that law enforcement found a bullet in the wall of the bedroom, allegedly with Natasha's DNA on it, though that has yet to be confirmed. Authorities also removed tiles from the basement floor. Larry Del Webb was charged with first-degree murder of Natasha on October 2, 2023. This was a major development in the case. Notably, Webb has not been charged with anything related to Susan's disappearance, thus that aspect of the case remains unsolved. The fact that Susan and Natasha are still unaccounted for raises doubts about their final destiny in spite of these events. Webb is awaiting trial, and the inquiry is still ongoing. Moving on to the next case. Robert Earl Sanders. A grandpa and his grandson went squirrel hunting on September 10, 1987, in the woods off Block of Liberty Road close to Mount Hope Cemetery in Youngstown, Ohio. Unfortunately, the finding of a human skull and other bones resting on the surface ended their time spent bonding. After being dispatched to the area, the Youngstown Police Department launched an investigation to identify the remains. The investigators were assisted by the Department of Anthropology at Youngstown State University. They were able to ascertain that the remains most likely belonged to a black male who was between the ages of 30 and 44 and who had maybe spent 3 to 5 years in those forests. Unfortunately, no further evidence was available and no leads came to fruition, so the case went cold. The unknown male was named the Youngstown John Doe. In August of 2021, a young woman called the Youngstown Police Department to speak to investigators. Her name is Elisa Yelchin. She had been a student of anthropology in the early 2000s and remembers seeing the skull and bones in the laboratory. Elisa could not get the thought out of her mind that the Youngstown John Doe was someone's child. She wanted to ensure that the Youngstown Police Department continued the investigation and did everything within their power to bring it to a conclusion. Detective Sergeant David P. Sweeney then took the lead on the case. In the latter part of 2021, the remains were sent to the Ohio Attorney General's Bureau of Criminal Investigation in order to extract DNA. Then, the Youngstown John Doe was entered into the NamUs, the National Missing and Unidentified Persons System, and a new facial reconstruction was created. Detective Sergeant Sweeney additionally went around the city distributing flyers and asking for tips. The decision was then finally made to send some of the remains to Othram Inc. to see if they could generate new leads in the investigation. In January of 2023, Youngstown Police Department received communication from the Othram team that funding was available for the case via the Porchlight Project. The Porchlight Project began in 2018 and is a privately funded organization which assists agencies, specifically in Ohio, with advanced DNA testing and genetic genealogy. Othram was able to successfully develop a DNA extract from the skeletal remains using forensic-grade genome sequencing to build a comprehensive DNA profile suitable for genealogical analysis. The leads were returned to law enforcement and further researched by Detective Sergeant Sweeney, the Mahoning County Coroner's Office, and BCI, which affirmed what the genetic genealogy research uncovered, a conclusive and definitive identification of Youngstown John Doe. In February of 2023, it was announced that Robert Earl Sanders is the Youngstown John Doe. He was reported missing on August 13, 1976, a full 11 years before his remains were found in the woods. Robert was only 23 years old when he lost his life. Elisa Yelchin, who is the anthropology student who got the ball rolling on the case, spoke at the press conference. "We have all met someone in our lives that sticks with us. It's just their face, their attitude, whoever they are, you can't forget them. In the early 2000s, I saw my person in a forensic anthropology class. He wasn't sitting next to me, though. Rather, he was in front of me in what appeared to be a lost and found box with the most amazing smile I'd ever seen. I wondered forever who he was. I wondered what he looked like, and it haunted me. Anyone with information regarding Robert Earl Sanders is encouraged to contact the Youngstown Police Department at 330-742-8900. Moving on to the next case. Robert Stowe. The Orange County Police Department was called to the Lilchump convenience store, which was situated on Clarkona-Ocoee Road in Orlando, Florida, just after 7 in the morning on February 3, 1996. That morning, a certain witness had alerted the police to a strange discovery. The witness claims that at approximately 6:55 a.m., he was passing the Lilchump convenience shop when he saw that the lights were off. The store employees would often open around that hour to start sales, so he thought it was odd. The witness turned around and parked close to the store to peek through the windows before attempting to enter to confirm what was happening. He claimed he didn't see a store clerk, which was unusual. A nagging suspicion then made him to contact the police to relay his concerns before driving away. When the deputies arrived at the scene, they found 2 guys from an Amour car company waiting to pick up a cash deposit at the store, but the door was locked. The deputies called the store phone, but nobody answered. They then made a brief rounds at the store and discovered in the parking lot a white car. Deputies ran a license plate check and discovered that the car belonged to the store manager, Terrence Pette. They called Terrence's residence to confirm if he was home, but they didn't get any response either. There was no way for the deputies to get into the store as it was already locked from the outside. Luckily, another employee from the store who had closed the night before was just driving by when he spotted the police at the front of the store. He then let the deputies in with his own keys. While they tried to open the door, the police discovered a minor amount of blood on the exterior lock. On getting inside, the police found Terrence Pette, the store manager, on the floor of the men's restroom, already dead in a pool of blood. According to the medical examiner, Terrence Pette had suffered from multiple stab wounds. He had been stabbed 73 times around his neck, torso, and extremities. His hearts and lungs were severely punctured. Investigators observed a considerable amount of bloodstains around the store and concluded that the person who stabbed Terrence Pette had also been hurt. There were bloodstains in several locations of the store, particularly on the freezer door, the freezer flap, the lottery machine behind the counter, the key cylinder on the entry and exit door, and the door push bar. The blood patterns in the store demonstrated the suspect's movement throughout the area, from the restroom to the beverage freezer to behind the cash register where money was stolen, and ultimately on the entry and exit door where the suspect most likely fled the scene. According to the deputies, after taking about $1,000 from the safe underneath the cash register, the perpetrator took Terrence Pette's keys and locked the doors to the store. The question of who could have murdered Terrence bugged the police and his family at the time. Terrence Pette was said to have arrived at the Lilchamp food store between 5 and 6 in the morning to set up for a 6 a.m. opening like he usually did. Unfortunately, within a few minutes of arriving at the store, he was brutally murdered by an unidentified assailant. The police questioned those who knew him, but nothing much was known about Terrence because he had only recently relocated to Orlando, Florida. He worked 60 hours a week and did not have many known acquaintances. The investigators rapidly followed up on all leads in an effort to identify his killer, but there were hardly any witnesses to the crime. Although they had all the necessary evidence, the investigators lacked the means to put it to use. The blood samples, taken from different locations at the crime scene, were sent to a crime lab, and all samples were determined to have originated from the same unidentified killer. The following year, in 1997, a detective closed the case and documented it that it was pending further investigative leads. On July 22, 2003, a different detective reopened the case, re-interviewing witnesses and obtaining buccal swabs to compare with the suspect's blood. But there were no matches found. On March 17, 2003, an analyst entered the unidentified DNA profile from the freezer door handle into the combined DNA index database, but no matches were found either. Another detective, Brian Savelli, took up the investigation in 2019 and kept working to identify the suspect whose blood had been left behind in various locations of the store. During the course of going through the case, the idea of genetic genealogy came to Detective Brian Savelli's mind. Genetic genealogy uses a known DNA profile to reverse engineer a family tree for the unknown suspect. It became a well-liked new investigative tool in 2018 when the officials in California used it to pinpoint the Golden State Killer. Finally, in March 2021, the Florida Department of Law Enforcement was contacted by the Orange County Sheriff's Office to help with the investigation. To create a thorough genealogical profile that may be utilized to generate fresh leads that could help identify Terrence Pickett's killer, the Florida Department of Law Enforcement hired Othram to use cutting-edge DNA testing. Othram created a thorough genealogical profile using forensic-grade genome sequencing. After the profile was successfully created, Othram gave it to the Florida Department of Law Enforcement, whose detectives uploaded the DNA profile into two open ancestry databases, GetMatch and Family Tree. They later created a family tree, and it revealed that the blood samples originated from a person who shared genetic ancestry with a couple, Kenneth Stowe Sr. and his wife. Investigators were then led to the couple's 3 children. Authorities started a background check on the 3 children and discovered that one of them, Kenneth Robert Stowe Jr., a 54-year-old Eustis resident, had lived across the street from Terrence Pette in 1996. Kenneth Robert Stowe was 28 years old at the time of the murder. Detective Brian Savelli also found out that he had once worked at the Le Champe convenience store. All the puzzles were coming together. In order to apprehend the murderer, detectives got the court order to commence a GPS surveillance on Robert Snow Jr. The GPS device was placed in his vehicle on August 27, 2021, outside of his building supply business. According to Detective Brian Savelli, while following Robert Stowe on September 14, 2021, he saw him throw a bag filled with beer cans into a trash can. The bag was taken by the detective and submitted at the Orange County's crime scene unit for testing. Forensics discovered that the DNA on one of the beer cans matched the blood from the beverage freezer door handle in 1996. Authorities arrested Robert Stowe using the fresh evidence. When questioned, he acknowledged working at the convenience store, but denied killing Terrence Pette. Robert Stowe is charged with first-degree murder with a firearm and robbery with a deadly weapon. A judge ordered him incarceration without bond. All of Terrence Piquette's relatives have already died, but authorities told several of his associates of the arrest in the case. Moving on to the next case. Roger Scott Dunn. Jim and Mary Sue Dunn had 2 sons when Roger Scott Dunn was born in Lubbock, Texas on February 10, 1967. All of them called him Scott. It was said of Scott that he was a ladies' guy, a joker, and full of fun. The 24-year-old quit the military in 1991 and made Lubbock his new home. He installed unique sound systems in cars while he was employed at MGM Electronics. He loved working on cars, and he had even won stereo installation competitions. He also bought, restored, and resold used automobiles on his own. Scott dated Leisha Hamilton. She was a 28-year-old waitress. On the evening of May 13, 1991, Scott attended a party at one of his friends' homes. Out of nowhere, Scott got seriously ill. He couldn't walk or drive home and slept at his friend's house. The next morning, Leisha came to pick him up so that he could rest in the comfort of his own bed at the apartment they shared at Oakwood Club Apartments at 50 18 24th Street. The day after that, on May 15th, Scott was finally feeling well enough to get back to his work. His car was still at his friend's house, so he arranged for his friends to take him to work. He told Leisha about this arrangement. She made him tea and left for work. When his friends arrived at their apartment, Scott didn't answer. Leisha arrived home later and told his friends that he must have left while she was at work. Scott did not come home that night, and for the next 2 days there was absolutely no sign of him. Leisha then contacted Jim Dunn, Scott's dad, who lived in Pennsylvania, and told them that Scott disappeared. Jim Dunn then contacted the Lubbock Police Department to file a missing persons report. Jim told detectives that it was unusual for Scott to leave his Camaro, nicknamed the Yellow Submarine, and his tools at work. When the police arrived at Leisha and Scott's apartment, Leisha immediately told the police that a piece of carpet was missing from underneath the couch. In Scott's bedroom, the police found that missing piece of carpet. It had been duct taped together with the carpet in the bedroom. A piece of carpet had been removed from the bedroom. Along the seam, the police noticed a rusty-colored stain. It was clear that it was blood. There was another large stain on the padding underneath the carpet in one section. The blood on the padding had seeped down to the concrete below. It also looked like someone had cleaned blood off of the baseboard of the wall. The investigators used luminol to test the room. The room lit up. It was obvious that someone, presumably Scott, had suffered a violent attack. Investigators looked at Scott's life and the people he knew to see if anything stood out to them. Scott had a previous arrest for using illegal substances. At age 23, he was arrested in connection with a Domino's Pizza robbery. The police followed up on this to see if anyone might have had reasons to hurt Scott because of the substances or money. They didn't find anything useful. Looking at Scott's relationship with Leisha, investigators found a lot of oddities. It seemed that Scott wasn't able to commit to Leisha as much as she would have liked. 1 month before Scott's disappearance, Leisha had learned that Scott was engaged to another woman. Investigators saw this as a possible motive. Could Leisha have sought revenge against Scott? Scott's friends told investigators something worrisome about Leisha. A family friend of Scott said that Scott was afraid to break up with Leisha. Leisha's ex-boyfriends warned Scott that she could lather herself up into violent, jealous rages. Leisha continued to contact Jim to talk about the case. Jim taped all of their phone calls. For some reason, Leisha didn't really seem that interested in finding Scott. She often talked about his sports car. She even asked Jim if she could have it. Leisha told Jim that she didn't want the car, but needed it. Leisha was clearly getting impatient about having to wait for the car. This was really odd behavior. Investigators learned that Leisha had a criminal record. She had been arrested in New Mexico for embezzlement. Investigators continued looking into the possibility that she was responsible, but then she actually came up with the first suspect. Leisha told Jim that she believed a man named Tim Smith was involved in Scott's disappearance. Tim lived near Scott and Leisha and became infatuated with her. The police went to speak to Tim at his apartment and saw that he was packing up to move. Tim willingly let the police search his apartment. When the police walked back out to the room where Tim was standing, they discovered that Tim had moved a roll of duct tape that was on his bookshelf. Tim claimed he didn't move anything, but the police found it hidden behind some books. The tape was sent in for forensic testing. Using infrared lights to look at different wavelengths and components of the tape, the results were that the tape from Tim's apartment were consistent with the tape used on the carpet in Scott's bedroom. On the side of the tape, triangular green carpet fibers were found, which were the same color as the carpet in Scott's bedroom. Unfortunately, without a body, there wasn't much else investigators could do, and the case went cold. Jim got impatient and set out to find answers himself. He met with a group called the Vidocq Society. It's a group of 82 international forensic experts. The group is a members-only group that meets in Philadelphia to try to solve unsolved crimes. Jim met with Richard Walter, a co-founder of the group, to go over the case of his son. Richard immediately confirmed that Scott is not alive anymore. Furthermore, he was convinced that Leisha held the answers. Richard sent the information to Dr. Richard Shepherd of New Scotland Yard. Dr. Shepherd concluded that Scott's life was taken in his bedroom and had been struck multiple times with a blunt object. He conducted multiple tests and confirmed that with the amount of blood that was lost, no one could have survived. Richard Walter begged the district attorney to take this case to trial. Richard said that they didn't have a body, but had a body part, the blood's connective tissue. Richard Walter noticed that there were unidentified hairs in the duct tape found in Scott's bedroom. It was sent in for testing and was determined to be hair from both Tim Smith and Leisha Hamilton. Smith and Hamilton were finally arrested 3 years after Scott disappeared in 1994. It is believed that Scott's life was taken in the early morning hours of May 16, 1991, while he was asleep. Scott was struck 4 times with a blunt object. Hamilton and Smith tried to clean up the scene but obviously left behind too much evidence. It is believed that Leisha wanted revenge after finding out that Scott had been seeing other women and was engaged. Smith probably helped Hamilton because she manipulated him and he was obsessed with her. They were tried separately and both convicted. Leisha Hamilton was sentenced to 20 years in prison, and Smith was sentenced to 10 years of probation. The jury believed that Smith was involved in helping Hamilton clean up and get rid of evidence, but weren't convinced that he was in the room when the crime took place. It's not clear why Leisha got such a short sentence, in Texas no less, but she had to serve it in full after losing multiple bids for parole. Leisha dropped out of sight once she got out of prison. Frustratingly, neither Hamilton nor Smith wanted to tell police where they put Scott's body. When Jim Dunn of Lubbock Victims Assistance Services learned in 2012 that skeleton remains had been discovered in a sewer system close to Scott's apartment complex, there was a great deal of comfort. Dental records verified that Scott was the source. The Dunns buried him in a tomb beneath a stone that had an engraving of Scott's Camaro on it on June 16, 2012. "I tell everyone that Scott came home for Father's Day," Jim was quoted as saying. Moving on to the next case. Rosemarie Nitrabate. Rosemarie, whose real name was Maria Rosalia August Nitrabate, was born in Dusseldorf on February 1, 1933, and had a difficult childhood. Rosemary and her half-sister were raised for a while by their single mother after being born to an unmarried charwoman. Her father, who was allegedly a Dusseldorf laborer who refused to pay child support, was unknown to her. Rosemary and her sister were eventually placed in a children's home when her mother was sentenced to prison. And a year later, in 1939, Rosemary was placed with a foster family. A few years later, when she was just 11 years old, she was sexually assaulted by a local 18-year-old man. The horrific crime was covered up, however, and no official reports were ever made to the police despite the fact that everyone in their village knew what had happened and who the perpetrator was. As a teenager, Rosemary entered the world of sex work. She spent her time in and out of juvenile correction homes, but escaped on numerous occasions. Then, after spending 3 weeks in a juvenile detention center for vagrancy, she decided to move to Frankfurt, where she worked briefly as a model and a waitress before eventually returning to sex work. Reportedly, Rosemary began hiding her background while she worked. She learned English and French and took etiquette lessons so she could better fit in with the upper class. This allowed her to attract wealthier, more sophisticated customers, and she became well known for being an excellent conversationalist. Her plan worked, and soon Rosemary was being gifted with expensive cars and luxury trips abroad to the likes of the Mediterranean. She quickly built up wealth, and she used her money to buy herself a lavish apartment and a Mercedes convertible which had red leather upholstery. She would use the car to take her clients to and from her home. In 1 year alone, she earned the modern equivalent of over $140,000. However, it all came to an end when the 24-year-old was found dead in her apartment. Her death came to the attention of authorities when her cleaner reported that she had been unable to get into the apartment for several days and had noticed her delivery of bread was stacking up at the front door. It was estimated that Rosemary had died 3 days prior. Although sloppy police work and a lack of forensics makes it unclear if this was the case, Rosemary's cause of death was established as being strangulation with a nylon stocking. Although she also had a head wound, even after her body was interred, the police hung on to the young woman's head for evidence. It was eventually buried with the rest of her in Tus Dorsate. While all of Rosemary's clothing, including real fur coats and silk dresses, had been left untouched, the modern-day equivalent of around $34,000 had been stolen from her apartment. Although investigators theorized that robbery was the motive behind the crime, no one could fathom why none of her valuables had been taken. This could perhaps be explained by the fact that the perpetrator would not have to fence any goods if they only stole cash. The 24-year-old was not sexually assaulted, and there was no other obvious motive for the crime. Although rumors began that she tape-recorded conversations with her clients so she could later blackmail them. However, this theory has been ruled out as there has never been any supporting evidence. A detective inspector who worked on the case, Alfred Kalk, stated that while officers had recovered a notebook listing the names of Rosemary's clients, none of them were in massive positions of power to the extent that it would cause a scandal. He claimed that her clientele was mostly ordinary folk and that the highest profile man in the notebook was a bank director. Several U.S. Army officers were allegedly also part of her clientele. They admitted that she'd asked for money so that she could pay to have an abortion. However, none of these men were ever considered suspects. The investigation was known to be hasty and haphazard. The prime suspect in the case was a close friend of Rosemary's named Heinz Pullman, who reportedly visited her on October 29th, which is possibly the day she was killed. A witness recalled being almost run over by Pullman as he sped past the courtyard outside of Rosemary's building. Pullman was a 37-year-old businessman whose relationship with the 24-year-old was completely platonic, as he was gay. The most suspicious thing, however, was that he was known to be having financial troubles at the time of his friend's death. However, in the days following, he cleared all of his debts and bought himself a new car. He could not explain to investigators where this money came from and gave conflicting information during questioning, although he eventually admitted to stealing from his employers. Evidence appeared to be stacking up against Pullman. He was known to have a key to Rosemary's apartment, which aligned with the fact that the 24-year-old's door had been locked when she was found dead. He also owned gray-colored trousers that had a reddish stain on them. While he initially said that it was rust, an analyst determined that it was human blood. Pullman then changed his tune, claiming the stain was blood, but that it was his own because he suffered a skin disease which made him bleed from time to time. He also argued that since he had a key to the home, he could have robbed Rosemary any time when she wasn't there. Eventually, the 37-year-old was charged with Rosemary's murder, but he was acquitted in July of 1960 on grounds of reasonable doubts. His defense argued that the authorities failed to measure the precise temperature of the 24-year-old's apartment, which would have been essential in determining the time of death. The blood found on his trousers could not be conclusively linked with Rosemary either, meaning all of the evidence which had been gathered by police was circumstantial, therefore leaving room for doubts. The prosecution did not appeal this acquittal. Following his exoneration, Holman went on to be cast in the lead role of a movie which was based on Rosemary's life and murder. However, this action received significant negative backlash, and he was ultimately dropped from the film. He then contacted Soviet authorities in East Germany and offered to sell them the list of Rosemary's clients as he had them all memorized, but they declined this offer. Additionally, Pullman wrote several magazine articles which detailed the last days he'd spent with the 24-year-olds, but again, these stopped being published when they received negative attention. The only other suspects in Rosemary's case was a Munich grocery store owner whose name was found in her pocketbook alongside the names of several different cities. However, he was shortly cleared of any involvement. Rosemary's story was thought to be outrageous and scandalous by the local media. A failure to solve the case led to further sensationalism and the speculation that high-ranking citizens were trying to stop law enforcement from doing their job and bringing the case to a close. This notion was only fueled when some of the police files in the case went missing shortly after the investigation began. However, these missing files were actually located in police archives in 2013. For a time, there was some speculation that Rosemary's case was linked to the blonde doll case in the Netherlands. Sybil Newmond, a prostitute, was strangled at her house in 1957. There has never been a solution to this issue. Another sex worker from Frankfurt was killed 9 years after Rosemary's death. Unfortunately, it appears likely that Rosemary's murder will suffer the same fate as Helga Matura's case, which remains unsolved. Moving on to the next case. Sabrina Underwood. Located in the northwestern Arkansas Ozark Mountains, Huntsville, Arkansas, was a small, tight-knit rural community in the 1990s. In contrast to larger urban regions, the town's character was firmly anchored in its agricultural and historical traditions, and it was a location where ties to the community were strong and life proceeded more slowly. Huntsville's community life in the 1990s was characterized by a strong sense of oneness. The town's social fabric was woven through a variety of communal events, and residents frequently knew one another well. Every year, Huntsville residents eagerly anticipated local festivals, fairs, and parades. These gatherings not only provided entertainment, but also served as opportunities for people to come together and strengthen their community bonds. It is against this rural backdrop that the tragic case of Sabrina Underwood unfolded. Sabrina Underwood, a 19-year-old at the time, disappeared on January 20th, 1991, after her mother dropped her off at the U.S. Highway 41262 near Bear Creek in Boone County. Sabrina was on her way to Calico Rock to visit her boyfriend who was incarcerated at the time. Sabrina's mother never saw her again, and Sabrina's disappearance sent shockwaves through the community. Months of anxious waiting followed Sabrina's disappearance. Then, on April 8, 1991, the town was rocked by a grim discovery. A hunter stumbled upon human bones, hair, a pair of panties, and an earring stud near the Gum Spring Cemetery northwest of Little Rock. The remains were identified as those of Sabrina Underwood, her fate far from the destination she had hoped to reach. Sabrina's demise was initially classified as undetermined at the time, marking the beginning of a painstaking and heart-wrenching investigation. Law enforcement officials worked tirelessly conducting interviews, exploring leads, and attempting to unravel the circumstances surrounding her case. Despite their dedicated efforts, no arrests were made, and the case eventually went cold, casting a shadow of unsolved mystery over Huntsville for years to come. It would take more than 3 decades for the darkness to recede. In July 2022, a pivotal tip emerged, reigniting the investigation. A local attorney with a client incarcerated at an Arkansas state prison possessed a confession letter that was both shocking and chilling. The client, Rick Allen Headley, was already serving a life sentence for the 2018 slaying of his estranged wife, Kirsty Headley. The confession letter contained graphic details of Sabrina Underwood's brutal end, breathing new life into the long, dormant case. Detectives wasted no time in interviewing Rick Allen Headley about the contents of the confession letter. The chilling details he provided would shed light on the brutal crime that had remained shrouded in mystery for more than 30 years. Headley admitted to the crime, and his confession read like a nightmarish scenario that had unfolded in the quiet town of Huntsville. According to the affidavit, Headley's confession painted a grim picture of Sabrina's final hours. He claimed that Sabrina approached him at a gas station and requested a ride. What transpired during that ride would go on to haunt Headley for years to come. In an astonishing turn of events, Sabrina made advances and shockingly demanded money, threatening to accuse Headley of harming her if he did not comply. Headley recounted the moments that would lead to Sabrina's brutal demise in a chilling narrative. After the intimate encounter in his truck, Sabrina informed him that she needed a significant sum of money or she would reveal that he had harmed her. This revelation shocked Headley, and he sensed that there was going to be problems. The events that followed were nothing short of horrifying. Headley decided to drive away, leaving Sabrina behind, but the gravity of the situation weighed heavily on him. He believed that he could not let her ruin his life. It was at this point that he launched a violent attack on her outside the truck. In a shocking and gruesome act, he dragged her into a small cemetery, hidden from the prying eyes of any passerby. The description of the slaying itself is nothing short of chilling. Headley confessed to using a Rambo-style knife complete with a compass at the end to cut through Sabrina's neck. He described in graphic detail how he used a rock to hammer on the knife blade until it broke the bone and severed her head from her body. His intention, he admitted, was to eliminate any chance that Sabrina could ever reveal what had happened to her. Following this horrifying act, Headley covered Sabrina's body with sticks and leaves to hide it from view. He then gathered her belongings and placed them near her remains. The knife and rock used in the gruesome crime were disposed of several miles away, thrown into a patch of woods. At his apartment in Mountain Home, Headley removed his blood-stained clothes, placed them in a trash bag, and took a shower to cleanse himself of Sabrina's blood. The trash bag containing his clothes was discarded in a dumpster behind a mall, after which Headley left the area. Headley's confession not only sent shockwaves through Huntsville, but also brought a measure of hope and closure to Sabrina's family, who had endured decades of pain and uncertainty. The arrest of Rick Allen Headley marks a long-awaited milestone in the quest for justice in the cold case of Sabrina Lynn Underwood. He now faces charges in connection with Sabrina's case, and his upcoming court appearance in Fulton County Circuit Court in late November 2023 is awaited with bated breath by the community. The case is a sobering reminder of the law enforcement community's unwavering commitment and the unbreakable will of small-town communities to secure justice for families like the Underwoods. Moving on to the next case. Catherine Ann Alston. On October 6, 1971, the bones of an unidentified female were discovered in Bedford, New Hampshire. It was close to the Route 101 bypass at the end of Kendall Road. It took investigators 3 months to conclude that she passed away before being discovered. They could not figure out who she was. They estimated that she was white, between the ages of 25 and 35, with brown hair and standing between 61 and 65 inches tall. She was found wearing a maroon pullover blouse and lace at the neck, short hip-hugger dungaree-type shorts, size 7 sandals, and no identification. The cause could not be determined by investigators, but they were convinced that someone took her life. For approximately 50 years, her identity remained unknown. Then, state cops worked with the DNA Doe project between 2022 to 2022 to use genetic genealogy to try to link the body to a family member. They finally managed to do so because a Texas-based member of her family did a direct-to-consumer DNA test. Investigators then believed the unidentified woman is Catherine Ann Alston. Her friends called her Cathy. Investigators contacted Cathy's family and, after further testing, confirmed the match in 2023. Cathy was a Massachusetts native, born in the city of Chelsea in 1945. She graduated from Dorchester High School in 1963 and went to Boston University. She married fellow student Ralph Lawson Garrett Jr. in 1967. They divorced, but investigators said there is no evidence to suggest the divorce was not amicable. Garrett has since passed away. Cathy was 26 when she went missing from Boston, Massachusetts in 1971. Authorities said her parents and siblings moved to Texas, where her father's family was from that same year, and Cathy was supposed to meet them at the Logan Airport for their flight, but she did not show up, her siblings said. The siblings said that they never saw or spoke with her after they moved to Texas. Interestingly, no one ever reported Cathy as missing. Investigators did not identify her roommate as a suspect, but identified him as David Cormier. Cathy and David lived together at 36 Beacon Street in Boston, Massachusetts at the time she was last seen. Investigators are seeking information from anyone who knew Cathy or David Cormier. Those more likely to have known either of them were people who lived in Boston, Dorchester, and Somerville between 1963 and the fall of 1971. Authorities suggest students who went to Boston University between 1963 and 1967 may also remember Cathy. New Hampshire Attorney General John M. Fremella had this to say in January of 2023. Our cold case unit made a very significant announcement today, and I am proud of their challenging and extremely hard-working effort. It proves our steadfast dedication to pursuing justice for Miss Alston, her family, and all other victims of crime in New Hampshire. We are committed to continuing this investigation, and we will collaborate closely with our law enforcement colleagues to pursue any leads that could point to the person who could be in charge of what transpired to Miss Alston. Before we continue, we want to remind you that only a small percentage of people who watch our videos are actually subscribed. So if you enjoy our content, consider subscribing. It's free and you can always change your mind later. Now, let's move on with the video. Moving on to the next case. Cheyenne Cluss. Cheyenne Cluss, a 22-year-old Chicago native, was always a very happy and gregarious young lady. Memes and pictures flooded her social media sites. She was very close to her mother, who sadly died away on January 13, 2016. Soon afterward, Cheyenne also lost her cherished puppy. This was, as you might imagine, a very difficult moment for her. On September 4, 2016, she posted on her Facebook, "Unfortunately, just lost another part of our family, my puppy, Micah. I had the opportunity to have you as my best friend for 11 years of my life. Go get Mom and keep her company up there. I love you." Cheyenne became depressed, and you could see how much she was suffering on Facebook posts she was making. She began hanging out with people that weren't good for her. One of these people was 31-year-old Gabe Sadikasi. At one point, Cheyenne and Gabe were arrested. She was charged with obstructing identification and illegal transport of alcohol, while Gabe was charged with possession of a controlled substance. On the night of November 27, 2017, Cheyenne left her home with her laptop and a few pieces of clothing. She then went to the house of 38-year-old Brian Biddle. While there, Brian posted photos of Cheyenne on her Facebook. The two of them spent most of their time partying and drinking together. Early morning on November 29, 2017, a friend of Cheyenne named Chad Chanapai received a few texts and calls from Cheyenne. He woke up 20 minutes after her last message. Chad saw that Cheyenne desperately wanted a lift from him, and that it seemed like she wanted to get out of Brian's house. Chad tried calling her, but there was no answer. He then called Brian, who told him that he slept for 18 hours after all the drinking, and when he woke up, Cheyenne was gone. The day of when she actually was reported missing does not seem to be known. Some sources stated that it was on December 1, 2017, while others say it is December 11th or December 12th. It is known that Cheyenne's father was the one that reported her missing. On December 11, 2017, a 911 call was made from Cheyenne's phone. The person who made the call immediately hung up. It is not known if it was Cheyenne who made the phone call or someone else using her phone. Police were able to trace the call to Mallard Lake Forest Preserve about 20 miles from Brian's house. The police searched the area extensively. They found a couple of items, but nothing that could be linked to Cheyenne's disappearance at all. The police stated that Brian Biddle is not a suspect and that he has been cooperating with them. He let them search his home, phone, computer, and other personal devices. Many people believed that Brian is involved. He is a known drug addict. After Cheyenne disappeared, he was arrested for having a firearm and narcotics. He is also the last person to have seen her. There are also people who think that their friend, Chad Chanopi, might be involved in her disappearance. It appeared like he was friend-zoned and cared more for Cheyenne than she did for him. In his interview with Crime Watch Daily, he made it clear how he disliked the fact that Cheyenne was with other men like Brian and Gabe. It should also be noted that on the day the 911 call was made from Cheyenne's phone, Chad put up this post on his Facebook account. Also, on his Facebook, you'll see that pretty much all of his posts are about Cheyenne, even before she disappeared. Then, on January 16, 2023, Cheyenne's family posted on social media that her remains had been found. Cheyenne's sister, Mariah Cluse, posted this on Facebook. "Dear friends and family, on behalf of the Cluse family, we would like to extend our appreciation to the DuPage and Cook County Sheriff's Departments, as well as other agencies involved in the search for Cheyenne. We have been looking for Cheyenne and information related to her disappearance since she went missing 5 years ago. While it was not the news we were hoping for, we have received confirmation from law enforcement that Cheyenne's remains have been found. As her immediate family, father, sisters, brothers, nephews are in mourning, we ask for privacy as we grieve the unbearable loss of a daughter, sister, aunt, and a wonderful human being." The Cook County Sheriff's Office did not disclose the location or method of finding Cheyenne's remains. The Sheriff's Office, in close collaboration with the FBI and the DuPage County Sheriff's Office, stated in a statement that last week's dental data allowed them to positively identify Cheyenne Klause's remains. Although we are happy to have assisted in providing the Klause family with some measure of closure, the Sheriff's Office will continue to collaborate with Chicago police in their investigation. Moving on to the next case. Colleen Audrey Rice. On January 23, 1971, 3 hunters discovered the bones of an unidentified woman in a remote desert location in Mojave County, Arizona, off Hackberry Road. Inside a white canvas sack with a loose weave and a rope attached at the top, she was discovered abandoned. Along with her remains, some articles of clothes were also found. These are displayed in the photo. The woman's age range was given as 35 to 40 years old, and her race was defined as Caucasian. Her height was 5 feet 4 inches. The woman had curly hair that was dark brown with some gray in it. She had a long scar on her stomach, possibly a cesarean scar. A bone indentation on her ring finger meant that the woman likely wore a wedding ring. It was determined that the woman had been strangled. Unfortunately, she could not be identified and was named the Mojave Jane Doe. Over the years, investigators with the Mojave County Sheriff's Office conducted a thorough investigation and explored several different avenues in an effort to identify the woman. Her fingerprints were sent to the Federal Bureau of Investigation in Washington, D.C., but no immediate matches could be made. Investigators estimated that her life was taken near the end of December of 1970, about a month before her body was found. Arizona, Utah, Nevada, and California missing persons reports were all checked. Investigators even inquired with local stores, motels, and hotels. The Mojave County Sheriff's Office contacted the Museum of Northern Arizona to have an artist use the woman's skull to create a sketch of what the Mojave Jane Doe may have looked like in life. Unfortunately, none of those attempts brought investigators any closer to discovering the woman's name. The case then went cold. But finally, in November of 2021, Mojave Jane Doe's case was entered into NAMUS, the National Missing and Unidentified Persons System. The Mojave County Sheriff's Office partnered with Othram in 2022 to successfully crack the case and identify the victim in 2023. On January 23, 2023, her identity was officially announced as Colleen Audrey Rice. The identification was made possible through crowdfunding set up by Othram to raise the money needed to conduct the necessary testing and research. It was hoped that the community would step up and help bring about justice and a name for the Mojave Jane Doe. The Mojave County Sheriff's Office dedicated $1,000, and the wider community donated the remaining $6,105 within 5 days. Advanced DNA testing and investigative genetic genealogy was carried out, and DNA comparison to a family member's DNA confirmed the results. Colleen Audrey Rice was born in Portsmouth, Ohio, to parents James C. Rice and Flossie Truitt on March 17, 1931. She attended Portsmouth High School and later married William Davis in 1946, also in Ohio. Colleen was estranged from her family, making it difficult to piece her later life together. Many questions remain now that Colleen has her name back, such as if she had any children or how she ended up slain in the Arizona desert. Anyone with information regarding Colleen's life or what happened to her is urged to contact the Mojave County Sheriff's Office at 928-753-0753 or their toll-free number 1-800-522-4312. Moving on to the next case. Devin Kennedy. On Sunday, November 15, 2015, a family on Baldwin County, Alabama's Farley Lane, near Lillian, discovered something startling on their private driveway. Devin Kennedy of Pensacola, Florida, was found dead in a car with his body in the back seat. He'd been shot to death. As they worked the case, investigators from the Baldwin County Sheriff's Office discovered a few people who were at the time of interest. The Baldwin County Sheriff's Office Lieutenant Andrew Ashton stated, "At that time, we simply lacked sufficient evidence to directly link them and charge them." Simply declaring that they would not be considered suspects was insufficient as well. Everything changed on April 19, 2023, when 32-year-old Dakota Darnell Herring was taken into custody and accused of killing Deshawn. On April 21, 2023, he made his initial court appearance and informed the judge that he had been imprisoned for the previous 7 years due to a federal gun accusation. As Herring was completing his sentence, Baldwin County detectives named him as their main suspect. According to Lieutenant Andrew Ashton, he was let out of jail. At that point, he was under arrest by Escambia County for whatever charges they were facing. He then proceeded to Escambia County, where we were essentially had to wait for them to complete the tasks at hand and his involvement with them in order for them to release him to Alabama. Herring and Deshawn are thought to have known one another, and robbery was the motivation. There is evidence that the shooting took place somewhere else. It was a unique occasion for Lieutenant Ashton, the case's lead detective in 2015, to be able to inform the victim's family of the arrest. There must have been some relief because it has been going on for years and years, and I'm hopeful that additional details will surface about this as time goes on. However, we have Dakota, and Ashton expressed her gratitude that they could proceed with their relationship. District Judge Bill Scully set bond at $150,000 during his bond hearing. Dakota Herring would be required to wear a GPS ankle monitor and would not be permitted to leave the state as terms of his release if he were to post bond. You are asked to call Lieutenant Andy Ashton at 251-972-6872 if you have any information on this case. Moving on to the next case. Edith Thomas Romero. Unidentified male human remains were found on November 28, 1992, in Mesa County, Colorado, close to the Walker Wildlife Area along River Road. These decaying remains were devoid of a cranium. There was evidence of a stab wound on the unidentified male's bones. In an effort to identify the man, investigators have been following up on leads for the past 30 years since the bones were found. The case was added to the National Missing and Unidentified Persons System in January 2011. In spite of investigative effort, all leads were exhausted and the case went cold. It would remain that way until 2022. It was then that the Mesa County Sheriff's Office collaborated with Othram, Inc. to determine if advanced forensic DNA testing could help establish an identity for the man or a close relative. A DNA Solves crowdfund was then created to cover the costs associated with laboratory testing and genetic genealogy research. With laboratory testing and genetic genealogy research, skeletal evidence was sent to Othram's lab in the Woodlands, Texas. There, forensic scientists developed a DNA extract and used forensic-grade genome sequencing to build a comprehensive DNA profile for the unidentified man. Further investigation by Mesa County Sheriff's Office investigators led them to finding a potential sibling to the unknown man. The sibling agreed to share consumer DNA data that was then compared to the unknown profile by Othram, which confirmed a sibling relationship. The male victim was then finally identified in February of 2023 as Edith Thomas Romero. His nickname was E.T.E.T., was 26 years old when his life was taken. He was a military veteran and had a tattoo of the initials E.T. He was a resident of New Iberia, Louisiana. Investigators traveled to Louisiana and learned that E.T. had reportedly traveled with two other persons from Louisiana to Grand Junction, Colorado, around October in 1991. He had lived in a home on 4th Street between Ute and Pitkins Avenue. E.T. also reportedly worked as a dishwasher at a local restaurant. Investigators believe that his life was taken in the summer of 1992. Anyone with any information regarding this case is encouraged to contact investigator Pete Berg at 970-244-3263 or investigator Anthony West at 970-244-3270. Kristen Middleman, Chief Business Development Officer at Othram Inc., had this to say: "Whenever a case has DNA evidence there that is not leading to a hit with CODIS and is untraceable with other methods, we are able to come in and build one of these profiles that has 100 and 100 of thousands of markers in it uploaded to a genealogical database consented for law enforcement use. Then we are able to figure out where the person belongs in a family tree." Moving on to the next case. Virginia Ginger Freeman. Virginia Ginger Freeman, a 40-year-old wife, mother, and committed real estate agent, was well known in the thriving College Station, Texas, town for her upbeat demeanor and close connections to her neighborhood. But when Virginia's life took a sad turn on December 1, 1981, the peace of this close-knit community was destroyed. Charles Freeman was horrified by what he discovered when Virginia showed an interested buyer around an empty house in Brazos County as part of their regular practice. Charles became worried when Virginia did not come home from work and discovered her dead body in the empty lot. There were obvious traces of severe violence at the scene, including a stab wound to the neck and head trauma. Investigators would later characterize the incident as an act of extreme force, highlighting the cruelty inflicted on this gullible woman. Charles Freeman was the main focus of the investigation at first, as is customary in situations like this. But a careful investigation threw doubt on any signs of marital discord, and Charles gave a convincing alibi, disqualifying him from consideration as a suspect. Early leads came from a nearby brickmason who saw a man and a car close to the crime scene. This led to the creation of a composite sketch and a partially visible license plate through forensic hypnosis. Regretfully, the route produced no solid leads. The case remained unsolved for 2 years until a possible link to another case surfaced. Henry Lee Lucas, who had previously been found guilty of a murder that occurred over 250 miles away in Ringgold, Texas, startled the court by taking credit for multiple other unsolved killings. After showing Lucas a photo of Virginia in the hopes of making a breakthrough, the investigators admitted to stabbing her in the neck. But it soon became clear that Lucas was fabricating this confession in an effort to postpone his inevitable demise when he was unable to locate the location of the crime. Up until 1997, when developments in DNA technology offered a glimpse of hope, the case remained unmoving. The Texas Rangers Cold Case Task Team and the Brazos County Sheriff's Department agreed to reopen the investigation after discovering DNA under Virginia's fingernails that showed a struggle. Charles Freeman was among the suspects whose DNA was examined. However, his results did not match the evidence discovered. Despite early obstacles, detectives eventually focused on James Otto Earhart, a former appliance repairman who had been found guilty of killing a 9-year-old girl fewer than 10 miles away 6 years after Virginia was killed. Since Amelia Earhart was put to death in 1999, getting her DNA posthumously presented a hurdle. With the help of Earhart's son and a laborious process involving genealogical documents, the team was able to secure authorization in June 2018 to exhume his body. A difficult impediment was the awful situation in which Amelia Earhart's remains, left out in the elements in a cardboard box were found. However, a femur bone DNA sample was successfully obtained and examined. The results definitively matched Virginia's fingernail clippings DNA profile on August 30, 2019. After his death, James Otto Earhart was revealed as the culprit, bringing an end to a long-standing mystery. The fact that their mother's case was settled gave Charles Freeman's children comfort even though he did not live to see justice carried out. The investigators rejoiced over the resolution of a case that had plagued the community for almost 40 years, even as they expressed remorse at not being able to capture Amelia Earhart. The investigation, from a vicious murder to a posthumous conviction, demonstrated the perseverance of law enforcement and the growing use of forensic technology in the resolution of unsolved crimes. Moving on to the next case. Ianola Lucy Yayani. Around 2 such p.m. on Friday, August 13, 1982, 79-year-old Ianola Lucy Yayani was playing the summer popular song Forget-Me-Nots by Patrice Rouchen on the stereo, bringing the upbeat, smooth rhythms of the American soul singer to her family's home in Hampstead, London. Lucy was relishing her solitude in the house. She and her mother had gone to her father's shoe repair shop, which was part of a Fairhazel Gardens shopping strip, earlier that day. His meal had been brought to him. Ellie, her mother, had given her the all-clear to go back home and begin making supper for the family at 1:30 p.m., and she had promised to join her shortly. Lucy walked the short distance home, arriving a little while later, and got to work. As her favorite song played, she took a lamb leg out of the fridge and started making dinner for the family. She paused her task when she heard a knock at the door. She set the lamb leg on the kitchen counter and peeked out of the window. Whatever the person outside said persuaded her to go open the door. At the doorstep stood a man in his early 20s. Being short and skinny, his hair was blow-dried and buff in such a way that he resembled his favorite actor, John Travolta, from the movie Saturday Night Fever. Lucy was a bit surprised to see a strange man standing in front of her home and wondered what he needed. A neighbor passed by and spotted Lucy and the man at her doorstep. They seemed to be having a conversation, and Lucy was said to have been at ease with the stranger, laughing even. However, 20 minutes after the neighbor spotted them, he heard a scream, but did not pay much attention to it. At about 3 o'clock in the afternoon, Lucy's parents, George and Ellie, arrived home, expecting to find their daughter busy making dinner as she had been instructed. But they were surprised at how silent everywhere was. They checked the kitchen, and there was no sign of her. 2 pieces of Lucy's jewelry, a broken ankle chain, and an earring were scattered about the stairs and the floor. The leg of lamb Lucy had brought out of the fridge was still sitting on the kitchen counter. When they called out for her, and she didn't answer, they knew something was wrong. They started to panic because it was unlike Lucy to leave the home without prior notice. They rushed into her bedroom in search of her, but she wasn't there either. However, as they entered their own bedroom, they were greeted by a sight beyond their worst imagination. On their bed laid a partially naked Lucy's dead body. Her t-shirt and bra had been cut right through the middle, exposing her bare chest. She was also naked from the waist down. Her hair and clothing were drenched with water. Words could not describe how horrified and devastated Lucy's parents were. They called in the police, who made a thorough round at the crime scene. Investigators discovered that the bath in the bathroom at the top of the home had several inches of water in it, and the door to another bedroom, the only one with a lock, had been forced open. Lucy's autopsy results revealed that she had suffocated, probably as a result of having her head restrained in an arm lock. She had, moreover, been bitten, punched, and ultimately raped. According to the police, the murderer forcefully barged into the home and chased Lucy up the stairs. The broken chain, which was discovered on the carpet, suggested that the killer may have grabbed Lucy's ankle as she ran. It is believed that Lucy tried to hide in her brother's bedroom, as it was the only room with a lock on the door. Investigators discovered a footprint at the bottom of the door. The killer had forced his way into the room, breaking off the locks. More of Lucy's jewelry was discovered upstairs, including a damaged ring and a bangle, indicating that she fought and raced from room to room in order to escape her attacker. Since her clothes and hair were completely drenched, the police suspect that the attacker finally cornered Lucy in the bathroom as she tried to hide in the bathtub. Lucy's murder horrified the neighborhood and spurred a massive manhunt, but it took decades for the case to be solved. Evidence such as semen was found on Lucy's body, but as DNA testing was not available in 1982, the sample was useless at the time. Unknown finger and palm prints were also removed off the bath's rim. The murder of Janula Lucy Janney generated a lot of media attention. A week after her murder, Lucy's sister Maria bravely recreated Lucy's final movement as she walked home from the shoe repair shop for the television program, Police 5. In Belsize Road, a mobile police station was set up, where more than 1,000 people gave witness accounts and fingerprint samples. No one was able to identify the individual who had knocked on the Yanni's door, despite the intensive police investigation and community help. Investigations showed that Lucy, Maria, and their mother, Ellie, were followed twice by a guy close to their home 3 months prior to the murder. He was described as being between the ages of 22 to 25, standing at 5 feet 6 inches with a Mediterranean complexion and having black hair that was combed back on the 1-year, 2-year anniversary of Lucy's murder. Further appeals were submitted. In 1984, on BBC Crime Watch, a composite sketch of the man Maria and her mother had seen was displayed. The case was once again featured on BBC Crime Watch in 2000. However, this time there was no resolution. In 2003, 5,000 appeal flyers were distributed to nearby homes, and a $10,000 reward was offered for anyone who had a vital lead that could pinpoint the culprit. Metropolitan officers and scientists have routinely examined Lucy's murder case over the years to see if advancements in forensic science would offer some clues. An incomplete DNA profile for a cement stain on the bedspread where Lucy had been discovered was taken by a scientist in 1999. Additional testing revealed that it matched the fragment of DNA retrieved from Lucy's body. In 2003, a near-complete DNA profile of the semen stain on the bedspread was acquired using a more advanced profiling approach. The DNA profile was checked against the National DNA Database, but there were no matches. Even though the case was reopened, it could not progress any further. 12 years later, in December 2015, a man named James Warnock from Camden, northwest London, was arrested by the police for having pornographic photographs of children. Police had no idea they had caught a killer. As a routine, Warnock offered a DNA sample that was entered into the national database. Surprisingly, his DNA was a nearly perfect match with the semen discovered on the bedspread where Lucy was discovered. The likelihood that the sample may have come from someone else was assessed to be 1 in a 1,000,000,000. A break in the case came when police had started to believe that Lucy's murderer was either dead or had relocated overseas. Investigators had looked into Australia and Cyprus, not knowing that the perpetrator remained in the neighborhood the entire time. On January 12, 2016, officers tracked James Warnock down and discovered him waiting for them while quietly drinking beer in his underwear. Aside from the police matching his DNA and fingerprints, they were able to confirm that the sketch created from eyewitness accounts of the culprit was startlingly close to photographs of James Warnock that had been taken at the time. James Warnock was taken into custody first for a murder investigation and then for rape. Warnock, who was 22 at the time he killed Lucy, lived with his wife a little more than half a mile from the Ioannis family home and had been working as a tiler in a nearby street. When questioned by police about the murder, Warnock claimed he liked to chat and have a laugh and had a similar appearance to John Travolta at the time of the crime. He denied raping and killing Lucy. He said to the police in many interviews that he had been seeing Lucy in secret. After she drew his attention, when he allegedly brought some boots into her father's shoe repair shop, he claimed Lucy had a lovely smile. He went on to tell investigators that he and Lucy happened to run into each other by coincidence in another store and struck up a conversation. According to him, they subsequently met 6 or 7 times, and their relationship quickly became intimate, and that explains why his DNA was found on the bedspread. Officers were able to quickly refute Warnock's assertions, because a medical examiner in Lucy's family had revealed that she had been a virgin before being raped and killed. During the trial, despite evidence to the contrary, James Warnock insisted that he used to visit their home to have sex with Lucy, forcing Lucy's brothers, Rick and Petros, as well as her sister, Maria, to sit through his arguments. They wept and hung their heads as he told jurors of fictitious sexual encounters, saying, "It was always nice. It was not, vigorous or anything. We didn't go mad. It was very quick. It was gentle." The prosecution maintained that in the months leading up to the murder, James Warnock was allegedly stalking Lucy on the street because he had seen her and was attracted to her. However, they had never been close, and when he saw her coming home alone that day, he simply knocked on her door and saw a chance to carry out his evil deed. James Warnock viewed himself as an alluring young guy who believed that every woman would bow down to him when he asked, and he compared himself to his favorite actor, John Travolta. He was likely offended when Lucy turned down his attempts to win her approval. As a result, he broke down the door to enter and followed her upstairs, where he finally completed his dreadful mission. A jury at the Old Bailey found James Warnock guilty of murder after a 2-hour hearing, and Recorder of London, Nicholas Hilliard QC, sentenced him to life in prison with a minimum of 25 years spent behind bars. James Warnock, who pleaded guilty to 6 charges of transmitting pornographic images in 2013, was also given concurrent sentences of 4 to 5 years and 20 years for rape. Rick, Lucy's brother, asserted that the event had permanently harmed the family. The magnitude and horror of what happened that day is indescribable. "We never gave up hoping and are truly grateful to the police for finally bringing him to justice," Rick said. Moving on to the next case. Jeffrey Todd Seadow. While looking for driftwood in the Eel River in Loleta, California, in March 1998, a resident and his father via boat discovered what seemed to be human bones in the river close to Cock Robin Island. When sheriff's deputies arrived by jet boat, they found the remains. The unidentified individual was discovered to be partially dressed and in a highly decomposed state. After this recovery, the remains were found to have been in the water for around a month, according to the results of an autopsy. One plausible cause was listed: drowning. Investigators were only able to identify the dead as a Caucasian adult guy who was approximately 35 to 45 years old, standing 5 feet 10 inches tall. There were no Northern California missing persons listed that fit this description. One latent fingerprint was found throughout the inquiry and submitted to the automated latent print system. However, no matches were found. This information was obtained by the California Department of Justice. A dentist from the area did a forensic dental examination. A DNA sample was collected and submitted to the National Unidentified Persons DNA Index and the California Missing Persons DNA Database. Additionally, the case was added to NAMUS. The DNA profile was frequently compared with profiles from other human remains and missing people in the CODIS combined index system. However, regrettably, no profile matches were ever found. The California Department of Justice and the Humboldt County Sheriff's Office teamed up with Othram Inc. in December of 2022. The Department of Justice delivered Othram a DNA sample taken from the unidentified man's remains, with financing from Road to Justice. After creating the DNA profile, Othram's internal genealogical team employed forensic genetic genealogy to generate leads for further investigation. The DNA profile may have belonged to 1963-born Jeffrey Todd Seadow, according to an Othram report that was sent to the Humboldt County Sheriff's Office in mid-February 2023. Numerous genetic relations were listed in the report, including Cheryl, a potential sister from Missouri. Cheryl acknowledged that she did, in fact, have a brother, Jeffrey Todd Seadow, when investigators were able to get in touch with her. Cheryl informed detectives that Jeffrey had stopped corresponding with family members for unclear reasons. They hadn't spoken to him since the middle of the 1990s. Cheryl had to make several attempts to contact Jeffrey throughout the years, but she was unable to find him. Jeffrey's family never filed a missing persons report since they were unsure if the breakup was intentional. The DOJ was able to obtain a positive match when comparing the single latent print with the fingerprints identified as belonging to Jeffrey. Jeffrey's family asked that his remains be freed from the Humboldt County Coroner's Office so that he might be buried with other family members who had passed away. In order to solve this case and provide the Seadow family some closure over their missing loved one, the Sheriff's Office expressed gratitude to Othram and the California Department of Justice DNA Lab for their exceptional work and help. It is requested that anybody with information about the last known whereabouts or activities of Jeffrey Todd Seadow, or any information at all that could help with the investigation of any open cases involving missing persons, get in touch with HCSO Cold Investigator Mike Fridley at 707-441-3024. Moving on to the next case. Louis Le Prince. French inventor and artist Louis Le Prince gained notoriety for developing the first motion picture camera. He used a strip of paper and a single-lens camera to create the first moving picture sequence. Despite the fact that Thomas Edison and the Lumiere brothers are frequently credited as the motion picture's creators, Louis vanished shortly before he was scheduled to make his creations public. Louis was born on August 28, 1841, in the French city of Metz. His father was a major of artillery in the French army and was also an officer of the Légion d'honneur, a French order established in 1802. Louis spent much of his time in the studio belonging to his father's friend, a photographer who taught him about chemistry and photography, sparking his interest that would lead to his famous invention. As a result, Louis went on to study painting in Paris and postgraduate chemistry in Germany. In 1866, Louis left the country when he made the decision to move to Leeds, West Yorkshire, England, where a friend of his named John Whitley had invited him to join his engineering company. 3 years later, in 1869, Louis married John's sister Elizabeth, who was an artist. Together, the newlyweds shared their own educational establishments, the Leeds Technical School of Arts in 1871. Their techniques were unique and popular, affixing colored photography onto metal and pottery. Several household names at the time, including Queen Victoria and Prime Minister William Gladstone, commissioned the couple for portraits in this unusual style. For a short while after opening the school, Louis spent some time managing French artists, and he began to build a 16-lens camera before returning home. In May of 1888, Louis built a single-lens camera, an updated version of what he used to shoot several motion picture films, the most notable of which is known as Roundhay Garden. He also shot several other films, including one of his son, Adolphe, playing the accordion, and one simply referred to as Leeds Bridge. In 1889-1890, he and a mechanic named James Longley attempted to create a projector so that the camera's images could be seen. According to family and friends, they had seen the projector in use, but the technology was never revealed to the public. In September of 1890, Louis began to prepare for his trip to the United States, where he'd premiere his work publicly. Before he departed for America, he went to see his brother Albert in Dijon. Little is known about Louis's time here, his mood, or what the siblings spoke about. But what we do know is that on September 16th, the 49-year-old boarded a train to Paris. But when it arrived, Louis was not on board, and neither was his luggage. It was suspected at first that he'd simply got on a later train, but he never reappeared and was never seen again. French police, Scotland Yard, and family and friends all helped to search for the missing man, but he was never located, and there was no evidence or information to go on. Albert was the only witness to see Louis board the train, leading to theories that he was the one responsible, and that he'd killed Louis and disposed of his body and belongings for financial gain. However, there is simply no evidence to back this theory up. Without any real leads, what we're left with is a number of theories. The grandson of Louis's brother allegedly told a film historian that the inventor wanted to take his own life because he was on the verge of bankruptcy. It's possible he arranged for his body and belongings to never be recovered. However, it's noted that Louis's business was very profitable and that he was proud of his inventions. It's likely he'd have come into money with the unveiling of his latest creations. As a result, it seems unlikely that he would wish to end his life for those reported money issues alone, although it could explain why neither his body nor his items ever resurfaced. Christopher Rawlins, the author of the 1990 book, The Missing Reel, which discusses Louis' case, states the possibility that the 49-year-old was assassinated over patents. He claims that at the time of his vanishing, Louis was going to patent his projector in the UK, then leave Europe for his scheduled exhibition. Rawlins does not appear to be the only one who suspects this, as Louis' widow Elizabeth is said to believe that this was the end that her husband met. A Science Direct article from 2008 claims that a student at the University of New York found Thomas Edison's journal in the archive's small entry from September 20th, 1890 read, quote, "Eric called me today from Dijon. It has been done. Prince is no more. This is good news, but I flinched when he told me. Murder is not my thing. I'm an inventor and my inventions for moving images can now move forward. However, this note was authenticated by only one historian, so its legitimacy still remains questionable." In 1966, another theory suggested the idea that Louis had voluntarily disappeared due to financial reasons and familial inconveniences. A journalist claimed that in 1977, he had been shown a note which confirmed that Louis had passed away in Chicago in 1898, having moved there at the request of his family when it was revealed that he was a homosexual. However, as with all the theories, the evidence to support this is close to non-existent. The only other lead came from 2003 during research in the Paris police archives when a photo of a drowning victim was discovered. The man in the image is said to resemble Louis and was dated from 1890. However, nothing further appears to have come from this piece of potential evidence. Just 1 year after Louis' disappearance, Thomas Edison claims the patent of inventing the motion picture with his kinetoscope invention. In 1898, Louis' eldest son, Adolphe, who had helped in many of his father's experiments and even featured in one of his first motion pictures, went to court as a witness for the defense in a case which Edison had brought against the American Mutoscope Company. The company claimed that Louis was the first inventor of the motion picture camera and was so entitled to the royalties. They hoped that by citing Louis' achievements, they could stop Edison's claims in their tracks. Ultimately, the case went against the company, however, which was no surprise given how wealthy and well-established Edison was as an inventor. A year later, however, this ruling was overturned. Just 2 years after his court appearance, Adolphe turned up dead from a gunshot wound on Fire Island in New York. It has never been made clear if he took his own life, if the shot had been accidental, or if someone else had pulled the trigger. His mother believed that he was executed in revenge for Adolphe testifying in courts against Edison. Louis was declared dead in 1897. Several different books, films, and documentaries have since been created about his bizarre case and his achievements. Several of his inventions are housed in Bradford's National Science and Media Museum, and multiple of his patents still remain. A BBC article from 2015 asked Laurie Snyder, Louis' great-great-granddaughter, what she thought of his disappearance. Snyder personally believes that Louis took a cab from the train station in Paris, having arrived at about 11 p.m. She believes that the driver smacked the inventor across the head before hurling him into the scene, taking advantage of the darkness and the fact that he was by himself. According to 2 stories from the time, lone travelers were the target of thieves. According to Snyder, she finds it incomprehensible that a guy who sent letters expressing his deep love for his family could choose disappear or commit suicide. Additionally, he notes that because of the family's well-known closeness, Albert's decision to execute his brother was ridiculous. Regarding the Edison theory, Snyder thinks he likely had more important things to do than kill his competitors. In any event, it appears unlikely that we will ever learn the truth regarding Louis Le Prince's fate on the evening of September 16, 1890. Moving on to the next case. Marie R. O'Brien. A human bone was discovered on May 13, 1997, by a University of Illinois archaeologist who was working at a construction landfill in Rockdale, Illinois. The Will County Sheriff's Office conducted additional research and discovered other human skeleton remains, all among the construction debris, but most of which had been shattered and at different strata of the fill. Most of the debris consisted of wood, stone, and brick. The Rustcraft building in Joliet, Illinois, is where the debris originated. A 3-story building that is square in shape, long and wide, and has a full basement. The building housed various companies since it opened in 1907, including a card-making company with large printing presses. And from 1986 to 1992, the building was abandoned. The abandoned building suffered a fire in 1992, which burned for 2 days and ultimately resulted in its demolition. Prior to its demolition, the building was known to be frequented by the local homeless population and was known to be a high crime area. Following the demolition, excess debris was removed from the site, while the rest was used to fill the building's basement. In 1995, the building's remnants were excavated and relocated to a second location in Rockdale. It was there that the bones would later be discovered, intermingled with bricks, stone, and other building materials. Following the discovery of the bones, pathologists determined that they had been disturbed twice post-mortem prior to their discovery, indicating that they were present at the original factory location. Only partial skeletal remains were recovered, yet pathologists were still able to estimate a few things about the unknown woman. She was determined to be between the ages of 15 and 24 years old, and to have stood between 5 feet and 5 foot 10 inches tall. No conclusive determinations were made about the woman's weight, hair color, or eye color. Investigators believe she lost her life sometime after 1986, but prior to the Rustcraft building's demolition. In 2009, the Will County coroner, Patrick K. O'Neill, formed a cold case unit, which began to work to identify the unknown woman. Over the years, forensic anthropology studies were completed, DNA was developed and entered into the National Missing and Unidentified Persons databases, and the profile was submitted into CODIS. Facial reconstruction was completed by a specialized FBI unit. As a result, numerous leads were developed but ultimately eliminated. After Lori Summers was elected coroner in 2020, she continued to support the work of the Cold Case Unit, encouraging genomic research and agreeing to fund that aspect of these investigations. In 2022, the Will County Coroner's Office partnered with Othram with the goal of using advanced forensic DNA testing to identify the woman or a close relative. Will County Coroner's Office contributed some of the funding to support advanced DNA testing, and DNA Solves crowdfund was set up to fund the rest. The case was particularly challenging in that advanced DNA testing had failed in previous attempts with the remains. Othram developed a suitable DNA extract from the skeletal remains and used forensic-grade genome sequencing to build a comprehensive genealogical profile. Othram's in-house genetic genealogy team performed the genealogical research necessary to produce an investigative lead for law enforcement. Once the leads were returned to law enforcement, cold case investigators interviewed several people in Illinois, Texas, and California. Othram narrowed the search through additional DNA profiling and genealogy studies to one person in California. Their investigation indicated that this person could be a brother of the unidentified woman. After speaking with this man, cold case investigators from the coroner's office discovered that he had a sister with whom he had last spoken in 1984 and had vanished from sight. Further tests revealed a half-sibling relationship between this man and the unnamed. In March of 2023, the unidentifiable was subsequently determined to be Aurora, Illinois resident Marie R. O'Brien. Both the Will County Sheriff's cold case investigators and the coroners continue their investigations. It is suggested that anyone with information that could help this inquiry call the Will County Coroner's Office at 815-727-8455. Moving on to the next case. Todd Lampley. The village of Hyannis, located on the southern shore of Cape Cod, Massachusetts, was the scene of a murder on February 27, 2011. 31-year-old Todd Lampley was shot and killed through his bedroom window. Despite some startling evidence found at the crime scene, it took 12 years to establish the truth about Todd's death. Nestled on the southern shore of Cape Cod, Massachusetts, is the quaint city of Hyannis. This quaint treasure abounds in natural beauty, history, and activities. The serene waters of the Nantucket Sound surround the village, offering breathtaking sunset views and numerous opportunities for water sport enthusiasts. Hyannis's charming Main Street is lined with vibrant shops, art galleries, and eateries serving delectable regional seafood. For those who love history, the 35th President of the United States, John F. Kennedy, loved to spend his summers in Hyannis, and his life is chronicled in the John F. Kennedy Hyannis Museum. In addition to its cultural attractions, Hyannis is home to immaculate beaches that provide a tranquil retreat from the stress of daily life. Today, our case takes us to this city. On February 27, 2011, Hyannis, Massachusetts was calm and peaceful with a light breeze sweeping through the streets. However, nobody realized that the tranquility of the area was about to be shattered by a heinous crime. Todd Lampley, a young father and adored member of the neighborhood, was about to pass away suddenly. As the evening wrapped up that fateful day, a worried neighbor went to see how Todd was doing. He became aware of an issue as he got closer to Todd's house. He noticed that Todd's door had been locked from the inside. The neighbor became suspicious and immediately contacted the police. The detectives showed up at the address Todd's neighbor had given them. Their anticipation and fear sent their hearts racing. Nothing could have prepared them for what they saw. They could only imagine the worst-case scenario. When they arrived, they discovered a horrific scene. Todd Lampley, a 31-year-old man, had been shot dead through his window and was found lifeless on the floor of his bedroom. The crime scene was covered in blood. It was a horrifying scene. Hyannis residents as a whole were in disbelief. How could such a thing occur in their tranquil neighborhood? The investigation that followed Todd's murder uncovered secrets, lies, and shocking revelations that left everyone in disbelief. The investigators' shock turned to curiosity as they examined the crime scene. When they started to assemble the evidence, 3 shell casings and a black cell phone were discovered at the crime scene. It was clear that Todd had been ruthlessly shot from outside his window. The investigators were left perplexed and with a never-ending stream of inquiries. In an effort to find any clues that might help them identify the murderer, they thoroughly searched the area surrounding Todd's home. No lead went unexplored and no stone went unturned. The detectives were aware that maximum attention to detail is needed when it comes to cracking the case. To find anyone who may have heard or seen anything unusual on the night of the murder, detectives went from door to door and interviewed every local resident. As people told their stories, they paid close attention in order to piece together a timeline of events that would aid them in solving the case. However, when the detectives stumbled upon an odd object at the crime scene, Todd Lampley's murder case took an odd turn. Investigators discovered a sweet potato, which appeared to have been used to muffle the gunshots. This sweet potato acted as a silencer. It appeared as though the murderer had been influenced by the popular HBO series, The Wire. Season 1 of The Wire features a tragic scene in which a woman is mercilessly shot and killed in her own home by a shooter who is hiding outside her window in the night. Before firing a fatal shot, the killer taps on the glass to draw her in. This terrifying scene is eerily similar to Todd Lampley's real-life murder in Hyannis, Massachusetts, where he was also shot through his bedroom window. However, this is not the only way in which the HBO series affected the murder. According to reports, in Season 4 of the same show, one of the fictitious police detectives solves a murder in which the perpetrator shot his victim to death using a potato as a makeshift silencer. The similarities between Todd Lampley's tragedy and the Wire world are unsettling and menacing. A demonstration of how honestly the show depicts life on the streets, where a similar trick was employed to conceal a gunshot. To muffle the sound of the shots that killed Todd Lampley, the perpetrator used a potato with a hole cut out in the center and placed it over a gun's barrel. Also, the cell phone that was discovered at the shooting scene was registered under the name of one of the show's characters, Marlo Stanfield, which heightens the intrigue of the case. To put it mildly, the relationship between the show and the crime scene was confusing. DNA evidence was found on the sweet potato after investigators sent it for testing. Even then, it would take years for investigators to connect this DNA to a specific individual. Investigators soon had another trail to follow. It was discovered that a handgun believed to have been used in the murder had been dumped into a nearby lake. Later, it was recovered by police after being fished out by citizens. Fortunately, detectives now had another lead in their inquiry. As part of his probation in a separate case, DeVaris Hampton, a man with a troubled past and a lengthy criminal record, was wearing a GPS monitoring bracelet at the time of the murder. Hampton was precisely where the gun was thrown into the lake according to location data from his GPS monitoring bracelet. Phone records showed that Hampton and a man who was at Todd Lampley's house at the time of the murder had exchanged phone calls and text messages many times. However, the strongest connection is yet to be uncovered. Detectives found evidence of a prior relationship between the victim, Todd Lampley, and the suspect, DeVaris Hampton. Hampton once claimed in court that Todd Lampley was responsible for the same area murder of Jacques Sellers in July 2007. It's interesting to note that Jacques was also fatally shot through the window. It appears as though Hampton was leaving a trail of clues for detectives to follow. It was only a matter of time before justice was done, because all the evidence pointed to him. Hampton had created a web of lies and deceit around himself, but it was beginning to fall apart. In 2011, after being detained in an unrelated case just a few days after Todd Lampley's murder, Hampton remained silent and declined to answer any questions regarding the Todd Lampley case when questioned. Although it was a frustrating obstacle, the investigators persisted. They were committed to solving the mystery no matter what. Years of diligent work were finally rewarded in 2016 when DNA evidence linked Hampton to the murder. Hampton had spit some of his phlegm into a puddle, and authorities collected some of it and used it to obtain a DNA swap without Hampton's knowledge. The results were conclusive when they were returned. The sweet potato's DNA matched Hampton's spit's DNA. It was a turning point in the investigation. The pieces were starting to fit together. But even with this damning evidence, it took until February 24, 2023 to capture DeVaris Hampton. For the fatal shooting of 31-year-old Todd Lampley, 40-year-old DeVaris Hampton was apprehended and charged with 1 count each of murder and assault and battery with a dangerous weapon. When asked why Hampton's arrest was delayed for an extra 7 years, authorities chose not to address the reason for the delay in the tense and uncertain courtroom. In Barnstable District Court, Hampton made his initial court appearance on February 27, 2023, exactly 12 years after the fatal shooting. He pleaded not guilty to the charges against him, firmly declaring his innocence with a serious expression on his face. Despite the seriousness of the situation, DeVaris Hampton maintained his composure and resolve, knowing that he faced a protracted and difficult legal battle. As the judge scheduled his next court appearance for April 5, 2023, the courtroom fell silent. The investigation into Todd Lampley's murder may have reached a conclusion and a suspect has been named, but it's far from over. Assistant District Attorney Russell Enos has been evasive about the case's postponement, stating simply that the evidence has been assessed. Hampton's court-appointed lawyer, Edward Fogarty, has voiced confidence in his client's innocence and promised to put up a strong defense. Thanks for watching. We hope you enjoyed exploring these intriguing cold cases with us. If you found the video fascinating, don't forget to give it a thumbs up and subscribe to Cold Case Mystique for more deep dives into unsolved mysteries. Your support helps us bring you more compelling content. Leave a comment below with your thoughts or any cases you'd like us to cover next. See you in the next video, and remember, the search for truth never stops.